What's up, Jeff? What's happening, man? Yeah, we're waiting to see whether the House will actually vote on this assault weapons ban today. And I'm off this morning, so I'm just decided to go ahead and crank up the stream and watch. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just hanging out. So they're doing like 1 minute speeches right now. They're trying to get their wake up for the morning done, I guess. What's up, Fire? Jared's up doing his too. What's up, Patriot? So last night I freaking racked out early, woke up at I don't know, 3 o'clock this morning, and then saw everybody had videos up saying that they were probably going to vote on this assault weapons ban today. So ends up I'm off today. So we're going to hang out and see whether they actually do put this thing up for a vote today in the House. If they don't, they don't. But we'll see whether they do. So these are the 1 minute speeches these people give. Hey, HPS, what's happening, you perp? Yeah, we're on Congress watch today, so we're going to see whether these idiots vote on this assault weapons ban today, or assault weapons ban today. And it turns out I was off today or off this morning, so we're going to hang out and see. Yeah, it's pretty much perpetrator. That's going to be what all of us are. Yeah, I got up this morning, like I said, about 3 something when I came in here, smoked a cigarette, started seeing everybody's videos about them putting this assault weapons ban back on the schedule for today. So we'll see where this falls. Yeah, Warsaw, they're going after everything, man. And the only people this is a surprise to are people who are just too stupid to pay attention to it. So I looked all over to see if I could actually find anything on what they had scheduled for today, and they're keeping this shit real low key right now. I don't know if they do this ban. I don't know whether you'll still be able to get parts or not. Actually, you might have to go through something like a gunsmith or an FFL to get parts. Because technically, in their ban, if you have them already, they're grandfathered. So no matter what their ban is, if you still have stuff like this laying around, that's still a grandfathered assault weapon. Probably have to go through an FFL to actually get parts for it. But the ultimate goal is they're just going to go through and step that ban up even further. I mean, yeah, that's the thing in this new assault weapons ban. Of course, they grandfather everything in that's already existing. So if these were so dangerous weapons of war, well, why not just ban them outright completely and get rid of them completely? Oh man, these people are trying to bore everybody to fucking death. What's up, Krabby Turtle? What's happening, man? Now, anybody want to guess why these chips are so important to us, but we aren't making them in the United States already? And see, this chip act is the only thing they were talking about all through at least the Senate yesterday was chips, 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 chips. At least one of the larger parts of it that I saw anyway. So I think that's why they kind of scooted this assault weapons ban to the side so they could get a little win in the Senate on this chips bill bullshit. Um, so we'll just have to see what they do this morning if they actually go ahead and vote on this assault weapons ban. Yeah, they pick everything. I went through their assault weapons ban again last night. Here it is.
significant pieces of legislation.
Here
Some
we go.
legislation which may not have
Yeah, I forgot to turn the audio on.
by
My
committees of
fault. Coop's
jurisdiction,
fat ass.
which
But
may not
anyway,
have been
here we are.
reported out of committees of jurisdiction. Bills that will come before us that the House has not even considered, things that we will not have an opportunity to be able
You guys
to
hear that
read
okay
before
now?
we can vote on them, end quote. So where's the outrage now? Because that was in the 109th Congress. For over 790 days, the Speaker used COVID-19 as a weapon to deny the Republicans the ability to advocate on behalf of millions of Americans that they represent. Just last week, it looked like we were finally returning to regular order. Now it's more the same tricks and tactics. The blanket same-day rule before us this morning allows House Democrats to ram through their radical agenda, an agenda that does nothing to address the serious problems the American people are facing. And what are those problems? Under the Biden administration, our nation has careened from one crisis to the next. It's been absolute chaos. Right now, families across the country are facing
Dude,
40-year
for fuck's
high
sake,
inflation
talk about the
that is
weapons,
expected to
not
cost
all the other
average American
bullshit.
household an extra $6,000 a year.
Tell people why this
Yesterday,
is horseshit.
we were told that we're officially in a recession when the GDP fell for a second quarter in a row. And although the Biden administration is attempting to deflect blame by referring to this latest economic disaster as a, and I quote, transition period, the American people know that we are facing a recession, that we are in a recession and facing hard times to come because of the radical policies of the left. And it's not only going to get worse with a recently announced Build Back Broke deal, which will raise taxes on Americans. It will try to socialize American healthcare, and
Dude,
it'll try
stick
to
to
implement
the
the
bill.
radical Green New Deal policies that have led to
God.
this energy crisis in the first place. So this is no way to run the people's house. But I want it noted that the door is now open. I find it absolutely hypocritical that there was outrage when Republicans use the same tactic against this, but now it's okay when the Democrats want to do it. So I'm looking forward
What's
to
up,
the day
Clint?
when power returns to the Republicans, and we'll see if there is outrage at that point. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, let me just say to the gentleman, he used the words that we are opening the door. Opening the door to what? My friends use this all the time when they were in charge. We learned this from you. And I just want to say that for the record. And as I've said, I'm not the, as I said in the past, I'm not the biggest fan of same-day authority, but it exists for a reason. And in December of 2018, when Democrats were in the minority, I actually voted for a rule providing for same-day authority. I stood here and urged my Democratic colleagues to support the rule. And more Republicans voted no on that rule than Democrats, believe it or not. We are about to break for a hopefully productive district work period. And this rule provides us with a little extra time and flexibility to be able to consider measures that are critical to our public safety. I hope that this rule paves the way for us to bring up an assault weapons ban. That's what I hope this rule does. And I think that's urgent. And I want to do everything I possibly can to get that bill to the floor and get it passed. But the gentleman quoted me, and let me quote me too. When with regard to the same day authority, I said on the House floor, I said this House needs to move quickly and responsibly. Everyone understands that, so I will simply say that I will be voting for this rule. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and we can finish our business and prevent another government shutdown. And that's when you were in charge. That's what I said in response to when you brought up a same-day rule. So this is nobody's opening the door. You opened that door a long time ago. But I'm going to say again, if this paves the way for us to be able to bring up an assault weapons ban, I'm not apologizing at all. I want to get that legislation to the floor. I want to have that debate. I want to have a vote on it. People are dying all over this country. They're sick of our inaction. It's time to act. Enough is enough. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. A gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I'm glad the gentleman also quoted himself. Look, you can tell how I'm handling this debate because I don't want to be quoted in the future when the shoe's on the other foot. But I will point out the hypocrisy from my friends across the other side of the aisle, that their outrage is obviously selective of who is waiving the rule and who is not. But look, we can talk about procedure all day here. That's not going to fix the real problems that are facing the American people. According to the National Federation of Independent Businesses, inflation is the top problem reported by businesses. This is the highest inflation we've had since 1980, literally the highest inflation in my lifetime. Instead of working to lower costs for businesses and workers, the SEC
Again, dude, talk about the assault weapons bill. We know all the other shit. Tell the American people why the assault weapons bill is bullshit. Tell them more people get killed with knives than they do from these so-called assault weapons. So if they really wanted to go after something that would save lives, they would go after fucking knives like this.
I will personally offer an amendment to the rule.
Jesus Christ, Republicans are so fucking stupid. Bring up facts, bring up statistics. Show these people where their argument's wrong.
From moving forward. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Okay. Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is my good friend, a senior member of the House Financial Services Committee and the sponsor of this bill, Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, and I yield him 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 8589 to prohibit the Securities and Exchange Commission from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing its proposed climate rule. Now, Madam Speaker, it is the Securities and Exchange Commission. It is not the Securities and Environment Commission. Last night, we had the pleasure of playing baseball. I'm glad to see my colleagues up early this morning to be on the House floor.
So here we go. Democrats spent last night in their meetings to rush this bill onto the floor. Democrats are talking about the bill. Republicans are talking about everything else.
Republicans being the party for growth, opportunity, and liberty.
Talk about the bill. Explain to people who might stumble onto this how the bill is bullshit and that it won't save lives. Use facts, use logic, use reason. No, they're talking about everything else.
House Democrats are here to talk about
It's more proof Republicans are really shitty at their jobs.
Regulations on job creators. There is no evidence that there are any lack of knowledge in public companies that they have an obligation under the existing securities laws to disclose material impact from anything to do with climate change. And there is zero evidence that they are unaware of climate change and are not talking about it on a regular basis with their shareholders, their boards, their employees. Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission has...
Dude, HBS, since he's talking about the exchange commissions and all that, a guy in Nice, France proved gun control is absolute horseshit just a few years ago when he took a truck that was loaded down with guns and explosives and used the truck itself, just drove the truck through Nice, France, and killed like 87 people in about 30 seconds. He had guns, he had explosives, he used the truck. But no, we have worthless people like these Republicans who just want to talk about everything else but the actual bill.
Free state of the country and the Job Creators Network wrote the Small Business Committee chairman, ranking member, in their opposition to this proposal, that it should be withdrawn. Alfredo Ortiz, the president of Job Creators Network, said the SEC's proposed rule would be an unnecessary, costly burden on America's small businesses at a time when we're dealing with Biden inflation, higher interest rates, and a supply chain crisis. Now, Madam Speaker, Gary Gensler, the chairman, argues that this proposal is the right thing to do. We argue it's not, and it shouldn't be implemented, and we shouldn't spend any money there to do it. Let me tell you what NASDAQ, the National Association of Security Dealers, the market system for the growth companies of our country, wrote Gary Gensler and said, now these people are...
Dude, if a bill like this passes, you're fixing to see billions of dollars in commerce shut down. No more handguards, no more uppers, no more lowers, no more rifles, ammunition, all this shit. Billions of dollars. These dumbasses are talking about everything else other than what is in this bill. You're fixing to see millions of American citizens turn into felons. But they can't talk about what's in this bill.
We don't have enough public companies as there are. The materiality standard deviates
oh my God.
from the law. The prescriptive disclosures do not facilitate meaningful comparisons. The prescription disclosures create disincentives for companies.
What's up, Foss? Hopefully you had a good night at work, and now you get to listen to a bunch of BS. So the Democrats are going to vote on getting the assault weapons ban to the full floor, while Republicans are talking about everything else but the bill.
Economy that has half the public companies we had in 1980, and this administration and their SEC want to make that even worse, more costly. Let me remind you, the commission itself, triple the cost to be a public company. Madam Speaker, we have people that are private companies now because they cannot afford to be public. And if we don't have public companies, we don't have investments in labor union pension plans. We don't have opportunities for investment in our 401k plans. We hurt this economy, we hurt job creators if this proposal is implemented. So it's very easy for me to stand here and argue against it. Finally, I would say that this is part of a longstanding practice of this administration to use every tool they have in the regulatory space to do something that is the prerogative, as my good friend from Pennsylvania said, Congress.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 additional minutes to my good friend from Arkansas.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. I want to reiterate this point. This is the responsibility of Congress if we're going to set environment, energy, regulatory policy. It's not the purpose of our independent regulatory commissions. And aren't we clear now?
So these guys have wasted 5, 7 minutes, 8, 9, almost 10 minutes now, and haven't said really a word about this assault weapons bill the Democrats are trying to push through.
Independent regulatory agencies, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Listen to what
These Republicans are so weak.
and Congress has not
Argue them on the facts. The facts are very easy. Less people are killed with assault weapons than with hands and feet every year. Assault weapons, all long guns combined account for less deaths than knives every single year.
This administration came to power with an idea that
You've got a phone in your pocket. It's a supercomputer. Go ahead and pull up the Bureau of Justice, pull up their statistics on crime, and then just march through them. Explain it to everybody. But no, we're talking about every unrelated bill.
So I urge my colleagues to support Republicans' efforts to not see this rule implemented, not fund it. And I thank my friend from Pennsylvania.
They're just
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, let me just say that I think, as everybody knows, Democrats are focused on inflation. Tackling inflation is certainly our top priority. And let's take a look at the facts. We passed the Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act to bring down costs for families, and almost every Republican voted no. We passed the Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, but not a single Republican voted with us. What's the Republican solution on inflation? Who the hell knows? They haven't offered any policy ideas. They seem content cheering for President Biden to fail and for inflation to go up. In fact, Leader McConnell is holding hostage a bill to make more to lower costs for families and to deal with the issue of prescription drugs. The only plan I've seen from the GOP is from Senator Rick Scott, Republican, which would raise taxes on the middle class and raise taxes on the middle class and put Social Security and Medicare on the chopping block. That's the same old from my friends on the other side. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an MSNBC opinion article entitled, "The GOP Keeps Slamming Biden Over Inflation, but it has no solutions to offer."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, since my friends want to change the subject, let's change the subject. Republicans right now, as we are meeting here over in the Senate, are trying to kill the PACT Act, a bill to guarantee health care to veterans with service-related cancers. This is a bill that passed the Senate originally 84-14, and it passed the House with a majority vote of 342. Many of my Republican colleagues supported that. Appreciate that. But now Republicans are trying to kill it, playing politics with it over in the Senate. They are putting politics ahead of people, when in fact we should be putting people ahead of politics. So while we're here having this conversation, I would urge my Republican friends to pick up the phone and call your counterparts in the Senate and say, get out of the way and do what's right for our veterans. My office is getting calls from veterans who were exposed to burn pits when they were overseas. I'm sure my Republican friends are getting calls in their offices. I mean, you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. I thought we all agreed on this. Can we please tell Mitch McConnell and tell the Republicans to get out of the way and allow this bill to go forward? I mean, that might be a good use of time right now while we're having this conversation. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, a member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Huizinga of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding time and leadership on this. And Madam Speaker, every day the capital markets are under attack here with this Securities and Exchange Commission. The climate disclosure rule, which was released in March of this year, totals over 500 pages, and had over 1,000 technical footnotes. And oh, by the way, the SEC initially gave everybody.
And again, the Republicans don't want to talk about the bill that is right in front of them.
Now, you can't even get through the analysis of the original 500 pages, much less the 1,000 technical footnotes on that within that 30 days.
Dude, believe it or not, I think Joe Manchin and Christian Sinema are going to bend over when it comes to this assault weapons ban.
Businesses across our country.
And when it comes to the packing the Supreme Court, they're going to bend over there too.
And I quote them, in many cases, we are unable to.
I will be extremely surprised if these Democrats don't get all of this stuff pushed through before the midterms in November.
Or empirical evidence that would allow us to do so, close quote. Let that sink in.
People say, well, the assault weapons ban is unconstitutional. Yes, it is very much unconstitutional. It's always been unconstitutional.
Now, remind you,
however, the people who are there that are going to interpret whether or not it is constitutional are all going to be put on the bench by Democrats.
Rule that the SEC is trying to jam through in 30 days. Oh, but they expanded that now, so thank you very much. Now, what the three basic rules on real estate is what's the most important part about real estate, right? Location.
Patriot, I hope you're right, brother, but I don't think so. They're going to get them over a barrel, and they're going to bend over.
Materiality. How is this information material to a publicly traded company and to the investors that are investing and putting their hard-earned money into those companies? So materiality should be the battle cry. But it's not with this SEC. And in fact, in recent months, the commission has put forth a huge volume of additional proposals. And at times, it doesn't appear to be fully informed about the likely.
It'll take years to play out in court, man.
And that they display significant misunderstandings of the activity the commission seeks to regulate. So,
and the time it takes to play out in court is just a matter of how many people are going to be thrown in prison and have their lives destroyed over it. Much like with this pistol brace shit that's still coming. The frames and receiver rule, that's still happening.
Chair Gensler has charted a path for the SEC unlike it's seen in its 88-year history. To be charitable, he is pushing the envelope.
And again, Republicans have not said shit about why this bill, this assault weapons ban, is unconstitutional or the fact that it is just flat out horseshit.
To be charitable, this aggressive stance of the chair is unprecedented. The reality is they can't get their agenda done through the legislative process, so they're just going to regulate it. So the SEC is going to continue to push the boundaries of the statutory authority Congress has given them. And unfortunately, instead of protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation, that's part of their three-part directive, facilitating capital formation. They are actually going to regulate small, privately held companies in your district right out of business. So Congress did not establish the SEC to set climate policy, nor
Turtle, they don't want to touch that.
Business strategies to combat climate change.
As usual, we had an opioid crisis that started around pill mills and pain meds and stuff like that. The government got involved and immediately made the problem worse. And now we went from people just taking hydrocodones to people ingesting fentanyl on a regular basis. Gee, thanks government for helping with that one. How's that war on poverty working out?
In fact, we've seen some recent Supreme Court cases about that with the EPA. And the proposed climate rule shifts the SEC's rulemaking authority to be charitable, taking a novel activist approach to climate policy. What's next? All of it. Because frankly, that's what is on his agenda.
Dude, can you dickheads deal with a bill that's right in front of you right now?
Idea of how this economy ought to be running. Not how to protect investors, not how to facilitate efficient markets, and certainly not how to build capital. That is
Well,
not
that's the same reason that in every one of these bills, even in this assault weapons ban, there are carve-outs for government and government employees.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Because it's not about the government having them. It's not about the profits the companies are making. It's about you and me having these things.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say, I really got to say, I really enjoyed listening to my friends on the other side of the aisle. They're opposed to this rule because the process will expedite progress on behalf of the American people. And yet, they're not outraged over using process to block progress for the American people. And again, I didn't hear anything about, since we were changing the subject, I didn't hear anything about the veterans who right now are desperately pleading with Republicans in the Senate to pass the PACT Act. The gentleman even got extra time and didn't mention that at all. And again, I would urge my Republicans, as we are still here today, before you leave, call Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, call your Republican counterparts in the Senate and say, please pass the PACT Act. Please do that now. Our veterans who are suffering from cancer as a result of their service, being exposed to burn pits, are desperately pleading with my Republican friends to stop blocking it. You know, that's what, you want to be outraged about something today? Be outraged about that. Again, I would urge that they do something. Many of my colleagues on the Republican side supported the PACT Act when it came before the House. A majority of Republicans in the Senate voted.
This dude would not want to hear from me why I'm outraged about stuff these days. It would be a very long conversation that he would not like.
I'd like to remind members to direct their comments to the chair and not to each other. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want the record to reflect that I'm not outraged about this rule. I just was simply, at the beginning of my remarks, my opening statement, pointing out the hypocrisy from my friends across the other side of the aisle who have this selective outrage when we waive the 24-hour requirement, but it's okay when they do it. So, and again, I'm almost gleefully looking forward to the opportunity when we are in the majority for myself to help the then Chairman Cole of the Rules Committee do the same thing. And we'll see what kind of hypocrisy comes from the other side of the aisle and how they will then have outrage when we do it. But I'm not outraged about this. I think that if we're going to move forward today, we should defeat the previous question. That's what I'm passionate about. And that's what my friends that have spoken here today are passionate about, because they want to run a bill from my good friend from Arkansas that would actually help the economic crisis, would actually help fight inflation. So please don't confuse passion for helping the American people out of this financial problem with outrage. There's no outrage on this side of the aisle. But to explain more, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, rising star of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Brian Stile of Wisconsin.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I rise to oppose the previous question so we can immediately consider HR 8589. We heard earlier our friends across the aisle say that under this rule, which they can pretty much bring up any bill they so desire, they're going to address inflation. Well, count me excited that my colleagues across the aisle are finally ready to address inflation.
Talk about everything but the question in front of you. And yeah, dude, if I own a major manufacturer for firearms, I wouldn't sell shit to the government.
Of starting this administration by
Nothing.
$1.9 trillion. Reckless policies by refusing to unleash American energy. And Americans are paying the price for the reckless policies of Democrats here in Washington. It's early in the morning. People are making their way here up to the House floor, following a great victory by my Republicans in the congressional baseball game last night. 10-0, I may note. But what's really playing out across America right now is people can't afford the things that their family needs. I was speaking to a woman the other day in South Milwaukee at a gas station. And I asked her how much it cost her to now fill up her car with gas. And she looked at me and she said, Brian, I don't know. Because I got 40 bucks, and 40 bucks doesn't fill up my tank with gas. Spoke to another woman who said, Brian, I can't take my daughter out to dinner on Friday night for pizza because I can't afford it because costs keep going up. Americans are suffering from runaway inflation, from the reckless policies from one-party Democratic control.
Yeah, this is all about everybody getting their little soundbite in for the day so they can show up on the news later.
They can bring up any bill. Americans are
Talk about the bill that is in front of you, you fucking weasels.
Costs going through the roof. This woman in South Milwaukee can't afford to fill up her car with gas. And what will we see the bills brought up today? They will intend to distract, to change the subject. They want to talk about bills that already passed the House. They want to talk about bills that have nothing to do with inflation because they don't care about the woman in South Milwaukee who can't afford to fill up her car with gas. They don't care about the woman who can't afford to take her kids out to pizza on Friday night. And count me as darn surprised if we see legislation brought by the Democratic majority today that addresses the inflation crisis, that addresses the energy crisis. They're going to send everybody in this body home for the next month.
Speaker, I'll yield the gentleman an additional 3 minutes.
The gentleman is
I
recognized.
thank my colleague. They're going to send everybody in this institution home for more than a month with runaway inflation, interest rates going up so people can't afford to buy a house.
I would like to see every one of you sons of bitches sent home permanently.
So that this woman in South Milwaukee can't afford to fill up her car.
So that little tag right there, you know, assault weapons ban, debate. Republicans haven't talked about it yet.
That would be brought up if we defeat this previous question. That would actually put a check.
And just let the government or let the Democrats just run them over while they talk about everything else but the bill that's in front of them.
That should properly be named Securities and Environmental Commission. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Madam Chair, really like renaming things. So I suggest while we redefine recession, we throw in redefining the SEC today. People are getting clobbered. The bill by my colleague from Arkansas is a pretty thoughtful approach. It says, hey, instead of all this additional regulation, these costs that get passed on to consumers at the end of the day, maybe what we do is we focus on getting some economic growth back, bringing inflation down. And so count me as excited if under this rule, and again, the Democrats could bring any bill to the floor on the last day. Is that bill going to be something that substantively and meaningfully addresses inflation, addresses energy costs, or are they going to bring up another topic to distract the American people from the crisis that is playing out across our country? Count me as shocked if we see a bill that addresses inflation today. Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, I don't know who that guy who was yelling is, but I would refer him to my earlier comments on all the things that we are doing to try to combat inflation and the stuff that we will be rolling out in the days ahead. But I would urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to go over to the Senate and yell at Mitch McConnell so that we can help our veterans. I mean, it is unconscionable that as we are gathering here right now, Republicans in the Senate are blocking a bill to provide care for veterans exposed to burn pits who have cancer. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, people who are responsible for that are unfit to serve in the United States Congress. Quite
So
frankly.
by talking about all this other
Let's be
BS,
around
all it's
that.
doing is allowing the Democrats to push this bill through without talking about what is in this bill.
In this country, and my hope is that this same-day rule will pave the way for the Rules Committee to meet and to bring forward a ban on assault weapons, so we can save lives in this country. So that's what this is all about today. But again, with all the yelling and screaming, please go over to the other chamber and yell and scream at them. Because right now, a lot of our veterans are concerned that they will succeed in killing a bill that will provide them health care that they desperately need. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite remarkable that the gentleman now is telling us that this is about gun-related bills, because 14 hours ago, we had questions in the Rules Committee. Those questions went unasked because the minority is unsure. You know who was unsure when they were in the minority? My good friend. Let me quote him again. When the Republicans tried to waive the 24-hour requirement, my good friend said, and I quote, "Once again, we are here on the floor debating a martial law rule that also makes that also makes a suspension day. Here we are once again unsure of what we will be considering today, tonight, or tomorrow," end quote. So last night at 7 p.m., my good friend, ranking member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Cole, asked a series of questions because we wanted to get some light shed on this. He asked, what would this rule specifically be used for? The majority said they didn't know, they were unsure. He asked if this were to be related to gun-related bills and if those bills would be changed. The majority said they didn't know. We're unsure here. He asked if this authority would be used for other bills. The majority said they didn't know. He asked if the House would be in session this weekend, and also the response was the majority didn't know. So it's amazing how the majority is today so confident in what's going to be being run today through this rule, when just 14 hours ago, when we asked these questions, those answers were not provided to the minority. But here to talk more about the resolution that I'll personally offer if we defeat the previous question is my good friend from Arkansas, and I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to the other side and listening to my friend from Pennsylvania, I hear a lot about uncertainty, that we're not sure what we're here for. We're not sure what we're going to bring up on the House floor. Well, I'll tell you what, we are certain that inflation is hurting American families. We are certain that people don't know how to fill up their car, what that's going to cost, what they're going to sacrifice moving from beef to chicken, working on
See,
prescriptions.
for every bill these Democrats put up for gun control, Republicans should be putting up a bill that goes in the exact opposite direction. Repeal the NFA, get rid of the ATF, take all restrictions off of firearms. You know, they should be putting these bills through daily. Anytime the Democrats put together a bill, they should just be putting in a bill to negate it.
All these efforts.
But here we are talking about completely unrelated shit instead of Republicans actually standing up for what is right.
Within industries. And the proposal of the SEC does not do that. So I hope that we will.
We all know where this goes. Well, you can't have those scary assault weapons. Well, then when people continue to get killed with handguns, well, you can't have those handguns. Well, when someone goes out and commits a killing with a bolt-action rifle, well, you can't have these high-powered assault or sniper rifles. They're going to try to take those. Well, we know where this goes. But these spineless idiots won't get into that.
I yield back to my friend.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, the gentleman who just spoke was yielded time again, and again didn't say anything about the veterans who are getting screwed by Senate Republicans right now in the other chamber. I mean, right now, we should take our outrage and we should demand that Republicans get out of the way. And by the way,
now,
to my friend from Pennsylvania,
there is no clean bill that would actually help veterans that 100% of Republicans would not vote for.
When I'm looking looking at the transcript.
Now, a
we said
clean
last night
bill.
why we needed this authority, and I said it was.
So yeah, if Republicans won't vote for a bill to help veterans, you know there's some shit in there that is just insane and probably has to do with climate change and sexual reassignment surgeries and all this other bullshit, and that's the reason it won't get voted on. Not that it is a clean bill to help veterans, because we all know good and damn well, since before the 60s, the Democrats have wanted to shit on every veteran and person who serves in uniform. So,
and when the Republicans were in charge and they used it for frivolous things, yeah, I objected to it. But when they used it in an attempt to try to keep government open, I favored it. So I don't know what the gentleman said about hypocrisy. I mean, I have been in favor when I was in the minority, and I've been opposed to it when I'm in the minority. So it all depends on the circumstances. So I think maybe my Republican friends have trouble with nuance and trying to understand the complexities of the system here, but I'm totally comfortable with my position, past and present. And by the way, if this same-day authority means that we can bring up an assault weapons ban, I don't apologize to anybody. I don't apologize to anybody. I think it's the right thing to do, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I just want to again say, we asked a litany of questions to try to give the minority guidance on what bills would be considered today, the context of those bills, the timing of those bills, whether we'd be here this weekend. And the response constantly was either, I hope not, I'm unsure, I don't know. So here we are in the dark. But for purposes of a rebuttal, I'd like to yield my good friend from Arkansas an additional minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I think my friend from Pennsylvania, I really don't understand this debate about talking about the PAC Act. My friend from Massachusetts, that's passed the House. And let the Senate do its work. We supported it here. No, let's be serious here. I voted for the bill. The Senate's working out some concern they have. They changed the bill. They made the bill that's controversial over there. Let them figure it out. They don't even know that revenue bills originate in the House and the Senate. It was blue slipped. They don't really know what they're doing over in the upper chamber. We know we have the advantage over them on that. But what we're talking about today are bills being considered today in the front of the speaker's leaving on some foreign trip tonight. So we're rushing around. We don't know why we're here today. And the people deserve to know in advance what we're voting on so we can prepare our arguments. So it's not about some bill over in the House. I'm in the Senate. It's a bill. What bills will be on the floor of the House today? I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the gentleman said we should let the Senate do its work. Exactly. Senate Republicans are blocking the Senate from doing its work. What do my friends not understand? Veterans with cancer are depending on Republicans to get out of the way so they can get the care that they, quite frankly, are entitled to, that they deserve. It passed overwhelmingly originally in the Senate. It passed
no, the Republicans knew they were going through the Rules Committee on this last night. That's how people from the GOA got a hold of it. That's how John Crump found out about it last night. That's how Legally Armed America found out about it last night.
Demanding
And
they move immediately. So
these people deal with each other
my time.
Gentleman
all the
reserves.
time. They
Gentleman
know
from
what
Pennsylvania is
each one's
recognized.
doing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of our time.
A gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to quote my good friend, the chairman, again, this time from 2017, when he stated that martial law allows the majority to, and I quote, rush their bills with its brand new backroom deals to the floor today without any proper deliberation, end quote. I think that pretty much sums up perfectly what we're doing here today. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker, I don't think it's appropriate for my Republican friends to lecture us on hypocrisy. The last time the Republicans were in charge of this place, they ran it into the ground. When Republicans were in charge, they broke the record for the most closed Congress in the history of the United States of America. When Republicans were in charge and our country was on the brink of a shutdown, the Rules Committee, under Republican control, held an emergency meeting. And do you know what that emergency meeting was on? Not on emergency funding, but on cheese. Actually, in the middle, as we were about to shut the government down, we had a major crisis. They did an emergency meeting on cheese. They couldn't even get their act together to keep the lights on. They literally lost the majority because of how badly they ran this place. And then they handed us a shutdown of government, the longest shutdown in history, by the way. That cost American taxpayers $11 billion. And when Republicans were in charge, I voted to give them same-day authority. I stood on this floor and urged my Democratic colleagues to support their rule because I wanted to give us extra flexibility to do the work the American people had asked us to do. Republicans ran this.
There is no compromise with these people on certain subjects these days. There's no compromise with them on abortion. There's no compromise with them on firearms. There's no compromise with them on taxes.
The Republican Party tried to unconstitutionally overturn
The only plan, and Dan Bongino has said this before, the only plan Republicans should have when it comes to Congress is we win, you lose.
Democratic process or any process.
But no, we have a bunch of weak, spineless ass people up here that get voted in constantly
The Rules Committee, what I hoped,
and sell us down the road every chance they get to compromise because they're so scared about how the media is going to talk about them. They're so scared of how their co-workers are going to talk about them. The minute I got up there with these jackasses and this dumb son bitch told me, well, my good friend from, I tell him, I ain't your damn friend. I'm not your buddy. I'm not your pal. I'm the guy who wants to see you crushed, laughed out of the freaking Capitol.
Want to talk about outrage? I'm outraged by the gun violence in this country. I'm outraged that an 18-year-old who can't legally have a sip of beer can go into a gun store and buy an AR-15 and then go out and kill people and massacre people. Enough of this. Enough of this. So this rule preserves the option, if we decide to move forward, to be able to move forward. That's what this is all about. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but the bottom line is that's what this rule does. And so we have an obligation to act with urgency. We have a responsibility to address this crisis. Madam Speaker, I would urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes
have it.
The gentleman from
Voice
Pennsylvania.
vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I do request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant
Okay.
to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
So now they'll go through, they'll vote. People will come in from wherever they're at in the house. They'll come in, they'll cast their vote. More than likely, Democrats will go ahead and get this rule pushed through today. So we should see a vote on this bill today. If I'm understanding everything correctly. But yeah, there's no compromise with these idiots anymore.
But it now may come up in the House today.
The more these so-called progressive policies get pushed in the United States, the worse things get. It baffles me that people can't look at this critically and see what's going on with it. The more our schools have become these bastions of leftist propaganda bullshit, the more you have seen violence in our schools
From
go through the roof.
Missouri, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry from North Carolina, I inform
The more these leftist policies get pushed through, the more you see cities like cities in California and Washington State to where you can't walk down the street without running into people that are so drugged out and zombified, shitting in the middle of the street, and crime rates running just into the freaking stratosphere, where you have stores shut down because they're not allowed to stop people shoplifting from them. The more these leftist policies get pushed through, the worse things get. And Democrats' only answer is we're going to give you cancer to cure the cancer that we gave you in the first place. That's exactly what they're saying. And these Republicans up there are so disconnected from reality, from everyday people, because most of them have never held an actual goddamn job, that nothing they do is going to affect them. They can ban everything. They're still going to have private goddamn security. You know, Patriot, you're right. You can't stop fire with gasoline. The more gas you throw on the fire, guess what? The worse the shit gets. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that people have a way to actually monitor what our government is doing, and the vast majority of the American people won't do it because they're more worried about watching the fucking View than paying attention to what their elected officials are doing. Bread and circuses, kids. Bread and circuses. Watch these entertainment people over here. Don't pay attention to what we're actually doing. And we end up with generations of people who don't pay attention to this shit. And you'll have a bunch of gun owners that when shit like this passes, again, go, well, gee, I never saw that shit coming. Or when they pass the assault weapons ban and then they come back and say, well, guess what? We've got to ban these other weapons because these other weapons are killing people. Well, then you're going to have buddies like my little fucker right here, Richard the Fudd, get up and go, you can't ban my 30-06. You can't take my 308. The ignorance of this is just baffling. It's the reason Democrats have to throw everything that happens, every injury, every death with a gun. It's the reason they have to throw them all in the same basket, because they don't want to talk about the individual issues that are actually driving those deaths. They don't want to deal with the crime in inner cities. They don't want to deal with the poverty in inner cities. They want all them people as impoverished and crime-ridden as they can be so they can keep their little asses right there on that little plantation. And you will have a lot of gun owners who will support shit like this. And then when it comes around to their guns, well, all these little fuds are going to be all pissed off. What do you mean I can't have my 357 Magnum? Well, because that dude just shot 4 people with it, and well, you got to give that up too now. But it's not semi-automatic. No, but it doesn't matter. You just can't have any handguns, period. That's where the Brady campaign started. The Brady campaign, the Brady bill, all that shit was to ban all handguns, period. And people like the NRA gave in on that shit, and that's when we ended up with the NICS system and some of these other freaking retarded ass gun laws that came out of the 86 bills. And mark my words, guys, and God knows I hope I'm wrong, but mark my words, they will get rid of the filibuster here shortly. If they can't do something underneath a reconciliation, they will do it underneath getting rid of the filibuster. But at the same time, all these dickheads are talking about these mean old nasty assault rifles. They want to send all of them to Ukraine. Because Ukraine is trying to, in the midst of all their corruption, still stand up to a tyrannical government. You look at the list, the so-called hundreds of guns that they exempt in their gun ban. Gee, I'm so glad I can have my 1886 lever action. Thank you, Mr. Government. Like no one could be killed with that. This whole raise the age to 21. Well, we could have stopped these if the age was 21. Wait a second. They waited till they were 18. You don't think they could have waited till they were 21 to do the same shit? You bunch of fucking numbnuts. At 18, you can go to jail and be put to death by the state. But you can't have a beer and you can't go buy a handgun. Now, you can own a handgun. You just can't go buy a handgun. You can go into the military. You can buy a house. You can sign contracts. You could go do, well, the hell, Democrats want you to be able to do sexual reassignment when you're like 2. But, legally, you can do it when you're 18. Dude, raising the age to 21 to drink, what did it do? Not a damn thing. If raising the age to 21 stop underage drinking, then banning drugs would stop people from doing drugs. I drank really damn early. Wasn't my best choice in life, but it was my choice. I was in Germany where I could go buy a damn rack of beer at 14 years old. I didn't kill anybody, had a lot of good times, didn't kill anybody, didn't commit any major crimes.
The House is voting now on a resolution.
These people,
debate on an assault weapons
like when they were going through and talking or having the CEOs testify about firearms, and they want to talk about advertisements with kids. You can go find old advertisements from the Sears catalog right now where it showed young kids getting guns for Christmas, and the whole family was happy. And they were less mass shootings at that time.
Congresswoman Beatty and other CBC members.
Children were taught guns are not toys. My 5-year-old knows guns are not toys. My 2-year-old at his level understands that guns are not toys. And they will be taught that throughout their entire lives.
The Congressional Black Caucus will meet this morning to discuss whether to.
The older they are, the more they can understand complex concepts, then the more I will step up their education in firearms. But they'll never be taught firearms are some evil thing because they're not. They're fucking tools. No, you'll never be able to legislate morality. Never, ever. If you could legislate morality, then solving all problems would be very, very easy. You make rape illegal, and all of a sudden, rape's illegal, and no one would ever do it. That shit doesn't work. What you do is focus on having solid nuclear families where kids aren't getting abused and you're not raising psychos. And you will see less issues with stuff like firearms crime or crime in general.
For what purposes, gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the PQ.
Well, we've taught kids for decades that everything is about them. It's all about their feelings. They're complete snowflakes. No one knows what you're going through. And we've completely taken away their ability to cope with any kind of adversity. We run all of these campaigns about bullying instead of saying, hey, when someone bullies you, you defend yourself. When that bully gets up there and tries to bully you, you defend yourself or you defend others against that bully. But no, can't do that anymore. Zero tolerance. If a bully jumps on a kid and a kid defends themselves, and trust me, it was that way when I was in school. Well, if you defend yourself against the bully, well, you get punished just as bad as the bully, because schools, much like politicians, are lazy as hell and don't want to have to actually figure out what happened. Now you have these blue-haired what the fuck ever's in school that want to explain their sexuality and their lifestyle to kindergartners and preschoolers. And we end up with Republicans that are so useless that they can't stand up to any of this. Yeah, Ron Wayne, we'll catch you on the flip, brother. Check back in later on. We'll probably still be going because they'll try to vote on this stuff, I think, probably today. What's up, Vanessa? So yeah, if you throw on some content, maybe I'll bring it up over here. We'll watch it over here, and we'll make funny comments on your channel and pick on you. Nah, we'll watch it though, because God knows there's got to be something better to watch today than what we're watching now, which is our government basically trying to strip all of our rights and freedoms away from us. And see, the full house should be in session right now. There should be many more people on that floor. So we'll see what happens with this when they run this vote through. Yeah, Warsaw, I'm thinking about on another gun I'm going to build hopefully the next few months, doing that PSA top cover on it. Just to see. But who knows? I've still got another side rail. All I have to do is get the rivets. I've still got another side rail that I can mount on one of the other AKs too. So this was supposed to be a 15-minute vote. They'll probably keep this thing running for a while so that they can.
California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker,
member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, and Richie Torres. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Normally, AR lowers depending on where you're getting them.
Gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
You know, if it's a 80% lower, probably 80 to 130, depending on where you're getting it from. You can still get them through Anderson a lot of times. You can catch them on sale. You can still get them for a lot less than that. I want to say these lowers I got through another company. I'd have to look up the company I got them from. I think I paid about 60 a piece for these, which are the 80% lowers. The only problem with some of the places actually running in and getting them cash in hand, like some of the places have them around me, is they're just fucking expensive, man. You're looking at $130 for an 80% lower, which, you know, not long back was a $45 piece of aluminum.
Inform the House these members will vote yes on the previous question.
So this is supposed to be a 15-minute vote. They're just going to keep this vote running and running and running until they get enough Democrats to actually vote to get this rule passed. So when they get through with this vote, then they should start the actual debate on the assault weapons ban itself, started in earnest. So we'll see how that goes and see if Republicans actually talk about assault weapons and not every damn thing else under the sun, and not the subject that's right in front of them. We got a long way to go in this vote, Patriot. I mean, these guys they're gonna ride this out. Like I said, what should have been a 15-minute vote, they're gonna run for probably 30 minutes. It's the same thing as anytime Democrats get into any large power. I mean, we see the same thing that happens every single time. The economy tanks, GDP's down. You have people like Barack Obama talking about, well, this is our new normal. We're not going to have growth. And then when you get someone in who actually lets industry
The House is voting now on whether to
do business, well, then we see our GDP goes through the roof. We have jobs everywhere. Prices are lower.
on the West Coast. Members will also finish work on a bill banning breeding of big cats like lions and tigers.
For what purpose
House
is
lawmakers are
gentlewoman
planning to
from New Hampshire
recess for their
seek
August
recognition?
recess
Madam
when they
Speaker,
complete
as the member
legislative business today.
designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, Ms. Stefanik of New York, and Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, I inform you that Mr. Comer, Ms. Stefanik, and Mr. Joyce will vote no on ordering the previous question.
Well, more than likely, they'll vote right down party lines on this, as usual. You might even see a Republican or two vote for it. Or if they don't vote for it, you might see some people actually vote present, which is just saying that they're there. They just didn't vote for or against it. Well, I mean, guns shouldn't be political, but they are. They have been since the founding of this country, since before the founding of this country. That's what I don't get about a bunch of really large gun tubers who won't touch on things like this because they don't want to be political. They just want to make that money while they can, apparently, instead of actually standing up for the rights of people.
Member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia, pursuant to HBSA, to inform the House that Ms. McBath would vote yes on the previous question.
Dude, if you took the mask off, we'd be able to understand you. That's the major part of us, Patriot. The major part of anybody who believes in freedom and wants to live free, and we want to be left alone. We don't want to have the government in our lives at every minute of the day. We don't want the government to be able to just strip our natural rights away from us at any given moment, or to take products that we legally purchased and all of a sudden make them illegal. But we live in a world where there's going to have to be a lot more people that wake up to this. And there's going to have to be a lot louder voices, a lot larger channels that will actually start talking about this and informing people about it. Will they lose a bunch of followers? Yeah. But they'd have a lot more respect.
Purpose of the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch and Christ of Florida and Ms. Rice of New York, I
that chick is such a hoe bag.
Vote yay on ordering the previous question.
These people get, oh man. People spend millions and millions of dollars to get a position that pays a couple of $100,000. And somehow, a lot of them are millionaires after they're in Congress just for a single term.
As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, and Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Graves, and Mr. Jacobs all will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
Every one of them should have to be there on that floor and voting.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Persona de Speaker, as el designado de Brian Babin de Texas, el designado de Juan Carter de Texas y Troy Nils de Texas, yo dice la casa, todos nosotros van a votar no on the previous question.
What's up, AR? Oh, we're watching the traders do their little traderly acts. So right now they're on a recorded vote to see whether they will actually go ahead and, I guess, begin debate on the assault weapons ban today. So, yeah, we're just hanging out, watching little traders do little tradery things.
For what purpose is the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Byron Donalds from Florida and Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson and Mr. Donalds will vote nay on the previous question.
Yep, pretty much anybody who has lived underneath a communist regime is pretty pissed at our government for doing things like this.
Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the previous question.
You know, if Democrats have their way, they'll run us into the ground. We'll look just like Venezuela, where we have all the resources in the world to be one of the most, or one of the richest countries on the planet, and they're going to have me eating my damn hamster back there. It's like this deal with the chips, the chips bill that they're pushing right now, to be able to make all these chips for devices in the United States. Well, there's a reason we weren't making them in the United States in the first place. It's a pretty dirty process. It's a pretty expensive process. So it's not very EPA friendly. So no one wanted to make them here because the EPA would make it so expensive, no one would be able to afford to do it. So again, it's another issue where our government causes a problem and then they rush through with a bill that's not going to solve the problem, which is just going to give the government more control over an issue, and tell us that we're going to cure your cancer by giving you more cancer. And so it'd be like going to your doctor and your doctor says, hey, guess what, buddy? You got, I don't know, cancer in your kidneys. So we're going to offset that by just going ahead and give you liver cancer on top of it. Well, gee, doc, how's that going to fix the problem? Well, it's not, but we're just going to give you two types of cancer. Maybe the liver cancer will take your mind off the kidney cancer.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as the member designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas and Mr. Troy Nails of Texas and Mr. John Carter, Brian Babin, did I get him of Texas? I don't know if they get to vote twice or not. I informed the House that they will all vote no on the previous question.
I support every American's right to do anything that doesn't wrongfully deprive another American of life, liberty, or property. As long as you're not wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, the government should have a say-so in what you do. If I had 37 machine guns behind me right now and they never hurt a living soul, why would the government even have to be involved in that? All right, hold on, Vanessa, because here's one thing the Democrats are arguing. The Democrats are arguing, and they keep lowballing the number of ARs or semi-automatic rifles in public hands right now, because they're actually going to make the argument that these ARs and AKs and other semi-automatic rifles aren't in common usage. They are only owned by a select small number of Americans. So they're not in common usage. That's going to be one argument that they will make. Now, if they do what I think they're going to do and they pass the bill to pack the Supreme Court, it's not going to matter anyway, because they're going to overload the court with judges who are going to see the Second Amendment the way they want to see it. So common usage isn't going to matter. It's going to be about the right of a militia, and the government will have control over what guns people can own.
Woman from New York seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on H.R. 1300.
But Jeff Corn, if they would just get rid of the $200 tax stamp and all the paperwork you have to do for suppressors, they would all be in common usage. Hell, I can build a really good suppressor for probably $100, $200 of materials. They're not that hard. They're a muffler. It's a tube with baffles. But we can't do that because you have to get the government's permission. It's the same reason they say that, well, only 5% of mass shootings are stopped by good guys with guns, talking about private citizens with guns. So therefore, that's not proof that shootings can be stopped by good guys with guns. It's the fact that you assholes disarm us in most situations, and that's where mass shooters go to kill people, is in situations where they know people are going to be disarmed. So, of course, no one's there to stop that shooter in a lot of cases, unless you do like old boy did in the mall, who walked right past that gun-free zone sign and kept his gun on him. Which I have this condition, this ocular condition, where I don't see gun-free zone signs. They just suddenly become little blurry spots on glass to me.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Sirius, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Now, it's going to be interesting because these people are supposed to go home for about 30 days. So today might end up being another long-ass day talking about this assault weapons ban bill.
Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote no on the previous question. Thanks.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah, they want to not only arm the Capitol Police with more weapons, they also want to expand their offices into other states. The Capitol Police, they want to expand their offices into other states. But they want to take our arms away from us. No, false. I wouldn't even see those. They could put it in big neon letters. Matter of fact, the only sign that I would probably notice with gun and free in the same terms would be if they were actually giving away free guns. I would notice that sign. I'd be skeptical of it, but I'd at least go check it out. Like they disarm you, they put you in situations where you can't defend yourself, and then when you can't respond to the threat, well, then they say that you could never respond to the threat.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
I think we should build a wall, probably 400 foot tall, around the entire DC area. Make sure it's watertight, and then fill it up like a swimming pool. Well, it's what it is. Nancy Pelosi and Democrats want their secret police. And that's exactly what it's going to turn into. especially when you see their appropriations and you look at all the different agencies that are buying so many guns and so many rounds of ammunition for people like the USDA or some shit. If they tape free candy to the sign false, I'd probably just pick the candy up, still not look at the sign. I tell you, one way you solve a lot of this shit, and this would be a bill if I was in Congress that I would push through. One, when you represent a district, you live in that district. There is no living outside of that district. Two, you get paid the lowest salary in your district, or we'll say this, the median salary in your district. That's the salary you get paid. And Congress is only in session 2 months out of the year. Every bill has to be a single page bill. And every bill can only cover a single topic. At the very least, any bill put through, whether House or Senate, should be able to be read by the median American in no less or no more than 2 hours. So your average everyday American should be able to sit down and read the entire bill in no less than 2 hours. And it should be written in very plain language. So whatever the median education level is for Americans, that's who should be able to understand that bill.
For what purpose is a gentleman from Indiana?
So the dumber and dumber they make Americans, the dumber and dumber these bills have to read.
On the previous question.
So again, for what should have been a 15-minute vote, these people are still droning on. And it's funny when you watch these people around the House floor, or when you see video like this around the Senate, there are times where you get a really good look into how friendly each one of these people are with one another. And it tells you a lot about, well, who is representing us. You too, Foss, take it easy, brother. Stay frosty out there. Keep that thing on you at all times. And this is what we will be doing today, I guess. So hopefully we'll keep everybody informed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guthrie from Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on the previous.
Oh, for the love of God, take the diaper off, lady.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Rice will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, and from the House, Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question.
Oh yeah, well, no, dude. Trust me, Warsaw. These people understand that there are a hell of a lot of black gun owners out there, and they don't want these black people armed. They know there are people who are like Tony Simon and Coleon Noir, just to mention two big guys right off the rip. They know there are tons more people like that out there. Everyday average Americans who happen to be black and own guns. They don't want them to own guns, just like they don't want my little white ass owning guns. They know exactly what they're doing. And one of the Republicans the other day in the hearing actually called them out and told them, hey, you guys are the same party that, went against voting rights. You're the same party who voted for segregation. You're the same party that tried to disarm black people or did disarm black people after the Civil War. You're the same party. You haven't changed, not one bit. And he's right. And what kills me is the number of people who are minorities who actually vote for Democrats. That's something I still can't fit into my head. This lie about the party switching and shit like that, which is absolute horseshit. It's always been horseshit, but people buy it. But then again, we have a huge media complex who pushes the Democrats' lies. So there's no wonder that a lot of everyday Americans believe their bullshit. If it wasn't for the ignorance of the American people, 95% of those people up in Congress would not be there. But the American people are ignorant and lazy, so we end up with these rulers. They're not representatives. They're not representing us. They're certainly not there to protect and defend the Constitution, which is supposed to be their job. Yeah, Feinstein, I mean, look at Feinstein. Feinstein gets elected every year. Look at Hank Johnson from Georgia, who thought the island of Guam would tip over if we put more Marines on it. Gets reelected every time he comes up. And many, many others. Look at Nancy Pelosi's old alcoholic ass. I like to sit around and drink. I can at least stay sober long enough during the day to actually make some pretty solid decisions. Look at this chick who basically got voted in as a reality show. So we got at least a couple more minutes before they basically say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and shove this through today, is what this vote will more than likely entail. I am actually surprised, though, that no Republicans have voted for this yet. I expected to see at least one or two by the time this was said and done. So we'll see if they vote. I think well, I don't think there's any doubt the Democrats aren't going to get this rule passed. I think if they get this rule passed, then they will go immediately into debating this assault weapons bill. If they go directly into debating this, then that's, I don't know, that could turn into an all-day affair all by itself. So we'll see. And remember, they just have to go on just a purely on a vote tally. So they don't have to have any sort of majority or anything like that. All they have to do is win by one vote. Yeah, I hope Manchin and Sinema do stop this shit, but I don't have a whole lot of faith in them. They'll figure out something that they can buy them off with on a bill that they want or some other issue that they want, and they'll end up going along with it. So we'll see. There's a lot of shit that's going to happen in between now and just before the midterms. Oh, it's definitely not the first time they've done it. It won't be the last time they'll do it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherflis McCormick, Ms. Strickland, Mr. Huffman, and Mr. Sablon, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on the previous question.
And again, this whole proxy vote stuff is BS. They ought to have their asses right there on the House floor voting. And if you can't bring your ass down on the House floor and vote, well, your vote shouldn't be counted. You are getting paid to do a job. Your job is right there in that House chamber at this time. Much like drop boxes for ballots, I don't believe in drop boxes. I do believe you should have to actually show up to vote. especially after this 2020 election cycle. Yeah, nah, dog. You should have to actually show up to vote. Same day, show up to vote. Votes are counted that day.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the previous question.
Oh, I'm not saying Manchin would take bribes, but Manchin has things that he really believes in, some civil rights stuff and some other issues. And I firmly believe if they can't get him to go one way, then they will pretty much tell him, hey, if you go with us on this, then we will go ahead and schedule votes for these other bills that you've been looking to do for years. So they'll get him to trade us off, basically. Turtle, see, I got issues with the mail-in ballots, and here's why. Me and my wife, when we moved from Georgia to Alabama, we still got mail-in ballots in Georgia. I could have voted in Georgia with a mail-in ballot because I was still on their voter rolls. They never removed me from their voter rolls. My wife was the same way. She got ballots in Georgia. Why we had been living in Alabama for over a year, year and a half, 2 years, something like that. But we still were on voter rolls in Georgia. You know, voting shouldn't be as easy as just mailing something in. If voting is important to you, then you will make a way to go vote. You basically only have to do it really for federal stuff every 2 years, midterm elections and presidential elections. It's like voter ID. If you can't figure out a way to get a state issued ID in 2 years, I really don't want you voting anyway. There's got to be, for anything in this life that is actually worth doing, there's a price for doing it. It's either time and money, maybe a little bit of pain. You know, I didn't like having to stand in line. I think we were there for 4 hours in 2020 when we voted, me and my wife. My dad voted early in Georgia. I think he was there for 8 hours voting early. And these Democrats bring this shit up where you can't even bring someone a bottle of water while they're standing in line in the heat. Bruh, it's November. It can be warm in November. It is not August. It's not that damn hot. Oh, yeah, Turtle, yeah. For people who are military, serving out of state and stuff like that, yeah, by all means, man. there should be a way, mail-in ballot, whatever, for them. By all means. Now, here's the funny thing Democrats won't talk about a lot of times is pretty much every election they will try to discount overseas military ballots. And they will do that because they know that a lot of overseas military ballots are not going to be Democrat ballots. They did that shit a couple of times where we were overseas, and when it was time to vote, well, they either got ballots out late, or it was a situation where ballots were going to come in late, so they were trying to discount them. They go through it every single fucking year. Well, every election year, I should say. But see, much like with a lot of other things, Democrats want this to be done in a way where it makes it a lot easier for them to collect votes from people, to farm votes out, and to cheat their asses off. I still want to know that truck driver that said he drove ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. I still want to know, since he signed an affidavit on that and swore under penalty of law, whatever happened with that guy. Because no one disproved what he said. They didn't say you weren't there. They didn't say that you didn't have ballots on your truck. That truck had a GPS on it. He's handling ballots and federal mail. They know where that truck's at every second of every day. How come no one could discount what he was saying? And for those of you who don't know, there was a truck driver in 2020 election that said he drove a truckload, a semi-truckload of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. And those ballots got counted in Pennsylvania. Come on, where's the last 10 dumbasses? Let's get this vote done and let's get on with this shit. This was supposed to be a 15-minute vote. But anyway, hey, you guys are getting some good pictures of one of the largest crime families on this planet. They get to make laws that don't apply to them. They get to make laws that they give themselves carve-outs for. They get to do insider trading. And they get to use the guns and the force of government to take your rights away from you. It's been a while since I looked at it. I can't remember how many millionaires there are in the halls of Congress these days. And how many people that weren't millionaires before they started serving in Congress. Ah, shit. They've gone so long, it's making me resume playback. Yes, I'm still here. Yes. Why do you have to make me do this?
Follow and engage with C-SPAN on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at C-SPAN.
Oh, for the love of God. So I guess we're just waiting on these last 10 useless pieces of skin to show up and actually cast a damn vote. So they started this at 9 o'clock. So we've already been going 2 hours on this crap already. Most of it just for this vote, which is supposed to be a 15-minute vote. Come on with this shit. Wonder how big a magnet we would have to find to place on top of that building to attract a meteorite to just nail it. I guess the other 10 people are just hanging out in the bathroom right now. I guess. Jesus Christ. Just about drive to Virginia and tell them to hurry up by the time they get done finding these last 10 hostages. I guess they got to go find. Of course, they're probably just all hanging out making deals to sell more of our freedom down the road. Everybody's all nice and buddy, just hanging out. I guess they're trying to kill us all with boredom so we don't have to see them finish this vote. Of course, they should be setting up too. They should be setting up to actually start debating this bill as soon as this vote's done with. So we'll see. Because this is just basically on the rule change itself, since they added this to the calendar last night. I guess I could go ahead and finish out that cobalt blue frame while I'm sitting here waiting for these morons to actually vote. Yep, Bull. So we're waiting on them to the last 10 people here, I guess, to go ahead and vote on this rule, and then they'll start debate on the assault weapons ban of 2022, which is pretty much the same assault weapons ban as that was in 2021, or the same one that was in 2020, or the one before that, 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 or the one before that. I think the only thing they really change, I think, in this assault weapons ban is the magazine limits. Instead of 10, they actually are going to allow us to have 15 rounds in each mag. No, this is the idiot running the rules committee right now. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, give them a little while, Bull. They probably will ban your nuts. God knows as much as they like banning everything else. What's up, man, against the masses? Let's see something on this assault weapons ban anyway. So, of course, it's got 212 sponsors, all Democrats. So far, no Republicans have signed on to it yet. Related bills. Keep America Safe Act, Assault Weapons Ban of 2021, Keep America Safe Act, the Senate bill. HR 2510. I should have covered this bill already. Okay, yeah, this was the large magazine, or the high capacity large magazine, or large ammunition feeding device bill. So those are the related bills with that. What's up, Mike? Well, I pray they don't ban them either, brother, but they damn sure gonna try. And again, we're still waiting on the last 10 people to vote, and apparently they're having a powwow somewhere and not voting. Oh, well, the ultimate goal is going to be just like they've done in other countries, and it is to absolutely ban every damn thing. We already know where they want to go with it. Hell, Feinstein's been on TV saying before, if she knew she could ban all guns and collect all guns, she'd do it. And a lot of these other Democrat senators and Congress people, and I mean, they sure as hell want to ban everything. Or they want to make you have to jump through so many hoops, it might as well be a ban. If you go back through history, pretty much every dictatorship has started out by banning their citizens from owning arms, whether it was swords, knives, bows and arrows, you name it. Yeah, Venezuela, you're talking about a country with oil reserves that could make everybody in that country rich. And they're in a position where they don't have any zoo animals anymore because they had to kill them all to eat them. You know, and I guess it was 2017. I did some classes up in LJ, Georgia. And one of the guys that was in classes
On
with
this
us.
vote, the yeas are
here we go.
216 and the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those
Madam
in favor
Speaker.
say aye.
Madam Speaker,
Those
they're not going to do
opposed
it.
say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
He said he texted you, or what is the...
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Okay, so now we're back to another vote on the
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek
the only
recognition?
difference here
Madam
is,
Speaker,
is
as the member
most of
designated
these
by Mr.
idiots
Rice
are
of South
already on the
Carolina,
floor,
Mr.
so
Katko
this
of New
vote
York,
shouldn't
Mr.
take
Gonzalez
that
of
long.
Ohio. I inform the House that Mr. Rice, Gonzalez, and Katko will vote nay on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman
Wait,
from
this-
Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that she will vote aye on H Resolution 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as the member designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas and Mr. Tornado of Texas, I inform the House that they will both vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the House Res 1300. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
As a member, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote no on HRES 1300.
Maybe they can actually keep this vote down to a 5-minute vote.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Byer of Virginia, I inform the House Mr. Byer will vote aye on HRES 1300.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, Mr. Green of Tennessee, and Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Green, and Mr. Van Drew all will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Rupersberger, Ms. Trahan, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Jones, I inform the House these members.
I hope this vote doesn't take longer than 5 minutes. The last vote that was supposed to be a 15-minute vote took well over an hour.
As a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson.
And these are just the votes to get on with the show. These aren't even the votes on bills or anything like this. This is just to go ahead and start the debate.
Does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffrey of New York pursuant to House
So-
Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on H.R. 1300.
Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Macbeth.
Well, they're clicking right along so far on this one.
The House of Ms. Macbeth will vote yes on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, Ms. Stefanik of New York and Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, I inform that Mr. Comer, Ms. Stefanik, and Dr. Joyce will vote no on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Deutsch of Florida and Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the measure.
Where are all these people at? Why are they not in the chamber right now?
Vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek
Thanks,
recognition?
Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSaulnier of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman
They're
from
supposed to
Ohio
be at
seek
work. They're supposed to be doing their jobs. Why are they phoning it in?
Member designated by Mr. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the HRES 1300.
Oh yeah, G. This will bounce straight down party lines.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guthrie from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens and Ms. Bustos, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolorsky and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House
Oh
that Ms.
boy,
Wolorsky
boy.
and Ms.
Come
Sparks
on with
will
it,
vote
guys.
no
Just
on the rule.
vote.
Get over here. For what purpose does the gentlewoman
And
from Missouri
part of this is Republicans are just trying to tie this up with a whole lot of BS, just dragging it out.
Will vote nay on the rule.
purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on HRES 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Scherfurlis McCormick, Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on HRES 1300.
Oh, boy. I wish we could all send them all to Nancy Pelosi's house, let them all eat ice cream, let them stay there, and never allow them back in the halls of Congress again.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Alvio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, and Mr. Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1300.
Come on, it's supposed to be a 5-minute vote. 5 minutes is over.
This vote on a resolution allowing expedited debate on bills today. There's been quite a bit of reporting in the past couple of days on the assault weapons ban and policing bill being delayed until mid-August, but it now may come up in the House today. Passing this resolution would allow that to happen.
Hopefully in November, we get rid of a bunch of dirt bags and actually get in some people who are who actually have some respect for the Constitution and more respect for individual liberty versus the power of government. But we'll see. It would be nice to see some places like Oregon and others actually vote for people who represent, you know, a real swing in people's beliefs. So getting back to the Constitution, getting back to personal freedom, personal liberty, personal responsibility. So we'll see how this actually goes. And the sad part is, even if Republicans got basically super majorities in the House and in the Senate, they won't do a single damn thing to actually do away with gun control. I pretty much bet money on it, because they've had those super majorities before and haven't. Mike, a lot of it is racist, brother. A lot of it is exactly racist. Yep, ban talk, that's pretty much what it is. It's a tyrant social. That's a good way to put it. All these people with all their private security who go about their lives disconnected from average everyday acts that all of us do, because the vast majority of them don't even put gas in their own cars, want to tell us how we should live our lives or what we should be able to own. And the next push, if you guys missed some of it, and I've covered it before in some of my paper cuts videos, one of the next pushes is going to be to put guns underneath the Consumer Product Safety Boards. That way the Consumer Product Safety Board can start telling gun manufacturers what they have to do to make firearms safe. Yeah, Bull Rush, unfortunately, no, there's not really a two-party system. There is a ruling class, and then there's us. Would I like to see something in the neighborhood of a two-party system where one party actually stands up for rights? Yeah, I would. I would like to see the Libertarian Party basically take over the Republican Party. In other words, I would like to see a group of people take over the Republican Party that actually believe in the Constitution. This whole argument about the government doing things for the greater good should absolutely terrify anybody with any sense. The government doesn't work on the basis of doing things for the greater good. Anytime that they do, get ready, because some really bad shit's about to happen. And again, we've got what should be a 5-minute vote going as long as it has to ensure that all the Democrats get counted. Yeah. Yeah, fire. Yeah, I've got to. If some of you haven't seen the videos I did on writing my Congress critters, I'm about to start firing off some more letters to my Congress critters, and which means I will probably get some of the same canned ass responses that I got from them in that last round that I wrote them. Obviously, they really didn't give a shit, because here we are with the frame and receivers regulations still coming. Pistol braces, those regulations aren't going away. And then they're fixing to try to drop a whole nother round of actual laws on top of us, not just the regulations, which regulations that have the force of law.
The yeas are 218, the nays are 206. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Dude, Bull, let me know what you think of that trigger, man. I've got to check out a couple different triggers and drop into some guns.
Before the House, an enrolled bill.
H.R. 4346, an act making appropriations for legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 8167.
The gentleman's request is accepted. What purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered to be the first sponsor of H.R. 783, a bill originally introduced by Representative Young of Alaska for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative David Price, be removed from H.R. 7769, the Helicopter Safety and Noise Management Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on July 28, 2022 at 5:13 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 3369, that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 7334, H.R. 7352. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
All right, let's see whether they actually start debate on this assault weapons ban sometime today.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1254 and Rule 18, the chair declares that the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 5118. The chair appoints the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Okay, how do I move this down? The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5118, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to prioritize the completion of the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail and for other purposes.
Roll, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in House Resolution 1254 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5118.
That request cannot be entertained in the Committee of the Whole.
All right, Madam Chair, I thank the chair for her courtesy, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 5118, the wildfire response.
All right, so I guess they're going to go through and they're going to debate a couple other bills, and more than likely they'll come back around and jump on the assault weapons bill. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave this running and just let this ride out. But I've got to go pick my daughter up. So just basically for run time, and so I can keep an eye on it. I'm going to let this ride and just keep on running through, and I'll just pick up where I left off once I get back with my daughter. And we'll see whether they actually do get to debate on this assault weapons ban, since they passed the rule so that they can do it today. So we'll see when they actually get around to picking up debate and actually trying to vote on it. So it's probably going to be a very long day, kids. So like I said, I'm going to leave this running. You guys take them easy. Just pop in and out, check on it, and I'll be back on here. I don't know. I'll probably be gone for about 45 minutes at least before I actually get back. But I'm going to leave it running. So we'll have fun. I'll just throw this guy at full screen, and we'll go from there. So later, perps. I'll catch you guys in a little while.
Chairwoman Maloney, Chairwoman Johnson, Chairwoman DeFazio, Chairman Pallone, Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Velasquez, Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and House leadership for helping bring this package to the floor. This is exactly the kind of response that our constituents desperately want to see from the Congress. H.R. 5118 provides a whole-of-government response to the droughts and the wildfires impacting American communities across the country, and it
This is a disgrace and will hurt our fire preparedness and response. As if that weren't enough, the bill would create new pay disparities by leaving out 10,000 brave men and women fighting fires from receiving new benefits. That's roughly 40% of the federal firefighting workforce. Some of my Western colleagues will soon speak about the water provisions in this bill, but I want to say that the bill misses the mark on drought as well by proposing more than $4 billion in new authorizations and has unlimited mandatory spending. Once again, the other side of the aisle is passing on more debt to our future generations, and we see what uncontrolled spending has done to our economy with inflation, with high energy prices, high food prices, and really higher prices across the board. We're now in according to conventional economics, we've had 2 quarters of economic decline, and we're in a recession. Why would we want to put more government funding in debt on our constituents? I do not understand. It would also devote some of these dollars to studies, research, and environmental water restoration projects that will not provide any water in the near term. It picks winners and losers in water projects, ignoring the need for expanded water storage reservoirs, the kind of infrastructure investment that has made the West what it is today, and it's necessary to ensure a drought-resilient future. This bill offers a one-dimensional approach to solving the Western drought that has impacted the entire country through decreased agricultural production. Reservoirs operated by the Bureau of Reclamation provide needed water to 10 million acres of farmland that collectively grow 60% of the nation's vegetables and 1/4 of our fresh fruit and nut crops. By throwing money at an issue and not recognizing that regulatory streamlining to expand water storage and efficiency of operations to promote drought resiliency should be part of this equation. This bill fails not only the West, but everyone who buys food nationwide. Put another way, this bill fails every American household. This is bad policy and bad process. Democrats cobbled together this 550-plus page bill behind closed doors, and not one wildfire provision was marked up in the Committee on Natural Resources. Republican members made real attempts to provide alternatives and additions to this bill. Dozens of regulatory streamlining amendments that could have helped provide water or immediately prevented wildfires were submitted to the Rules Committee by Republicans, only to be ignored. Even the majority of bipartisan amendments were rejected. This is an abomination of process, but it's nothing new that we're seeing on this House floor. If you were here last night, you know the NEPA streamlining bill, the Senate NEPA streamlining bill was parachuted in at the last minute. It was put on the suspension calendar, and I hope this bill passes during the next voting series, but we should be doing NEPA revisions through hearings and through markups and through regular order. And if it takes getting one dropped on the suspension calendar by the Senate, I guess we'll have to take what we've got. But it would be nice if we could actually debate these and come up with more NEPA streamlining. In the midst of historic drought conditions and what is on track to be the most devastating wildfire season on record, we simply cannot afford to confuse motion with action. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this partisan package and instead work together on real solutions to prevent wildfires. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, let me just say this. The gentleman's entitled to his own opinion, but not to his own facts. And I take great umbrage in his reference to the word disgrace. He knows, and my colleagues know just as well as anyone in this chamber, that the pay increase that was authorized by the bipartisan infrastructure law, which, by the way, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against all but 13 of them, that pay increase expires a year from now. Every wildland firefighter in the United States will receive a pay diminution if this bill isn't passed. If we don't authorize the pay increases that are in this bill, it is a disgrace to suggest anything otherwise. With that, Madam Chair, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lawford.
Court is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for his leadership on this issue. You know, climate
assets, and yes, to use science in the fight against wildfires. And I'm proud of the chair and ranking member of the Science Committee who've turned their attention to the things that can be done to advance funding for the critical research that's happening at places like San Jose State University and their Wildfire Interdisciplinary Research Center. We can't prevent all disasters, but Madam Chair, we can use our power, use our science to better prepare, to better counter these disasters, and yes, to make sure that those who are victimized by the disasters are treated fairly. They're our neighbors. We need to help them in their time of loss. I thank the Speaker for making this a priority, and Mr. News, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields, the gentleman from Colorado reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I just want to point out, those weren't my words. That was the information we got from the U.S. Forest Service that said there's no funding in this bill. This bill passes without additional funding in the future. They will have to lay off 610 wildland firefighters. So maybe there's going to be a bill in the future to pour more money into the Forest Service, but this bill doesn't do it. And now I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and his leadership on this issue. If there's anyone that should be leading this discussion, it would be somebody whose career was as a professionally trained forester who actually knows this topic. I rise in opposition to this legislation. Wildfire is a national crisis that we must confront immediately. Tens of millions of acres are overgrown and unhealthy. But this bill won't meet those challenges or provide the Forest Service with the tools that they need to combat this threat. The Forest Service has already announced a strategy to treat 50 million acres. Mandating a new plan is duplicative, removes flexibility, creates restrictions, and limits projects. This bill authorizes billions for recreation, wilderness programs, and old growth, which have nothing to do with protecting communities and mitigating wildfire. Because this is only authorizing legislation, the Forest Service would be directed to carry out the provisions without being provided the necessary funding. Additionally, there are none of the much needed regulatory reforms that would allow the Forest Service to increase the pace and scale of restoration and wildfire mitigation. There have been no committee hearings, markups, stakeholder feedback, or technical assistance. The majority also blocked nearly every amendment filed from even being debated today. Provisions within the Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction are largely unvetted, but are being crammed into this 558-page bill, which we only first saw last week. And Madam Speaker, let me just say on the issue of firefighter, I serve as a state certified firefighter. So on behalf of my brothers and sisters, I appreciate what they do. Those who fighting wildfires or structure fires. But I agree with the ranking member here that the Forest Service own words have said that they were going to have to lay off more than 610 wildlife firefighters because of this bill. What my brothers and sisters who are wildland firefighters need more than anything else are other firefighters. They are the primary tool when it comes to battling these conflagrations. And so this bill is an insult to them, an authorizing bill that provides no additional funds. And quite frankly, I just urge a no vote and yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized. Arkansas, I'm sorry. The gentleman reserves, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Learning is rich. My colleagues will vote against the authorization for wildland firefighter pay, and then when we fight for the appropriation, they'll vote against it too. So it's a bit difficult to hear them make those claims. I also would say that the 10-year Forest Service management plan is something we support. I support. I'm glad to hear my colleagues support it because they all voted against it. Literally a year ago, we passed a bill in this chamber to authorize the Forest Service to spend $20 million to invest in forest management in Idaho, in Colorado, in Utah, in Arizona, and Nevada. Where were they? They voted against it. Now they claim to support it, and yet they'll vote against a bill that authorizes more projects along those same
displacing Americans from their homes, and the potential collapse of Texas's power grid from extreme heat and unreliable fossil fuel power plants. Just this week, in my home state of New Jersey, Governor Murphy is encouraging residents to conserve water due to dry conditions. And the impacts of climate and extreme weather are truly being felt everywhere. And that's why I'm proud to support this package of common sense proposals, including many from the Energy and Commerce Committee, to mitigate the effects of extreme weather on our electric grid and water resources. I just wanted to highlight a couple of the key provisions from our committee. The bill includes legislation from Representative O'Halloran requiring the federal government to identify grid infrastructure that is vulnerable to natural disasters. It includes Representative Caston's legislation to ensure that different regions of the country can share power during extreme weather events. The legislation also includes a provision from Representative Panetta to increase the energy resilience and productivity of critical facilities through investments in microgrids, energy storage, and energy efficiency. And finally, it includes two provisions championed by Representative McNerney. The first would help water systems implement water loss control programs and water efficiency programs, and the second directs the federal government to study the needed visibility for standards to ensure that power plants are capable of operating in drought conditions. Now, Madam Chair, this legislation is essential to helping us address the climate crisis, and frankly, this legislation should garner overwhelming bipartisan support. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would oppose the bill. They have farmers in their district whose crops are ravaged by drought. They represent homeowners displaced by wildfires, and they certainly have constituents who use the power grid. Extreme weather clearly threatens our security, but my Republican colleagues seem content to watch the world burn. But I'm not, and neither are my Democratic colleagues. That's why I'll vote for H.R. 5118 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized. I keep wanting to put you in Nebraska. Arkansas is recognized.
One of those states in the middle of the country, one of those flyover cities. Arkansas. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there's a lot of talk about the IIJA and what a great bill it was. And, it was the largest infrastructure bill passed in the history of the world. And it was so important. It never even went through a committee here in the House. Came right out to the House floor. And it seems like all we're doing is fixing it. We've got a suspension bill we'll be voting on later that fixes the problem that was in the IIJA. And I'm confused why my colleague is pushing this bill that would not do much of the core work in the IIJA, including the $170 million that would go to his district under the current 10-year strategy. I think it's another example of why we have to do regular order. We have to bring these bills to committee, and we want to solve these problems, but you have to have real solutions to solve a problem. And there are examples of how we can do bipartisan work to fix forestry. And with that said, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman. 1 minute to the gentleman from California who is working on bipartisan forestry legislation.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his work. This is probably one of the most important areas that his knowledge he works on when it comes to the forest, and the healthy forest, and making sure they're there for the future. I rise today in support of my work, which would simply establish a program to incentivize larger communities to integrate nearby smaller rural communities into their drinking water systems. The smaller communities' drinking water wells run dry. Now, in our district, the community of Julesville has run out of water. As the groundwater table drops and aging infrastructure fails or becomes obsolete, while the long-term solution is to connect Julesville to the city of Exeter drinking water system, that could be expensive for both Exeter and Julesville. This amendment would reduce connection costs for Julesville residents, while also enabling Exeter to increase its water supply to meet increased demands from its customers. Now, Tulare County advises me that if California's droughts continue, more small and rural communities in our district with older infrastructure can be the exact same thing. Groundwater tables drop, making this amendment even more important. We cannot leave our western communities vulnerable to drought and aging infrastructure, and I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Now, Madam Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record of letters supporting my amendment from the County of Tulare, County of Kern, City of Exeter, all which are located actually running out of water. But it's not that we don't have enough water. In those wet years, we can save it. We can even pump it in the ground to bring it back out. But in California, at times they care more about the fish. Water goes out to the ocean. We're talking about desal. So we'd spend millions of dollars creating a desalination plant for the fresh water we put into the ocean, make it salt water, and bring it back into fresh water. Why would we just store those dry years? You know, we've worked on this issue for quite some time. We actually think the greatest return on the investment would be to just lift Shasta Dam reservoir. If you simply enlarged it, you could store more. You know, we got to a bipartisan bill, the WIN Act, working with Dianne Feinstein. It passed this House, big numbers. It passed the Senate with more than 70 votes. But you know what happened after it passed? Speaker Pelosi and other Democrats fought it. Actually killed the ability that California could determine their own destiny. And now today, we come down, and this is supposed to be a wildfire bill. In my state, we have wildfires all the time. We have one raging right now. We have a very large one in Yosemite. And also in California, we're blessed. We're the only state in the world that grows a giant spruce. You all know that iconic tree. You all know it's here before it grows 2,000 to 3,000 years old. History tells us the only major time we've ever seen a giant sequoia of them die was in 1297. Normally it just died because it gets so large and they tumble. Do you realize in the last 2 years we've lost 20% of all the giant sequoias? There's a warning right now that we could lose them all in the next couple of years. Firefighters right now are risking their lives to protect them. But you know what? This body can be very proud of the fact that
understand why there's some confusion on the side regarding the firefighter pay provision, because again, my colleagues voted against increasing firefighter pay a year ago when the bipartisan infrastructure bill was before this body. So I understand that they're prepared to vote against it again. I would just simply say, with respect to the provisions of this bill and whether they're bipartisan or partisan or not, I suspect that Representative Walker, whose HR 4505 is in this bill, would disagree. I suspect HR 5345, the bill introduced by Mr. Moore, which is also in this bill, I think tends to refute that fact. But in any event, I'll digress from there and I'll yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Comments recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join my colleagues in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. I support this bill because we are in the midst of a crisis. After decades of severe drought, the Colorado River, which supplies water to 40 million people across 7 states, is on the brink of collapse. The future of Arizona and the entire American Southwest depends on how we respond. Bold action to protect our water supply has never been more important, and the federal government needs to act with the urgency before it's too late. The Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act is a necessary step to help our communities deal with the impacts of climate change and a drier future. It builds on the investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law to use our water more efficiently, and it includes my legislation to provide $500 million for immediate action to protect critical water levels in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Time is of the essence. We must act now. We cannot allow this crisis to turn into a catastrophe. I urge my colleagues to save the Colorado River, save the American Southwest, and support this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Pimento.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is the Democratic equivalent of fiddling while our forests burn. They call it the Wildfire Response and Water Resiliency Act, but while it spends lavishly, it accomplishes almost nothing. Now, for 14 years in Congress, I've dealt extensively with issues of fire and water, and here's what I've learned. Excess timber will always come out of the forest. Either we will carry it out, or nature will burn it out. When we carried it out by logging, we enjoyed healthy forests and a thriving economy. We stopped active forest management decades ago due to radical environmental laws that have made it impossible. Today, our forests are now morbidly overgrown, and nature is again burning out the excess. Now, this bill does nothing to reform the laws that have made active forest management impossible, and instead it consigns us to fight a losing battle that will cost us our forests for generations to come. When it comes to water, droughts are nation's fault. They happen. But water shortages are our fault. They're the choice we made when the same radical laws made new dam construction impossible. Dams save water from wet years so that we have plenty in the dry ones. It will not solve our water shortage until we build more dams, and we can't build more dams until we overhaul these same laws. Instead, this bill pours hundreds of millions of dollars into desalination. The most successful desalination plant is in Carlsbad, California. And at a time when we can't guarantee enough electricity to keep your lights on, Carlsbad consumes enough electricity to power 250 homes in order to produce enough water for one home. This bill is perfect. It will consume billions of dollars of our resources while condemning us to a dismal future of chronic forest fires and water shortages.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horstman.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see you at the chair. I'd like to thank Chairman Grijalva for yielding the time and bringing this important bill to the floor, and I applaud my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for leading this legislation. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Resilience Act. As a native of Las Vegas, I grew full. Madam Speaker, Nevada and much of the west of the U.S. has experienced a very hot and dry summer, fueling drought and even fires in some areas. In this year's appropriation bill, we secured $6 million for Lake Mead Las Vegas Wash Program to directly address the falling water levels. And this legislation, the Wildfire Response and Resiliency Act, will further address some of the issues being caused by this heat and drought. This package represents 49 individual member bills, bringing together many great ideas and solutions to the problem. Madam Speaker, it establishes new hiring authorities and minimum basic pay for the brave men and women who serve as wildland firefighters. It provides $500 million to prevent key reservoirs like Lake Mead from declining to unsafe levels. It invests in drought-proof water infrastructure like water recycling and desalination projects. And Madam Speaker, this legislation also secures water reliability for Indian country, invests $1 billion in tribal clean water access, and it will support the development of modern water management data and technology. HR 5118 will protect and restore important ecosystems, and I encourage this body to pass this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sadly, many of the water and power users in the Colorado Basin were not consulted on this $500 million Colorado River provision and don't even know what it will be used for. That's another reason why we should actually work on these issues in committee and have a bipartisan markup. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Westman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I cannot support the entirety of the package we are considering today, I am grateful that my bipartisan bicameral Saline Lakes Ecosystems in the Great Basin States Program Act was included in this bill. This important legislation, which moved through the House Natural Resources Committee with unanimous support, will be the first step addressing our challenges that many Utahns know we're going through right now with the Great Salt Lake and other saline lakes. Let me say a special thank you to my friend from California, Congressman Huffman, who he and I disagree on many issues, the entirety almost of this bill or this approach, but I do appreciate the relationship that I've been able to establish so we can get this to the point where we got. It is very important to my state to have this. My state legislature has been working on this, and our governor, it's been a key aspect. Let me add one piece about what we're going to be talking about today is we have exceptional Republican team led by Mr. Westman have exceptional ideas on how to get out ahead of this issue that we're facing with wildfires, and we want to have that voice and that be able to be implemented. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just simply say, I want to say thank you to my Republican colleague and neighbor from Utah, and that we're glad we can get his bill into this important bipartisan wildfire response and drought resiliency package. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding. I also want to thank the work put in by Chairman Rahal. I rise to speak, Madam Chair, on the support wildfire response and drought resiliency act. This bill includes many long-fought initiatives to address the mega drought and year-round wildfires we see in Arizona. Arizona's first congressional district encompasses rural and tribal communities, 6 national forests, 3 tribal forests, along with the Grand Canyon. There's no longer a wildfire season in northern Arizona. Deadly wildfires happen year-round. These fires threaten our homes, businesses, and communities. Included within the final package are several bills that address key policy steps we can take to address wildfires, drought, public safety in our national forest. This legislation allows for the hiring of more forest service law enforcement officers, which will improve safety, oversight for our forests, especially during high-risk days where fires can start in an instant. Another critical provision will create a grant program to remove
species like salt cedars that contribute to drought and fire conditions. Importantly, also within this package are two tribal water settlements that I've fought for since 2017, arriving in Congress: the White Mountain Apache Tribe and the Havasupai Tribe water settlements. The tribes have been waiting decades for these federal approvals. In addition, these settlements will provide the state of Arizona with greater surety in its water future. Today, I'm looking forward to joining my colleagues gathered here to vote to pass this critical package of bills. And I want to also acknowledge that there is a tremendous amount of work over decades that has not been done by this Congress, and it has to be complete. And I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I want to thank my friend from Arkansas for allowing me to speak on this important issue. Madam Speaker, rural communities, as you know, across the country are plagued by persistent drought and catastrophic wildfires, especially communities in the western United States. As a representative for the Washington's 4th Congressional District and as chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, I have been consistently calling for these issues to be taken up in committees and here on the House floor. In one sense, I'm very glad that our colleagues from across the aisle are finally realizing just how crucial these issues are, but I'm disappointed by the fact that today's rushed package of provisions fails to address the root challenges that we face in the West and ignores a myriad of solutions that were offered by my Republican colleagues. Rather than fixing our broken duplicative requirements under the National Environmental Policy Act, this package adds more regulation and bureaucratic red tape rather than enhancing opportunities for long-term water storage infrastructure and offering any type of lasting solutions for forest and species management. It focuses on adding environmental studies and prioritizing environmental justice. Madam Speaker, my colleagues and I submitted numerous amendments that would actually solve these problems to encourage additional water storage, active land forest management, common sense reforms to the Endangered Species Act, and critically needed domestic energy and timber development. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Democrats refuse to even let these amendments be considered for debate. This bill fails to address the actual problems facing rural communities and will likely exacerbate the very issues Democrats claim the bill addresses. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I would say I have great respect for my colleague from Washington. We've worked together closely in the past. I would just say we are considering a number of amendments today, including an amendment from the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy, who spent a great deal of time on the floor just a few moments ago talking about his particular amendment. But in any event, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Stensberg.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act, as wildfires have been burning across my home state of New Mexico, and our life-giving Rio Grande has dried for the first time in decades in significant stretches of the river. This bill is vital to supporting our communities as they are responding to the impacts and working to build a more resilient future. This year, communities across our state have been battling unprecedented wildfires that have devastated homes and livelihoods and taken the lives of 4 first responders just a couple of weeks ago from Bernalillo County in my home district, exacerbated by a millennial drought and the impacts of global climate change. But we are New Mexicans and we are resilient, and this bill, which includes our wildfire legislation and 3 of my water bills, are crucial to the future of our state. And that is why I am so incredibly grateful for the leadership of this body, to Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, my good friend Representative Joe Neguse, our amazing committee chairman, Mr. Grijalva, for their incredible leadership address drought and wildfire across our country. These bills will empower our communities, our tribes, and our pueblos who have depended on these life-giving waters since time immemorial, our acequias and our land grants who have depended on these lands and waters for generations, and empower our communities with tools, resources, and science to meet the moment. My Bipartisan Water Data Act will help unlock the power of big data and science to help transform water management across the United States. Our Rio Grande Water Security Act will help to create a framework for collaboration and innovation to keep water in our precious river. The Water Smart Access for Tribes Act will help to lower barriers so that our tribes and pueblos can access vital funding for water security projects, and our Hermit's Peak bill will help to make our communities who have been devastated by wildfires whole again. Madam Speaker, we must pass the Wildfire Response and Drought Resilience Act, and we must pass it to prevent more devastating fires, to pass it to ensure that our life-giving rivers do not continue to run dry, and we must pass this legislation so that our communities have the tools and the resources that they need to remain resilient. The time to act is now, and the time to support our communities is now. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is a just transition to so-called clean energy? We've been hearing the term all week from my colleagues across the aisle. Does a just transition mean the highest inflation in 40 years with record energy prices? Does it mean handing out billions of dollars to the Green Socialist lobby? Does a just transition mean we let our federal forests burn year over year without maintaining them? Or does it mean we don't give tribes the same ability to take care of the forests the states have? Just transition means some, but not all, can maintain the spaces around them. And I'm disappointed that my amendment was not included in today's bill. My amendment would have enabled Native tribes and counties who had to live with the unmanaged forests around them to have an opportunity to help our forests be healthy. I stand in opposition to this bill for a lot of reasons, just two of which are not including tribes and counties in this so-called wildfire response package.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Litter Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman and Chairman Grijalva, and everybody who has worked to bring this bill to the floor today. A historic drought has forced ranchers in our parched eastern plains to sell their cattle early. We don't collect and share data about our precious water resources with the ranchers, tribes, and farmers who need it most. 4 brave firefighters lost their lives battling wildfires across my beautiful state. 5 more people died in the fires and the floods from the burn scars. Today, I honor each of those 9 souls and their grieving friends and family. The Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act is like a gentle monsoon rain falling on our thirsty landscape. It brings real solutions to these problems. It includes my Hermit's Peak Cat Canyon Fire Bill to compensate those who lost their ancestral homes, businesses, and ranches when the Forest Service started not 1, but 2 fires that became an inferno of destruction. These fires scorched 534 square miles of land in Mora, San Miguel, and Taos counties. When I visited the burn scar, Brandon Bustos, a 3rd grader evacuated from his beloved village, said, "Mora will be back, I guarantee it." He has not given up on his future, and neither have I, and neither have any of us who will vote for this bill, because this bill will help Mora rebuild. It will pay firefighters a minimum wage that is necessary because they risk their lives for us. It will invest in burn centers of excellence, in the science, technology, and data sharing we need to build resiliency and make every precious drop of water count, because agua sí es vida. I urge my colleagues to vote for it today. Thank you.
appreciate it. No, I appreciate Mr. Deuce working on this legislation here, but to have this all in a catch-all bill, in my home state of California, the two biggest things going on are wildfire and drought, other than politics. And so to have so little time to put this together, I wish we had more time to work on this. I appreciate he included a small piece on biochar that I was working on, but the big picture here is the drought is affecting so much of my state. These crops this year, many of them, 100% of them is used in the United States. Hundreds of thousands of acres being left out. People in this country will not see these crops come from California or the U.S. They'll come from other countries if we get them at all. And on the forestry side, I had a Dixie fire last year. It was a million acres, and yet we're going to take the power away from the Forest Service to move at already a glacial pace of 1% per year under their 10-year plan of treating forest lands, take away 600 of their staff, and basically just make it that much slower for Forest Service to respond. So between the drought and the weaponizing possibly of monitoring against farmers of water supply, we're going backwards on this. So I'm disappointed. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chair. I would say first, we are glad that we got Mr. LaWaltz's HR 4505 into this bill and look forward to supporting it today. I just have to again respond to this argument that's been made about the 10-year plan. I would hope that my colleagues and I could agree to argue the merits of the bill based on the text of the bill. The bill makes clear that the activities of the Forest Service is mandated to implement include the Wildfire Crisis Landscape Investment Plan entitled Confronting the Wildfire Crisis Initial Landscape Investments to Protect Communities and Improve Resilience in America's Forests, dated April 2022. What is that document? That's the 10-year plan that the Forest Service authorized that we voted for back last November. So this codifies that and builds upon it by giving the Forest Service more resources to do even more landscape restoration and forest management across the country. With that, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Woods.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today with my daughters in strong support of H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. This legislation includes my bill, the Salton Sea Project Improvements Act, which will take strong action to address the crisis at the Salton Sea. In our region, drought and reduced water flows into the Salton Sea have led to deteriorating water quality and toxic dust that threatens local communities' health. My bill will authorize $250 million the Bureau of Reclamation can spend on the Salton Sea and expand the types of transformative projects at the sea. This will ultimately strengthen our all-hands-on-deck approach to this environmental and public health crisis by expanding the Bureau's ability to work with state, local, and tribal partners in the area. I urge my colleagues to swiftly pass this drought and wildfire bill, and I urge the Senate to do the same. I yield back.
Remind all members to refrain from references to guests on the floor. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Ranking Member Westerman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. As it stands now, this bill will make a vast swath of land inaccessible, making it harder for firefighters to respond. This bill's approach to wildfires is backwards. The people of Montana and across the West have seen too many fires scorch homes, businesses, and forests. It has destroyed air quality, water quality, and fisheries. They appreciate the bravery of the responding firefighters, but I believe many would prefer never to see the wildfires in the first place. My amendment would have addressed root causes of wildfires by clarifying language in statute that allows radical environmentalists to delay the harvest of timber as per the Cottonwood decision, which has made proper forest management near impossible. The Cottonwood decision has delayed forest planning, wildfire mitigation efforts, and ultimately weaponized the Endangered Species Act, allowing special interest groups to line up like pigs at the trough, lapping up legal fees and settlements, stripping valuable resources from agencies and keeping them from carrying out their mission. In closing, I will say that I'm appalled that Democrats will not consider common sense amendments like mine, which would allow these mitigation efforts to take place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman
Reserve.
Colorado is recognized.
Madam
Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California who has become a real leader here in our caucus and in the Congress on forestry and forest management. Mr. Pineda.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. Let me, of course, thank Representative Goose for his strong leadership on these issues, as well as Leader Hoyer for getting this bill to the floor. I also want to acknowledge and understand my good friend Mr. Westerman's complaints about regular order, but I also know that he understands how urgent of action is needed, especially when it comes for us getting a grip on the conflagrations, the devastation, and the destruction that we are experiencing in the American West when it comes to wildfires. Now, right now, we have a record drought that has led to record levels of dryness. Dead and dying fuels have created vast swaths of wilderness that are flammable, ignitable, and combustible just from a single spark, a simple down power line, a smoldering campfire, or a strike of lightning that can absolutely wipe out not just our forests and our parks, but lives and livelihoods. This legislation contains a number of bills that would help reduce that threat, including my Save Our Forests Act, that would authorize the Forest Service to hire more employees to help manage not just forests, but the people who visit our forests. 80% of wildfires are caused by humans, so more Forest Service personnel are needed to manage humans acting like humans. Additionally, the Wildfire Emergency Safety Act, which I authored with Senator Feinstein, provides the strategy and the authority to start thinning out the undergrowth of overgrown forest and then set prescribed burns to eliminate those dead and dying fuels. This bill would do that at the national level with large-scale restoration projects, and it would do that at the local level with non-federal land partnerships with our federal stakeholders. Let me also make one thing clear to our environmental allies. This is not a slippery slope to clear cutting or commercial logging. This is not about timber harvesting for economic interest, but this is about smart, science-based, commonsensical stewardship for our forests. It's a solution to deal with our drought and a strategy to not just suppress wildfires, but also do everything we can to prevent it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Overholt.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, my home state of California experienced the worst year for wildfires in the entire history of the state. And as of this morning, the Oak Fire is burning just outside my district. It has consumed over 100 homes and displaced tens of thousands of people. Science tells us that the only way to reduce the intensity of these wildfires is to reduce the density of the fuels through either mechanical thinning or prescribed burns. But unfortunately, this bill makes the situation even worse by locking up over 58 million new acres of forest with a wilderness designation that would prevent the use of mechanical thinning or prescribed burns to reduce the density of the fuels. This bill is called the Wildfire Response Act, but Madam Speaker, our response to wildfires cannot be to take actions that make future wildfires even more destructive. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Ms. Jackson.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, and I thank this body for recognizing the cruciality of where we are today as relates to fires. I know the gentleman's territory, but many people might not know that Texas also is impacted by wildfires. So I rise in strong support for H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act, because of many reasons. One, I support my firefighters. As anyone has seen firefighters fight these fires being interviewed, they are in the midst of the fire. And as anyone has heard the families that look and say, there is nothing here, but for firefighters, I would not be here. So Houston is no stranger to these weather conditions. 51 trillion gallons of water fell in Hurricane Harvey. But yet wildfires are another type of extreme
long-term environmental impacts that dramatically affect vital resources. Expanded areas of high severity fire can impact tree regeneration, soil erosion, and water quality, and yes, the quality of life. And it can cause major destruction in property, but loss of life. And this legislation is a recognition of attempting to address this question and address it now.
Time is expired.
5118.
50 seconds to the gentleman from Texas. Gentleman, sir.
Would boost pay and benefits for firefighters, help the U.S. Forest Service fill gaps in fire management staff, expand forest management projects, and reduce hazardous fuels. Let me introduce it to the record. North Texas wildfire continues to grow amid high heat and battle magnified sunlighted ignited vapor and started a 500-acre Texas wildfire. As unanimous consent to place to the record, I ask my colleagues to support the underlying bill. I yield back.
That request will be covered by a subsequent general league request. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Oregon, Idaho, California, New Mexico, the West United States is on fire. We need to do something now. The folks here last year, West United States is on fire. We saw something happening on this town. Oregon, folks here last year, West United States is on fire.
Yeah, you got a hamster?
Mama got you. Hank.
Oh, where are they? Somewhere. Wait, we just put the turtle shell in there and no real turtle. I'm tired of mommy letting me turtle. I need that. Can I go in? It's a guinea pig! It's cat!
Reserves and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished
Can we buy my hamster ball?
Majority Leader.
We'll probably do one later.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, September 2020 as the El Dorado fire raged through California Big Barrel. Hotshot firefighter Charlie Gordon said to his loved ones what he always said there was a fire in the area. I've got to
He was
protect
seeking.
my mountains.
Sleepy.
Hotshot, like Gordon, served in the vanguard. They were tasked with making the area safe for other firefighters to operate. So one Hotshot explained, we do not get to turn around.
It's cotton and it's running wheel.
I am hopeful that Congress today does not turn around. This bill is to deal with the extraordinary consequences of climate change that is afflicting our country. Yes, it's the west of our country, but it's afflicting us all, particularly the west. Fire from the west.
All right, let me refresh this real quick.
What? Nibble on my finger. Snake. Mouses and hamster. I always wanted a hamster.
These disasters, Madam Chair, tear through communities, inflict untold destruction and grief. This issue doesn't just affect those living in the West, however. As I've said, the effects of drought and wildfires cost
Okay, kids, we are
billions of
back.
dollars each year. We all pay a price. Not the price that Morton paid, but we pay a price To my friends on the other side of the aisle who constantly deride our attempts to address the climate crisis is too expensive, I would remind them that the cost of inaction in the form of more frequent, more severe fires, droughts, and other natural disasters is far greater. From time to time,
I
quote a
teach some
former
high
governor
school
of our
students,
state,
baby.
Ted
Most of my students are college.
who in his inaugural address in 1967 on the
So yeah, I've been listening to
front of
this
the
while I was on the
Capitol
road,
in
picking
Indianapolis,
the kid
while I
up.
was just entering as a new state
Democrats create
He said the
problems,
cost
and then, of
of
course,
failure
like we said
far
earlier,
exceeds the price of progress.
want to create even more
That's true
problems,
here.
saying that they're going to correct problems.
We must not fail, and we must respond, and we must respond effectively. This legislation would help us prevent and fight future wildfires by making
I guess they're
investments
supposed to be
support our firefighting
done with
response
debate on
and
this
to protect
this
vulnerable
bill here in
communities
the next
from
little
wildfire.
bit. They'll go through a
This
vote.
bill,
That
for
vote's going
instance,
to
would
take a little
establish a
while,
minimum basic pay
and then
of roughly $20 an hour for our wildland
we'll see what they
firefighters
come
to
up
ensure
with
they have
next. They've
access
got a
to
couple
other
of different
benefits,
bills
such
besides
as
the
at
assault
least
weapons
1 week
ban.
of mental health leave. Additionally, this
So we'll see
legislation
what
will
all they get
authorize a
to.
10-year national wildfire
Let's look at
response
something
plan,
else.
building
just
on
'cause.
actions already taken by the Biden administration, and it will expand the role of tribes and conservation corps programs in reducing wildfire risk. This bill, Madam Chair, also includes $500 million in federal funding for programs to preserve key Colorado River reservoirs, an absolutely critical objective of us all. Tens of millions of Americans rely on that water. All of these provisions will help us build on the progress we made with the fire and drought prevention measures included in the bipartisan infrastructure law, which included close to
The hamster's a little
$17
chunky.
billion
Apparently, the
for
hamster is a little
wildfire and
chunky.
drought prevention and response. As an aside, Mr. Chairman, I'm told that some say this is an authorizing bill. It is an authorizing bill. That's regular order. It will be our responsibility then to appropriate the funds that are necessary to carry out the objectives of this bill. And I hope we can do so in a bipartisan way. I want to thank House Natural Resources Chairman Raul Grijalva for his leadership, Mr. Neguse, ranking member as well, and for the work that they
So
have
that's
done.
just him.
Whether they
Press
agree or
conference, I
not,
guess.
there has been joint work on this bill. Chairs David Scott, Frank Malone, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Carolyn Maloney for their committee's contributions. We can take meaningful action to address these wildfires and drought by voting yes on this bill. Although Charlie Morton, Madam Chair,
All right, so we're going to keep an eye on these cats, but let's listen to another one of our esteemed rulers
Look at this.
and see what he's talking about.
I kept seeing this shoe brand all over TikTok. It's
On Book TV, on C-SPAN 2.
We'll talk about that in a second, but I do want to ask you about these GDP numbers Site and Reform Committee here to join us on Washington Journal. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning and glad to be with you.
You have an effort looking at the Supreme Court. We'll talk about that in a second, but I do want to ask you about these GDP numbers that came out and whether they're not we're in a recession or not. How would you answer that?
Well, I think definitely the economy has contracted a bit. Last year was stupendous growth. This year, things have pulled back. And but you have to look at the overall economy, not in the context of the 2 straight quarters of negative economic growth. You have to look at it in terms of other data, such as jobs. Now, with 2.7 million jobs being added to the rolls just this year, and this year is only 7 months over. That's not typical for a recession where you have the creation of good paying jobs. And by the way, wages have gone up. And so this is not a typical feature of a recession. And so while the school book definition may indicate that there is a recession, there really are not the hallmarks of a recession in place right now.
Our previous guest said that he basically say Democrats are trying to reframe the issue or redefine this idea of a recession to avoid talking about it or at least taking responsibility for it. What do you hear? What do you think about those criticisms?
Well, I mean, that's Republicans are famous for criticizing. They don't offer solutions that are practical for the men and women of this country. They are here to support the corporations, the wealthy corporations, and the wealthy individuals who operate globally. You know, when you gave them the keys to the car, the only thing that they accomplished was a $5.8 trillion tax cut, 83% of which went to the top 1% in this country. That was their only accomplishment. This trickle-down economic theory that has been deployed by them over the last half century has resulted in mass numbers of people without adequate housing. So we have the numbers of homeless people caused by these Republican trickle-down economic theories is greater than at any time I would really think in the modern history of this country. And so Democrats, have a plan. We are for the people. We are passing legislation that lowers costs for families and consumers, better paying jobs, that's undeniable, safer communities we are investing in. But the only thing on the agenda that the Republicans have is to criminalize women's health care. So they put politics over people. Democratic policies put people over politics.
Our guests with us until 9 o'clock when the House comes in, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans. Independents, 202-748-8002. One more question about this, Representative Johnson. The Republicans will say it was spending issues from the Democratic side, which is causing the current issues with inflation and maybe even recession. One of those people was the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy. I'll play a little bit of what he had to say to get you to respond to it.
You're going to. So according to Democrats, we're not in a recession. Everything is fine. And they are just creating jobs like gangbusters. Matter of fact, they're creating so many jobs, those jobs are actually apparently creating wildfires. Okay.
Spend more dollars chasing the same goods with fewer jobs and lower income in the long run, all during a recession. But I know what you're going to say. It's okay, because you changed the definition of a recession now. You know, Einstein once said, and we all know it, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So what you really should do, just go with changing the definition. Maybe people won't hear you or understand it. We all know across this country what caused inflation. Democrats winning the House, Senate, and the presidency. And now you're doubling down on the same failed policies. Was the worst inflation in 40 years not enough? Are they trying to see how high they can get it? All while forcing the American people to pay the bills for your failures? Democrats just can't help themselves. They simply don't care about the consequences.
And Representative Johnson, he was referring in part to this proposal on the Senate side, the Inflation Reduction Act, but to his comments, what do you think?
Well, coming from a man, he's accusing Democrats of changing the definition of recession. But that coming from a man who changed his opinion about January 6th within a
Democrats like you are changing the definition of recession. But again, people will believe this dude. People will believe Democrats when they say, no, this isn't a recession, even though it is the literal textbook definition of recession. Don't look at all this other stuff going on. Don't look at the inflation. Don't look at the fact that your dollar, your $1 now, has almost no buying power whatsoever anymore. And by the way, we're going to slap an assault weapons ban on you because he's definitely going to vote for the assault weapons ban. So they're still talking wildfires right now.
Matter of weeks. I mean, he went to the floor on January 7th and said it like it was. He told the truth about the fact that Donald Trump instigated the insurrection on January 6th, was responsible for it. And he even talked on the telephone, recorded calls. He even talked about the 25th Amendment and the need for President Trump to come clean. In fact, he said President Trump told him that he had some responsibility for January 6th. And then to go down to Mar-a-Lago 3 weeks later and kiss the ring of the king, clear that he has no agenda other than politics. And Republicans put corporations and wealthy individuals above the working people of this country. They didn't create jobs, and whatever jobs they created were jobs that caused people to have to work two jobs in order to make ends meet. Democrats are establishing good, well-paying jobs in the industries of the future. So clean energy, for instance, you talked about the Schumer Manchin deal. That deal is going to produce tens of thousands of good, high-paying jobs that will keep families in a position to take care of themselves and create a economy that the children will be able to grow into and find good paying jobs within. And so, Kevin McCarthy is kind of damaged goods when it comes to telling the truth.
Before we take calls, you do have on the Supreme Court side, you've introduced legislation this week with others taking a look at the way Supreme Court justices get appointed to the bench. The Supreme Court Term Act is what it's known. What are you trying to do with this?
Well, we would place an 18-year time limit on the service of Supreme Court justices, and after 18 years, they would go into senior status, and a new justice would be appointed to replace them. And so this infuses fresh blood, fresh thinking, and it creates a situation where our courts are protected from being politicized and packed, as this current Supreme Court has been. It has been packed by Republicans with right-wing extremists.
Again, this is a guy who wants to add 4 more seats to the Supreme Court to literally pack the court. Anything that they accuse you of, anything that they accuse others of, is the shit that they're actually doing.
Who want to criminalize women's health care. They want to end Social Security. And they are supporters of the attack on our democracy, and they continue efforts to attack our democracy and deprive people of basic freedoms. And so that's what will happen if you give the keys to Congress to these extremist MAGA Republicans.
Again, focus tested terms. And again, accusing people of doing what they're actually doing, like trying to strip people of their inalienable rights to life, liberty, property, self-defense, and the weapons to actually defend oneself. Oh, it's going to be a long day.
Their agenda is very simple. And one of the things that they have done in carrying out their agenda over the years is to pack the court. President Trump got 3 appointments to the United States Supreme Court, and these justices are doing what the legislative branch and the executive branch, both of which are elected and accountable to the people, these branches cannot put in place a 50-state ban on abortion, as Republicans will do if they take.
Nobody banned abortion in 50 states. Nobody. I wish it would be banned in 50 states. But the only thing it did was it turned that decision back to the states. And you know good and well, states like California are never going to ban it.
Control, but they have not been able to do that. And the Supreme Court has done it for them. Things like gutting the Environmental Protection Agency's ability to prescribe regulations to cut the rate of greenhouse gases going into our emissions. That is the very soul and purpose of the EPA, but the extremist United States Supreme Court has taken that away, taken that ability away. So many other things. I mean,
apologies only, but we'll talk a little bit more in a bit. I want to take a couple of calls in with you, though. This is from Philip in Ohio, Republican line. You're on with Representative Hank Johnson of Georgia. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I had 2 points. One, you can't define what a recession is. For me, I'm in a depression because last Thursday, all the people on our plant floor was just laid off. 2, you've just made the best case for why we need term limits in Congress and the Senate, because 6 years is more than enough time to do good things or bad things. 20 years, all I ever do is see congressional people come out of filthy rich. Thank you for taking my call.
Representative Johnson?
Well, let me say that anytime a person loses their job, it's a shock to their family. It's a shock to them, and it hurts. That's bad news. But the good news is that this economy continues to produce new jobs. And so I believe that there are shortages in many employment categories throughout this country. And I would encourage the gentleman, and I'm sure he sounds like someone who is not going to lay down and play dead because he had a setback. I think that gentleman will get out and find another job. The unemployment rate is at historic lows in most states. And so, of course, there are situations where
when you just quit counting the number of unemployed people, yeah, you can drive down the numbers if you just refuse to count them anymore. And all we've been doing so far is actually trying to replace jobs that got shut down during COVID. These people are such lying sacks. But it's going to be a day of this. Let's check in. They still talking about wildfires over here.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1254, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment. I'm sorry. It's support of the amendment, Madam Chair. Yeah.
The gentleman is recognized.
Goody, he doesn't even know what he's supporting.
Madam Chair, Leader McCarthy's amendment presents a common sense solution, as he knows all too well from his.
Let's go back and listen to Hank Johnson's lying ass.
You know, the private sector goes out of business. Some business has to shutter its windows and doors and goes out of business. But there are other jobs out there. And so I'd encourage that gentleman to When he gets over the shock of losing his job, now he will, when you look up, you will see great opportunity. As 2.7 million people in this country will tell you that I'm working a new job. I got a great job, and I want to keep it moving like this. Republicans, you put them in charge, then jobs will end up going offshore, and we won't be creating jobs here in America. We'll be creating jobs.
Now, Trump, when he was in office as president, we did actually create more jobs in America. We did have a very robust economy that was growing by leaps and bounds. We were bringing jobs back to America. It's maddening to hear a guy like this sit here and talk about all the things that they're supposedly doing right when all they've done is destroyed the economy. And yet, people will believe him.
In China.
From Nate in Wisconsin, Democrats line.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. I was going to point out a couple of things. First, if you stick with the old definition of a recession, sure, we're headed into one, but that gives even less excuse for the Republicans to complain about spending, because one of the ways you deal with the recession is the government does spend money to help boost the economy back up. And by the way, the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves for talking about the debt when they cut taxes when the economy was roaring, because that is the absolute worst time for the government to do something like that, especially when you're supposedly worried about the debt. Also on global warming, I think that one of the things we ought to talk seriously about, because it's not stopping, is putting some sort of fee or charge on all the fossil fuel companies that'll specifically go to preventing the damages that could happen and to deal with the damages that already have. Because if you have somebody that runs their car into your house, you can sue them and they pay to fix your house. The fossil fuel companies have been wrecking whole towns with the wildfires that they're helping make happen, and they're not paying to fix that like everybody else and every other company would.
Okay, thanks, Nate.
Again, as we've talked about before, the ignorance of the American people. Well, you just got introduced to one of those talking about fossil fuels. And I know that's a term that was made up, I think, in the 70s or so to describe oil, which is a naturally occurring mineral. For those of you who don't understand, gasoline and oil don't really come from dinosaur farts. It's going to be a painful one.
Well, I could not agree more with that caller. That $5.8 trillion tax cut was at a time when the economy was not in recession. The economy was doing decently at that time, although regular people were still, being underpaid and overworked. Production was up. Jobs were being created, but not at the clip that has taken place during the return of the economy during the Biden administration. When President Biden took office, we were in the greatest recession than even the Great Recession of 10 years ago or 12 years ago. We had lost millions of jobs due to the pandemic. And because we came right in, President Biden came in, and within 3 months, we had passed the $1.9 trillion injection into the economy known as the American Rescue.
Yeah, according to Democrats, kids, recessions and inflation aren't caused by government spending. They're caused because you are all out there working and providing for your families. It's a complete clown show.
Plan. That money that bill put money in people's pockets. Don't forget about your stimulus checks, people, that you received. Don't forget about the help for businesses, small businesses and large businesses also. The payroll protection plan that pumped tens and hundreds of millions of dollars into this economy, righted the ship, started creating jobs, and this year alone, 2.7 million new jobs created and more in the pipeline. And then with the work that we did to pass the president's bipartisan infrastructure deal, known as the bipartisan, it was, the Investment in Jobs Act. That was $1.1 trillion pumped into this economy. And that is why we've been able to spring back with record growth last year. And it is why our economy is not.
Does anybody in this chat really feel like this economy is springing back? They are. Every time he opens his mouth, it's another fucking lie. But people believe this crap. Don't believe what you see with your eyes. Don't believe what you actually experience during a day. Just listen to your rulers tell you everything's hunky-dory and they're working for you. It's insanity. Oh, brother, this day ain't even got to the painful part yet. We still got a long way to go for today, apparently.
In a typical recession right now as we speak. But our economy has been affected by, of course, this global inflation is a global issue. Countries across the world are experiencing high rates of oil and gas prices. And that's due to the fact that Russia started a war in Ukraine, and now they have been hit with sanctions. They produce oil and gas. And so being the producer and also along with Saudi Arabia, they control prices at the pump. And they are making record profits, as are the oil companies. And so we have market power concentration in key industries in this country, like meat packing, like prescription drugs and oil and the gas markets. Like I said, these sectors, there's concentration. There has been corporate profiteering taking place. And that is a big reason why we have such high inflation rates right now. But these rates are coming down, and Democrats in Congress are doing things to lower cost for.
It's the reason you can't have an intellectually honest conversation with people like this. Anytime they don't like the terms, they just change them. It's like global warming. They went from global warming to climate change. So whether or not the climate got colder or warmer or anything else, they can just blame it on man-made forces. These wildfires they're talking about over here in the House right now. You completely mismanage the shit out of forestry land, and then you completely mismanage your power grids. And then when forest fire starts, you can't fight the forest fires. So you just blame it on global warming. It talks about gas prices. We were a net exporter of petroleum products, of propane and natural gas. And you guys went and shut all that shit down. You drove fuel prices through the damn roof. Then you made it to where trucking companies couldn't even get parts to fix trucks that they need to have on the road. And then you want to talk about supply shortages. Then you shut people down for a disease with a 99% survival rate. But hey, don't worry, all this is you guys' fault. They're working to try to fix it by their logic.
The people, we just we just got word of this deal with Senator Manchin, the Schumer Manchin deal, which is going to enable the drug companies to have to be negotiated with by the federal government for purposes of Medicare on prescription drug prices. That's going to result in at least $800 a year of savings to families, and so or to people who have these drugs, have these prescription drug needs, and so we're doing things to lower cost for families.
Okay, let me weave in Joe here. Joe's in New Jersey, Independent Line. Hi.
Yes. Hi, good morning. I want to congratulate the congressman for focusing on developing an economic message for the Democrats because they don't really have one. And he's on to the two big issues. And the two big issues are inflation and gas prices, and they're related. Most economists that I read on a daily basis say that 70% of the inflation in America and worldwide is caused by high gas prices. Now, there are a couple of reasons for the high gas prices, and this is where the Democrats need to tweak their message. You need to go back to April 2020 during the pandemic. Donald Trump pulled together the Saudi Arabians, OPEC, and Russia, and got Saudi Arabia and Russia to end their price war, which they had been carrying on for years, which kept the price of gas very low during the Trump administration. On April 8th and 9th, an agreement was cut between Saudi Arabia, OPEC, Saudi Arabia leading OPEC, obviously, and Russia to reduce production of gas and raise prices. Since then, and Trump also said at that time that U.S. companies would jump in on such a plan, and they have done so. They have reduced production. This nonsense that Biden's killed the Keystone Pipeline, which was oil that was going to be exported anyway abroad, is complete nonsense. What happened was in April 2020, Trump ended broken an end to the price war between Saudi Arabia and Russia. And since then, they've been colluding to drive up the price of oil. And U.S. companies have profiteered along with that and done nothing. And Republicans like McCarthy, who are blaming.
Prime example of a CNN and MSNBC viewer, and obviously a C-SPAN viewer, that actually buys into the line that the Democrats have put out. And yes, this guy is a voter. Yeah, have fun with that one. He is definitely one of the reasons that we end up with people like Biden in office. I bet you he believes that Biden is one of the sharpest guys in the room.
Blaming it on the Keystone Pipeline and Biden's policies, things he said, which there's been no legislation. There's been nothing done in executive orders, really, on oil.
Okay. Apologies, caller. I've got to leave there only for matters of time. We only have about 5 minutes left, but Representative Johnson, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to tell him to preach. I wanted to hear him continue because he was laying down some truth out there. And the truth of the matter is today, ex-President Trump is hosting Saudi Arabia's golf tournament at one of his income-producing properties that did so well while he was in office, one of his golf courses. I'm sure he's quite happy.
17-432. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment added this.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Okay, so they're still on wildfires. Let's listen to our professor over here
about that. While he is probably having secret communications like he did before he got elected and during the time he got elected with Vladimir Putin. So those two have the Saudis and the Russians under Putin have been driving the price of gas and the price of oil up. President Trump will do the bidding of both Saudi Arabia and President Putin. These are known facts. I mean, his son-in-law went to Saudi Arabia shortly before the election was over. In fact, he was there on January 6th, talking about Jared. Jared was there, and Jared put together the framework for the $2 billion deal that he got personally from the Saudis. Here's a high government official of the United States in the president's inner sanctum. In fact, his son-in-law negotiating with with Saudi Arabia on the taxpayer's dime, so that when he left office, he would have a golden parachute and a fluffy bed to lay in. It doesn't get any fluffier than $2 billion.
Let me put in one more call before we go probably to the House. Stephen in Virginia, Democrats line. Go ahead. You're next up.
Yeah, and again, I echo this previous caller. Congressman's doing a great job articulating a message that the Democrats really fail at. But, the question I actually wanted to ask the Republican, but this goes to the Democrat too. And real quick, he mentioned January 6th, and my scariest moment from the learnings of that was Mike Pence wouldn't get in the Secret Service car because he didn't know where they were going to take him. You might comment on that. But the bigger thing is how was it on January? The Trump and the Republicans did wonderful work from 16 to 20, but somehow on January 20th, COVID economy. The only thing wrong with Trump's economy in the Republican era was COVID. But on January 21st, there is no more COVID being a problem for anything. It's all Biden's fault. So comment on that. January 20th, COVID killed Trump's economy and all that pain that the country was in. But January 21st, McCarthy and all these guys, they don't even remember COVID ruined the Trump economy.
Okay, so that's Stephen in Virginia. We've got about a minute. Congressman, go ahead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that even in times of national emergency, Republicans play games and they put profits over people. Republicans have always stood for putting people over politics. And that's why since January 21st, we've dealt with the pandemic and its effect on people's pocketbooks. We put people back to work. We put children back to school. But it's always Joe Biden is responsible for inflation. Joe Biden is responsible for everything. And he is, but he's doing a great job. They're the ones trying to change the narrative, trying to get people to think that the challenges that we're all facing, we all feel the pain of high gas prices and inflation, but we're doing something about it. And slowly but surely, prices are starting to come down. Price of gas has come down, and I'm expecting that it will continue to come down. And as we move ourselves towards being off of fossil fuels that are hurting our environment, causing global warming, countries across the world are experiencing it as we speak.
Okay.
And we're doing things to put ourselves forward into a future that we control our destinies. And so I'm so glad to be a Democrat, and we cannot allow these Republicans to take over, because they will run this economy into the ground.
Representative Hank Johnson, Democrat.
Mike, we're still waiting on them to bring up the assault weapons ban to the floor. They're still working on a wildfire bill right now. That's the reason we were hanging out listening to the illustrious and the mental musings of this genius we know as Hank Johnson. And yeah, Mike, they do pretty much, well, they think two things. One, they think the American people are absolutely stupid, which there are a lot of the American people who are absolutely stupid. The other thing that they know is the American people aren't going to do anything about them. They won't be voted out of office, more than likely. Most of them will continue to have jobs because they have a very faithful voting base that doesn't pay attention to what they're doing. So, yeah, we're monitoring both, Mike. I'm flipping back and forth, trying to keep an eye on whether they're going to, or when they bring this up. And then just kind of for shits and giggles, we're looking at other stuff too, just to, well, since I pay attention to it, I got to share the pain with the rest of you guys. I really should have made this another share the pain stream because that's pretty much what it is. So, oh, it's so much fun.
Of Georgia, a member of the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight and Reform Committee, joining us on Washington Journal. Thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Don't forget, later on today, 10:45 this morning, Speaker Pelosi will hold her weekly press.
All right, so that's Hank Johnson wanting to basically put term limits on the Supreme Court along with packing the Supreme Court. He hasn't given up on that yet. And basically saying that Democrats have a plan to fix this economy and Republicans are the cause for all of the wrong in the world. Let's look at something here. Yeah, I would pretty much, over listening to these people, take a root canal done with a hand drill and a 10-pound sledgehammer with 0 painkillers. If I knew it would actually stop these people from destroying the country. And just for you guys that haven't seen this yet, let's listen to my man Hank Johnson talk about the island of Guam.
With a metal 3D printer. Introducing the Metal X, the easiest way for you.
This is a island that.
Now, this was a few years ago. Hank Johnson is still a congressman. And I will say this, when it gets through this clip, you will see an admiral who handled this like a champ, because there's no way in the world I could have handled this with as much dignity as this admiral handled it.
At its widest level is what, 12 miles?
Now, also keep in mind, Hank Johnson is a lawyer by trade. Lawyer. Now, he's going over the dimensions of the island of Guam right now.
From shore to shore. And
yeah, Mike, take it easy, brother. Have a good day at work. Good night at work, all that. I'm sure we'll be running because we're going to run until they call up this assault weapons ban. Matter of fact, let's check in real fast. Let's see what they're doing. Apparently, they're just all in a state of confusion.
The Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5118 and has come to no resolution thereon. What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend.
Oh, if there is a ban, we're going to be looking at years of court cases. And if they do what I think they're going to do, which is pack the Supreme Court on top of it, we're going to be pretty well screwed. So let's see what they bring up.
Democratic lawmakers are bringing an assault weapons ban bill to the House floor today. The chamber is in recess, waiting for the Rules Committee to finish work on the bill. Also on the agenda, a bill to ban private breeding and ownership of big cats like lions and tigers, and a measure to address the drought and wildfires on the West
Let's look at
Coast.
something.
All of this is happening on the last day before the House recesses for the August break. As always, live coverage of the House on C-SPAN.
C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including Cox.
Homework can be hard, but squatting in a diner for internet work is even harder. That's why we're providing lower-income students access to affordable internet, so homework can just be homework. Cox Connect to compete.
Cox, along with these other television providers, giving you a front row seat.
All right, so I'm going to mute that, and we're going to listen to Mr. Hank Johnson talk while I try to look some other stuff up real fast.
The smallest level or smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other.
Yeah, and if they don't get the Supreme Court back,
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long. So 24 miles long, about
100% voting from the Democratic side.
Hold on,
And
let's
once we got
pause
to
my man
218,
Hank.
a large number of Republicans voting as well, which was encouraging because we always worked on this as a bipartisan bill. 6 of the bills.
Let's listen to what the old
At least
Alkie's
6
got to
of the bills
say.
in the package were Republican bills. Many of the others are bipartisan. It's very exciting. It's going to be transformative in terms of how it enables America to reassert itself as preeminent in the world. It's called the CHIPS and Science Act, and I'm very pleased with that because maybe more than a week or 10 days ago, it was just the CHIPS bill, and we're having, shall we say, encouraging for it to go beyond chips, because chips are very important. Semiconductors, very important, but it's about the here and now as we go forward in the near future. The science part is about the future, and science, research, education, expanding the diversity and inclusion of many more people, making scientific decisions and learning about it and teaching us about it, as well as doing so in every corner
These people
of
are
the
just
country.
absolutely
You know what it does?
incoherent,
It lowers
babbling.
costs for consumers. It creates 100,000 good-paying union jobs, reduces U.S. dependence on foreign manufacture as it brings chips manufacturing home, as Steny always says, make it in America, which is a national security priority as well as an economic necessity, turbocharges American innovation, really powering our preeminence on both research and next generation technologies. I want to salute Eddie Bernice Johnson, the chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. She got much of, not all, but a good deal of her bill's bipartisan legislation into the package, and Frank Pallone doing the CHIPS piece of this in a very effective way, and as well as 100,000 prevailing wage jobs, Bobby Scott, Richie Neal. I could go on and on about all of the members of our chairs who played such an important role, and all of our members who did so as well. And I just want to tell you a couple more things about it. It ensures that CHIPS funding comes with strong guardrails against corporate profiteering, It secures provisions to diversify the innovation workforce so our best minds can power our technologies of the future, and including in our legislation to drive decades of discovery with important money, strong investments, National Science Foundation, office at the Department of Energy, and NIST. And now I enrolled it outside in front of, with the backdrop of the Washington Monument, our tribute to our founders who were committed to the future. That's what this legislation honors, and we send it on to the president. That's pretty exciting for us. We had, I'm excited today because for a long time now I have wanted to reinstate the assault weapon ban. You weren't here, maybe you weren't even born when we did this in the 90s. It was hard, but it happened and it saved lives. And I'm looking forward to having a good, the passage of it this afternoon. When I talk about it on the floor this afternoon, I'm going to show a presentation of what some totally irresponsible people are putting out there about little children, toddlers, learning how to use an assault weapon, smaller assault weapons, but a gun like mommy and daddy. Small assault weapons, but getting their muscles ready to be able to use it. Is that sick? Anyway, we're hopeful that on our vote on the assault weapon ban and the outcry for it in the country, I think the most important thing to do is to have background checks. That probably saves the most lives on the ongoing, but a very with that, very important is to eliminate the to reinstate. We like to say reinstate because we did pass this before, and it did save lives. We take an oath of office to protect and defend our Constitution, the American people, making our community safe. Our Democrats are committed to having strong support for our law enforcement and our first responders. I'm so proud to announce that as of late last night, we've come to terms in terms of how we support our law enforcement and do so with accountability. I have to pay tribute to Joyce Beatty, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, to Josh Gottheimer, who really has been a leader on this issue, and Abigail Spanberger. She had a bill too, and they found a way to do what we want to support our men and women in uniform, but to also do so with accountability. Since we talked about a security package, though, we've been flooded with so many bills that people have. So we need to, shall we say, we have to have the bandwidth to deal with all of them. And hopefully, not hopefully, we plan to bring those support for our men and women in law enforcement with accountability to the floor in the second week of August when we come back. That is what I think will conform to when the Senate may be ready to send us the very important legislation whose title is Inflation Reduction Act. So we're very excited about the fact that we have a breakthrough there. It isn't everything we want. How many times have I said that? You cannot judge something for what it doesn't do, but respect it for what it does. And what this does do is quite remarkable in terms of our investment in protecting the planet. It lowers, in addition to which it lowers healthcare costs with the subsidies that are extended for 3 years in the bill, as well as to have, for the first time, historic opportunity for the Secretary of HHS to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices. Prescription drugs, the cost of prescription drugs is the kitchen table issue in our country. And this legislation will reduce that cost, but also give people hope. And part of our lower cost, we're always saying safer communities, lower cost. Again, we'll bring this legislation to the floor. The public safety bills but at the time when we have the legislation coming over from the Senate. In that inflation reduction package, you know what it is: lowers cost of health care for millions, slashes prescription drug prices, historic action to combat the climate crisis, and lowers energy costs and advances energy security. Again, it does what we want to do to fight inflation by lowering costs. It's fully paid for, and no new taxes, as President Biden has said, for families making under $400,000 a year. I talked with a great enthusiasm and excitement about the advancement we're making in preparing legislation, passing legislation, and the rest. As we speak here right now on the floor, we're addressing drought and fires. And as a Californian, as a Westerner, this is very, very important legislation for everyone in our country, but in particular, we benefited from the intellectual resource that our Western members are on this. But we had a sad thing happen, and that was when the Senate failed to pass the PACT Act. How do you explain how 80% of the Republicans in the United States Senate said no to our veterans? Every time we're acting, and last week I had my regular meeting with the veteran service organizations, and I always promise them, and we try to honor that promise by acting always in a bipartisan way, so they don't have to get involved in one decision or another. We have our differences of opinion as to allocation of resources, but to do so in the most bipartisan way. And the PACT Act is a very bipartisan bill. 80-some senators voted for it the first time it came on the floor there. That they would vote against that when people are waiting, people are dying, people are sick because they were exposed to these burn pits, huge burn pits. If you don't know about them, read about them because they're deadly. In addition to which, if you lived in North Carolina or served at Camp Lejeune, anyone in your family, you will know that the water there is deadly. And not only for the service member, but for their families who may live there with them. And that is covered in this legislation. So for them to say, well,
so far all she's talking about is
come to an agreement.
Basically green energy, banning guns, killing the economy. And you can bet money, if we go look through this bill that they have for so-called veterans, that there's enough bullshit in there that's got jack shit to do with actually helping veterans.
Of course, you don't agree with any of those things.
It's the same reason her party will call all veterans extremists 1 minute.
Really immoral, almost criminal, because these people were exposed and they
talk about cops like they're trash, but they'll use them to pass an agenda any chance they get.
Our veterans will be, as I said yesterday at our rally, when in the military, we say on the battlefield, we leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we leave no veteran behind. But the Republicans in the Senate did just that by 80% of them voting no. Isn't that unbelievable? And actually, when the bill passed in the Senate the first time, it had 84 votes. Anyway, people over politics, you know, our Democratic Communications and Policy, Democratic Policy and Communications Committee put forth our agenda, our For the People agenda, people over politics. We're very excited about that. It too has three things: lower cost, again, safer communities, and better jobs, and that's what we are about. In any event, it's a comparison to what the Republicans are doing. In contrast, the MAGA Republicans are criminalizing women's health care, planning to end Social Security and Medicare. Don't take it from me. Read their stuff. Attacking democracy, undermining the right to vote. So we think we have a clear contrast in terms of why we are here, what our why is, and how we go forward. Any questions? Okay, since we talked baseball last night.
We talked baseball last night. We'll talk policy and legislation.
Okay, I'm with you.
So on this reconciliation package, it seems as though, you know, you have a push to try to get something done before August here. There might be problems getting this through the Senate. Do you feel like some of your members might say, here we are, we're on the hook again, if they can't get this through the Senate, even though Senator Manchin is on board, but there's other issues there, and also just having the numbers to pass the bill for COVID, and how does that translate to winning in November?
So you want to talk politics?
Well, but obviously.
Well, let
you're
me
making
just
this
say,
case-
our purpose is to meet the needs of the American people. You have to talk to the Senate about the dynamic over there in regard to this bill. It is, shall we say, not everything that I want. I mean, not even close, not even half. But nonetheless, what is in there is very good. Historic. First time HHS secretary can negotiate for lower prescription drug prices. Not as big as I would like, but it's in the door. Historic in terms of not the 3-year extension of the subsidies, the Affordable Care Act, is strengthening the Affordable Care Act. Fabulous. And by the way, I want it more. That is to say, I want the Medicaid piece and the rest of that. But that doesn't mean that we don't support the bill. But probably the biggest difference, although those are substantial for kitchen table issues, is what it does in terms of climate. You may recall that when I was speaker the first time, climate was my flagship issue, and we established a committee, we passed legislation, all of that. So this is of the highest magnitude importance because it's about the children. It's about the future. It is a short fuse that we are on. The thermal management of the planet is greatly at risk. The rising sea levels, the encroachment of deserts, so many things that are happening in communities that they have to move. So it's a health issue, clean air, clean water. It's a economic issue, preeminence in the green technologies in the world. It's a security issue because the encroachment, all of these impacts of the climate crisis cause competition and conflict over resources and habitat. And the national security people come into us and say, this is a security issue. And of course, it's a values issue. So this for us, when I learned of what was in there, was just transformational. We've never spent this much money, even as much as we had originally. We've never invested this much in such an important way, in a public-private way, to have the private sector play its role in this so we get more advantage than is just right there. So it is, it's beautiful to behold, and I feel pretty confident.
But you think if you're stringing people along again, if they start, you said you can't worry about the Senate. The Senate's going to do what it's going to do.
Yeah, and when they send it to us, we'll pass it.
You're confident that's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to get it.
Yeah. Jake? Yes, ma'am.
On the police funding bill, I realize that Democrats can now say that we actually fund the police, but you're saying that this will be contingent upon certain accountability measures. Are we talking about consent decrees? Are we talking about DEI measures or anti-bias training? Can't the Republicans just turn around and say, hey, you're only going to get your funding over these police departments if you go by what the Democrats want you to actually go by, such as their policy agendas? That's not real police funding. That's by saying, you do this.
No, it's real
and you
police
get your money.
funding. It's police funding with accountability. It's police funding with accountability. We feel very proud of the compromises that were made, and with much discussion on the other.
The federal government has no place funding state law enforcement. It is not in their purview.
You've repeatedly said that you want Republicans to take back their party. You said in May, quote, here I am, Nancy Pelosi, saying this country needs a strong Republican Party, not a cult. How does that square with your party now spending money to boost election-denying candidates in Republican primaries, including against House Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump?
I said that we need a strong Republican Party, not a cult of personality. That didn't mean we shouldn't have a strong Democratic Party as well. And the political decisions that are made out there are made in furtherance of our winning the
Democrat
election.
Party is
because we
nothing
think
but
the
a death
contest
cult.
between Democrats and Republicans, as they are now,
Here we get
is so
back to the same
drastic
thing. Anything
that
they
we have
accuse you
to-
of is
we
what
have
they
to
are
win.
actually
And I feel
doing.
confident win. I just see.
When they
what
call
is
you
it- what's that
something, it's
called?
who
The
they
6
actually
points,
are.
44 to, what's it called, the poll? George has it, yeah. Well, anyway, the most recent poll that came out has us 44 to 38. This whole thing has changed. But make no mistake, I've said to you, we have every intention of winning this election. As people make judgments in campaigns around the country, that's that. But it has nothing to do with whether we should have a strong, grand old party, which has done great things for our country. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Just really quickly, I know you don't want to talk about your travel, but can you at least talk about the significance of visiting Asia? What type of message you and a congressional delegation would want to send if you, in fact, make this trip?
Well, I don't ever talk about my travel because, as some of you know, it's a security issue. It's a security issue for every member of Congress traveling, especially abroad. But for the speaker, it is an additional security issue, and for those traveling with me, not just members, but staff, etc. The president earlier in his term, talked about a strong emphasis on the Asian Pacific. He has visited there, as vice president's visited there, the Secretary of Commerce and others, and we want the Congress of the United States to be part of that initiative. Of course, as a West Coast person, we see the Pacific as that's our home. We're part of that as well. That is not to diminish the importance of our transatlantic relationships as well. But I'm very excited should we go to the countries that you'll be hearing about along the way about how the conversations we have now. Earlier this year, a couple months ago, I guess it was, we had 9 leaders of the ASEAN, the Southeast Asian countries.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what it is, and they run that plate. They run that handbook.
The Senate to come and some
amazingly well
to have a conversation, hear their presentations, and relate. Another symbol: the president had that ASEAN meeting in Washington D.C., and we were very much a part of it. So again, we have global responsibilities, whether it comes to 3 things, I always say: security, economy, and governance. And this will be part of that. That's it. Thank you all.
Tonight, Madam Speaker?
You told me last night there was going to be a comeback in the ballgame. What happened? You said it ain't over till it's over. It's over. So your comment on the ballgame.
The rain didn't interfere long enough.
You were losing though. It was a regulation game. 4 innings in a 7-inning game is a regulation game. I was told one time.
Let me just say this one thing. Did you see the trophy? This trophy puts the Stanley Cup forces.
Not true. Nothing in this bill is aimed at taking firearms away.
So this is the Rules Committee itself. I didn't see this come up earlier.
Getting slaughtered in their schools, their churches, their grocery stores, and their homes. We have an obligation to act with urgency, and we have a responsibility to address this crisis. With that, I turn to my good friend, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You will be surprised to learn that we see this somewhat differently. Our 4th hearing of the week covers a deeply partisan bill, H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. This bill constitutes the greatest attack on the constitutional rights of law-abiding gun owners that I've seen during my time here in Congress. Again and again, this Congress, we've watched the majority try to reduce or eliminate the rights of American citizens to purchase or own firearms. Today's measure is a direct attack on that right. Rather than protecting the rights enshrined in the Second Amendment, H.R. 1808 would ban a broad group of firearms, including some of the most popular firearms on the market today. This is a direct infringement of the Second Amendment, one that is certainly unconstitutional, and one that I cannot and will not support. I will not vote to take away the right to bear arms from 99.9% of gun owners who are law-abiding citizens. But more importantly, the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution does not allow Congress to take away that right. And for all the majority's righteous talk in recent weeks about respecting supposedly settled rights in the Constitution, They certainly are only too happy to trample on one of them when it suits them politically. I believe this bill is deeply misguided. I have been clear that I believe that any effort to address gun violence must be deliberate and open and must ensure that the constitutional rights are preserved for all Americans. Sadly, this measure does not meet that test. It is also clear that this bill will not pass the Senate and will not become law. The majority certainly is aware of that fact. But once again, we're here on a deeply partisan, deeply divisive, and ultimately pointless messaging exercise. I must once again remind the majority that they need to decide if they are here to make political points or here to make law. Again and again and again, this committee is asked to take up bills like this one, bills that are very clearly only designed to make political points and that cannot become law. This practice is deeply frustrating, and it's not good for the institution or for the nation. I hope this practice changes and changes quickly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban. Chairman Nadler, Representative Massey, we're delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Chairman Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. As we have learned all too well in recent years, assault weapons, especially when combined with high-capacity magazines, are the weapon of choice for mass shootings. These military-style weapons are designed to kill the most people in the shortest amount of time. Today, I am pleased to bring forward a bill that restores and updates the prior assault weapons ban that kept weapons of war out of our communities for a decade before Republicans opposed its renewal. H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022, introduced by Representative David Cicilline, prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons and large-capacity ammunition feeding devices, subject to grandfathering provisions and other exceptions. At the same time, the bill grandfathers existing semi-automatic assault weapons and contains numerous protections for law enforcement and responsible gun owners, including hunters, gun collectors, farmers, sport shooters, and those who use firearms for self-defense. The bill recognizes that there are many Americans who already own assault weapons and large-capacity magazines. Therefore, H.R. 1808 allows for the continued possession of any semi-automatic assault weapon lawfully possessed on the date of enactment, and the sale or transfer of any semi-automatic assault weapon lawfully possessed on the date of enactment following a background check. H.R. 1808 also contains many protections for responsible gun owners, hunters, collectors, farmers, sport shooters, law enforcement, and those who use firearms for self-defense through exemptions. It also allows for temporary transfers without a background check for target shooting at a licensed target facility or established range. Finally, the bill allows states to use burn justice assistance grant funds for voluntary buyback programs for semi-automatic assault weapons and large-capacity magazines. It is no surprise that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters and those who target law enforcement. They are designed for ruthless efficiency, killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. The Assault Weapons Ban Act that we are considering today would take these weapons of war off our streets, make a meaningful difference, and save countless lives. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massey. It's good to see you again. The floor is yours.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to testify about this bill. We find ourselves here again this summer discussing the Democrats' obsession with disarming law-abiding Americans. We all agree that we should be working together to make our communities safer. However, we can't keep people safe by limiting law-abiding citizens' right to self-defense and restricting Americans' constitutional rights. At the beginning of the summer, the House considered H.R. 2377, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order. At that time, many Republicans pointed out that the bill violated constitutional due process rights set out in the 5th and 14th Amendments by depriving citizens of their property and rights without having been charged, arraigned, or convicted of any crime. At that time, we also considered H.R. 7910, a grab bag of radical Democrat proposals that would restrict Americans' Second Amendment rights without any evidence that it would make anything better. In fact, there's some evidence that it would make it worse. For instance, there was a new definition of gun trafficking in that bill which would apply even to victims of domestic violence who acquired a firearm from their neighbor for protection. That person would be considered a gun trafficker under that bill that passed this House. A few weeks later, we considered the so-called Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That bill was just the Senate version of a grab bag of gun restriction proposals that wasn't any better than the House version we considered just a couple of weeks earlier. In fact, I would argue it also contained another provision that's very dangerous to most gun owners in this country. It redefined gun dealer or unlicensed for the purposes of convicting unlicensed gun dealers to include virtually anybody who sells a gun for a profit. You could sell one gun. There was no limitation on the number of guns you had to sell. And I think that's problematic. Over the past few months, we've seen the Democrats' approach to semi-automatic firearms become more and more radical. First, they wanted to raise the age of just about everyone to buy certain semi-automatic firearms. Then they wanted those of a certain age to undergo enhanced background checks. Now Democrats want to ban them for all law-abiding Americans. Those guns that they wanted to raise the age for just a few weeks ago, now they're just saying, let's ban all of them. Why can't they make up their minds? The answer is simple, really. They want to limit American Second Amendment rights as much as possible, and they really don't care what the Constitution says. H.R. 1808, the so-called assault weapon ban of 2022, would ban some of the most popular firearms in use today. In fact, the most popular rifle sold today is the target of this legislation. According to some estimates, there are more than 24 million firearms like the ones Democrats want to ban in circulation today. In District of Columbia v. Heller, the Supreme Court made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time for lawful purposes.
Now let's see whether they get into this, because you're more than likely. I haven't watched this. I just remember to search for it because it wasn't up earlier. So watch what they're saying here. See how many times the Democrats reference the number of AR style rifles to the overall number of firearms, and then try to argue that they're not really in common usage, or that they are in fact strange and unusual, because compared to 460, 440 million firearms, they say there are only 20 million AR style semi-automatic rifles, which is completely insane. There's way more than that. And while we're listening to this, I'm going to continue working on my frame.
Like self-defense. There's no doubt that the bans in H.R. 1808 concern firearms in the common use. In fact, it is the Democrats' stated goal in our Judiciary Committee to ban commonly used weapons. During the Judiciary Committee's markup on H.R. 1808, Representative Bishop from North Carolina asked Chairman Nadler if it is the point of this bill to ban weapons that are in common use in the United States today, to which Chairman Nadler replied, "The problem is they are in common use." Well, there's just one problem with that. The courts are correctly applying the Constitution. Just last week, less than 48 hours after the Judiciary Committee voted to report out H.R. 1808, a federal district court judge in Colorado who was appointed by President Obama issued a temporary restraining order against the town of Superior, Colorado, to prevent it from implementing an assault weapon ban. The judge wrote, quote, "Plaintiffs have stated that semi-automatic weapons as well as magazines that hold more than 10 rounds are commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes. The court is sympathetic to the town's stated reasoning." He continued, "However, the court is unaware of historical precedent that would permit a governmental entity to entirely ban a type of weapon that is commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, whether in an individual's home or in public." There you have it, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. You're moving forward with a piece of legislation that will very likely be found constitutional if it does pass the Senate and get signed by the president. In H.R. 1808, Democrats are trying to legislate away American Second Amendment liberties. I urge an open rule on this deeply flawed bill and very likely unconstitutional bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask, without objection, turn to the record a statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 1808. Mr. Cole.
Mr. Massey, for a guy that I know only likes to come here once every 3 years, whether you need to or not, we've seen a lot of you, and I appreciate, frankly, the insight you brought to this committee. So I've got a series of questions for you. What's the difference between a selective fire gun and a semi-automatic gun?
Well, a semi-automatic gun requires a pull of the trigger to discharge a bullet, and a single pull of the trigger discharges one single bullet. A select fire is called select fire because you can select oftentimes from safe, semi-automatic, and fully automatic. And so a fully automatic firearm is defined, and I think this is the proper definition, by the way, as any firearm where you pull the trigger and you discharge more than one round with a single pull of the trigger.
Is it true that selective fire guns, or as you describe, are already illegal in the United States? Is that correct?
The select firearms, and that is to say those that have fully automatic capability, were banned in 1986 by this body, McClure-Volmer Act. It was signed by President Reagan in the spring of 1986 and became effective. And there have been no fully automatic firearms manufactured for civilian use since that time. The ones that were in circulation require extreme background checks, FBI, ATF, fingerprints, local law enforcement, and are not used and haven't been used in the commission of a crime.
Yeah, how about a couple of bank robbers who are legally modified machine guns? And there are a lot of cases where machine guns are being used these days in crimes. But let's stop this bullshit arguing about, well, you know, they're not select fire guns. No, let's get to the core of the argument. We should be able to have any of the weaponry that the government has. That should be our argument. We lost our rights due to arguments like what he's making. Let's start gaining some ground here instead of just trying to hold on to what we've got.
And can you briefly describe the type of weapons this bill would ban and what legal uses they have?
Well, let me start with the legal uses. Millions of gun owners use these legally every week. My children and I hunt with these types of firearms. The AR-15 platform, it seems to be the target of this legislation. And it shoots a .223 round. And that's what I prefer when I'm hunting with my boys. They prefer that because it has less of a recoil. Unfortunately, it has less of a deadly effect than the most deer rounds that are used. So there's some irony in this bill that they're seeking to ban weapons that have less capacity to do harm than other weapons. So this bill would also ban similar designs to the AR-15, like the AR-10, which shoots a .308 round, also known as 7.62, and is a more powerful cartridge, but still not nearly as powerful as the weapon they don't ban in this bill, which is the M1 Garand. Now, I find this very interesting. To quote General George Patton, he said, "The M1 Garand is the finest implement of war ever devised." And that's because it shoots a .30-06 round, which is more powerful than the .308 round that I described that would be fired in the weapons that are banned by this bill. So I find it somewhat ironic that the claim, and you'll hear this later today on the floor debate, if you so choose to allow this rule to go through, you'll hear this later that the .223 is so deadly of a round, and that they are banning weapons of war, when in reality they're not banning weapons of war like the M1 carbine, the M1 Garand, or even the SKS.
The Democrats refer to this as an assault weapons ban, but really this bill would ban a wide variety of semi-automatic rifles.
A weapon. 10 killed and 1 injured at a grocery store in
All
Boulder,
right, so
Colorado,
now
March
they're debating
2021.
it live on the House
attacker
floor now.
used an assault weapon. I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ross.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent a southern state. Many of my constituents are responsible, law-abiding gun owners. and I support their ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Contrary to what opponents of this legislation continue to claim, this bill will allow current law-abiding gun owners to keep all of their guns. It simply prevents future sales of assault rifles. And let's be clear, assault weapons are designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. They're not designed for recreation. They're designed for combat. It's incredibly irresponsible to allow people without specialized training to possess these weapons. And Madam Speaker, when assault weapons are used in mass shootings, an average of 6 times as many people are shot as in other mass shootings. In 2022, there have already been 24 school shootings. The deadliest in Uvalde, Texas, involved assault weapons. But if my friends across the aisle are not convinced of the need to protect our children, perhaps they will be convinced of the need to protect the police. According to Violence Policy Center, 1/4 of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in 2016 were killed by an assault weapon. After the assault weapons ban expired, the proportion of large capacity magazines equipped guns used in murder of police increased by 30%. These weapons belong with our military, not on our streets or in our schools. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. This false equivalency between an AR-15 and a so-called weapon of war just shows the ignorance of my friends across the other side of the aisle. An AR-15 is not an M16. An M16 has numerous functions: safety, 3-round burst, semi-automatic, and fully automatic. An AR-15 has there's no such setting as the 3-round burst and the fully automatic. So this false comparison between a so-called weapon of war and what we would describe as a sporting rifle, again, shows the lack of understanding about these platforms. Additionally, the AR-15 is by far the most popular sporting rifle in the United States. There's over 20 million that are in possession of Americans right now. But while we're talking about statistics, a 2020 FBI study shows that there are more murders committed with knives, clubs, and fists than with firearms. Also, when you're looking at firearm deaths, just in the year 2020, both the CDC and the FBI reported that over half of these firearm-related deaths were suicides. So let's just be clear when we're talking about the statistics. And if you're breaking down those studies, you can look at 2020, where 59% of murders were committed by handguns. Only 3% were committed what's being described as assault rifles, what I would describe as sporting rifles. But here to talk more about this issue is my good friend from the Rules Committee, my colleague from Minnesota, Representative Fischbach, and I yield her 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Rules Committee for providing me the time to speak. Madam Speaker, my colleagues are proving yet again that they want to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights. The latest so-called assault weapons ban is unconstitutional and will impact other aspects of American life. This bill would end the sale of some of the most popular rifles sold in America today, impacting the sporting industry and all of those who rely on it for their livelihood. This bill will have an impact in ways even the supporters of the bill don't understand. For example, under this law, stabilizing braces for pistols would be outlawed. Despite what some of my colleagues have said, stabilizing braces are not bump stocks and will not turn a pistol into an assault rifle. Stabilizing braces are used by hunters with disabilities, including many of our disabled veterans, to help them safely hunt with pistols. Not only is this bill an assault on our constitutional rights, but the loss of the revenue from the sales of these firearms will also have a devastating effect on the Federal Aid to Wildlife Restoration Fund, which helps states pay for environmental conservation efforts. the bill provides no alternative for how to make up for this severe decrease in conservation funding. Democrats are no longer disguising their radical agenda to ban guns and do away with the Constitution's Second Amendment. My colleagues from the other side have said that they will do everything they can to ban guns in this country, even to the point of packing the Supreme Court to make it happen. Everyone who thinks this bill is not a step in that direction is kidding themselves. This is yet another attempt from the left to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights, and I oppose this bill and the rule. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Just respond to the gentlelady by saying that the manager's amendment adds language to make clear that devices used to make hunting accessible to everyone, especially our disabled veterans, are not affected by this legislation. This provision also makes sure the gun industry cannot exploit legitimate accessibility devices to make firearms especially deadly for mass shooters, as has occurred in the past when bump stocks were claimed to be an accessibility accessory, but used to inflict horrible mass violence in the 2017 Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 and injured more than 400 people. And I want to say to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, I didn't use the words weapon of war in my opening statement, and I certainly know the difference between an automatic and a semi-automatic weapon. But if that's the argument you want to have, bring that to the parents whose children were lost in Uvalde, who were mowed down by an AR-15. And as I pointed out in my opening statement, these weapons actually decimate bodies. Physicians say that an AR-15 can actually liquefy your organs because the projectile is traveling so fast. As the gentleman may recall, DNA samples.
Wait till you see what a 12-gauge slug does to internal organs.
Unrecognizable.
Bald.
So, I mean, come on. This is about saving lives. And so I appreciate that. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Has nothing to do with
The
saving
gentleman is
lives.
recognized.
It's just another step and another step and another step and another step.
Weapons of war are designed for war. They're designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible.
No, they're not.
Our country is exceptional in making these weapons of war, these assault weapons, available in the civilian sector. And we have quickly, because those weapons are easier to qualify for than getting a driver's license, they're easier for a teenager to get than to buy a beer. Because we've done that, we've turned our churches, our schools, our shopping centers, our entertainment venues, almost any place, into a battleground with one massacre after another. There is no Second Amendment right to own a machine gun, which has been banned in this country since,
yes,
I believe,
there
the 30s.
is.
But if you talk about rights, how about the rights of those little children in Uvalde to live? The rights of those families to be whole. They have rights also. And that's what we're
So
about
for
protecting
every
today.
failure of the state,
I think that we just cannot continue
my guns
to
are somehow
live
responsible?
like we have been living in the shadow of fear, a terrible kind of
This has
American
nothing to do
exceptionalism,
with it. It has
where
everything to
we
do
are
with control.
horribly exceptional to the amount of dead children gunned down in their best tennis shoes after end of the school year celebrations, of young parents having to bury their still younger little children, where we are the exception in how many congregants die where they are massacred in their churches or in their temples, where we are the exception, the outlier in how many gruesome bullet-ridden bodies our doctors see month after month.
If
And God
556
help
was
us,
so
because
dangerous,
Texas
why
has
has
been
the
among the
military been
worst.
trying to get away
From
from
El
it for
Paso
decades?
to Uvalde,
Why are they moving to a 6.8 now?
Across the center of the state to the Houston area.
If 556 was all that deadly.
Massacres with assault weapons, where one family after another grieves. Have you known?
The gentleman's recognized.
Texas children right now have no reality as they will soon be returning to school. than to duck and cover and learn new exercises. We can do something about that. And banning assault weapons is the most critical issue in doing that. Not the kind
could
of
just
weak,
secure
modest
the
measure
building.
that will never change things in Texas that we passed earlier in the year since
You could
it's
have
dependent
police
on the
that will
Texas
shoot the guy
legislature,
before he gets
but
into the
a
building.
direct effort to limit the access to assault weapons that are weapons of war that kill and kill and kill, that make us exceptional in quite the wrong way. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to note that the gentleman from Massachusetts said that no one on his side is describing these weapons as quote unquote weapons of war. And then the gentleman from Texas, the first thing he said was that AR-15s are weapons of war. So we need to understand that when the left and when radical Democrats are describing AR-15s as quote unquote weapons of war, and as the gentleman from Texas just said, machine guns, they're doing two things simultaneously. Number one, they're showing their absolute ignorance for how these platforms operate. And two, they're deliberately trying to mislead the American people on what these platforms do. No one on my side of the aisle is trying to say that machine guns should be legal. An AR-15 is a sporting rifle. It's a semi-automatic. It is not the kind of platform that is used by the military. It's not an M16. It's on an M4. But again, the other
Nowhere
side
in the
tries to use
Second
this
Amendment
to
does it
muddy the
mention
waters,
hunting.
confuse the American people, and to put all firearms
Nowhere.
in the same category. But let's talk about some more statistics. In 2021, a Georgetown study found that 167 million, 1.67 million instances were found where firearms were used in self-defense. And in 2019 alone, there were 386 self-defense killings that were determined to be justified. So these are just some of the ways in which someone could legally use a sporting rifle. But let's talk about the chaos at the southern border. Since Joe Biden took office, over 3.1 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at the southern border. And that includes 56 illegal immigrants who are on the terror watch list. President Biden and House Democrats have this open door policy that's created a humanitarian crisis and a security crisis as well. And they want to make things worse by lifting Title 42.
Dude,
Republicans
stick
know
to
border
the facts
security
of
is
the
national
argument.
security. That's why if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider HR 471, the Pause Act of 2021, to enforce Title 42. Madam Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is my good friend from the great state of Texas, Representative Chip Roy, and I yield him 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, gentleman from Pennsylvania. I appreciate his leadership on this matter. And yeah, we shouldn't be talking about disarming the American people when it is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that are leaving the American people exposed to dangerous cartels and dangerous narcotics flying to our communities and dangerous criminal gang members and criminals that are coming in and harming the American people, including people that are affiliated with terrorist countries and organizations. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to care a whit about that. Yesterday, Mayor Bowser is all upset because 4,000 people have been bused to D.C. from Texas since April. 4,000 people. You know how many people were apprehended in Texas yesterday? About 4,000 people. Welcome to the party, because that's the reality of what we're dealing with at our southern border. And virtually all of the people being apprehended are being released into the United States under notice to appear or parole. There is only one barrier to all being released, and that is the use of Title 42 during a pandemic. Now, I notice a number of the staff, a number of the folks on the other side of the aisles, people that are still masked. We still are under emergency declarations, and yet we're going to allow people to flow into this country, and we're going to remove the one last vestige of security that this administration remotely will actually look at and use, Title 42 at our border. They're building facilities to process more people to release them into the United States. Mayor Bowser wants to complain and then call out the National Guard because 4,000 people were shipped from Texas to D.C. This 4,000 that Texas gets on a daily basis. Again, welcome to the dang party. And you know what? You know what you're not talking about, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? The 73 human beings caught in a stash house in Washington, D.C. this week. 73 human beings in a stash house in our nation's capital. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my colleagues particularly on the Judiciary Committee, brushed that aside, patting themselves on the back in the false name of compassion for how much they love brown people for having open borders. Well, the brown people in South Texas are sick and tired of it. The brown people of South Texas that I know, the candidates on my side of the aisle, are standing up for a secure border, and that begins with enforcing our laws under Title 42 during a pandemic to ensure that we turn people away. My friend Yvette Harrell introduced a bill that would solve the problem, and that is what we would proceed to. We have a discharge petition that would unleash that bill. I welcome any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join that discharge petition, perhaps particularly if you're in a tough race. You might want to be able to go home and say that you actually care about a secure border. But what I'll tell you is that we should be moving to secure the border of the United States rather than fooling the fool's errand of unconstitutional taking of the American Second Amendment rights. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say something to my friend.
Everybody
from
should.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, go out and buy all the hammers and everything now.
Maybe it's true that the military doesn't use AR-15s, but I will say to the gentleman that mass shooters do. And we saw what an AR-15 can do in Uvalde. We saw what it could do in Buffalo. And I just remind people, when you have these kind of debates, the people are watching. You know, the parents who lost their children in Uvalde, they're watching. People who've lost loved ones to mass shootings all around this country are watching.
Yes, and I will tell any of those people, the person responsible for killing their loved ones is an absolute monster and ought to burn in hell.
When we know,
but that still doesn't give the government the right to strip people's rights and property away that aren't going out and do those things
because their bodies were blown apart. And you want to talk about extreme positions. We just had a Rules Committee meeting, and Mr. Massey testified before the Rules Committee. You may recall the back and forth between him and Mr. Raskin, when Mr. Raskin essentially asked him whether or not machine guns should be legal.
Yes,
and
they
Mr.
should.
Massey
They are
responded by
legal.
saying, well,
You just
I
have to
think
pay the
state
government
should
their
make that
extortion
determination.
fee.
So that means that if a state wanted to make machine guns legal, it's somehow okay. So let's not, you want to talk about extremism. We've seen what extremism is all about from many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. And we've seen the power of the gun lobby, the blood money that has poured into campaigns that has resulted in people coming to the floor and making these ridiculous arguments for us to do nothing. So this is a moment when people have to stand up and be counted. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Here we go. The amount of brilliance that is fixing to be dumped in your lap is going to be astounding.
I thank the gentleman. We can see the lengths that Democrats have gone to simply try to save lives. With John Lewis, we sat on the floor of the House, not regarding what would happen to us personally after Parkland, and literally said, you have got to do something. As John Lewis said, never give up, never give in, never give out. The moral authority of this Congress. We failed because my friends on the other side of the aisle just could not see the carnage and bloodshed that happened to Parkland or Sandy Hook and elsewhere. Now we have in the backdrop El Paso. We have Uvalde. And I repeat myself, going there days after that tragedy and literally hugging crying 9-year-olds who should be in the playground, who are crying because of their lost and deceased friends. And the story that is so powerful, 2 of them, one that bled to death and one that smeared themselves with blood to live. Do we now stand in the way of stopping carnage and bloodshed? And my good friend that I've done a lot of things with, a M4, a M16, are weapons of war if I have the correct numbers, and I believe I do. You can pontificate about that. But frankly, the language is assault-styled weapons. That's what it is. And assault-style weapons still do not belong in civilians' hands.
I could use this
Because
to
the
assault
munitions that are
you,
used in war,
you dumbass.
when soldiers can't even bring their weapons of war home when they are off duty or coming home to see family members or traveling as a civilian, it is because they are killers. And that is what killed those children in Parkland, Highland. That's what killed them in Uvalde, in Buffalo. That's what killed these people in El Paso. And in the hands, in some instances, of white supremacists. But let me be very clear, as I thank Mr. Cicilline for this legislation. He prohibits those possession. Many of them are grandfathered in. And I wish somebody would read the bill. These are
I've read your bill.
Weapons already grandfathered in. Don't frighten the American people. What is most frightening are the parents who are outside these doors.
Expired.
Minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. What is really frightening is that parents who are outside these doors are asking the question, what are we doing? And I would say the families in Buffalo, where the theme was replacement theory, or these little babies, where is your heart in a reasonable bill that prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, possession of semiotic assault weapons and large capacity ammunition, feeding devices subject to grandfathering provisions, but in actuality allows the possession of any semiotic assault weapon lawfully possessed on the date of enactment? How much fairer can we get? I only ask my colleagues to stop pontificating to us like we know less than you when it comes as a civilian, that there are weapons of war that our military
You're an
have,
absolute
and there are
moron.
assault-style weapons that are in the hands of citizens on the streets of this country, and they they adapt the same munitions, because the individual in Uvalde had 350 pounds. I yield back. Let us vote for the rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and I'd like to remind the members to please direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Texas, but when the question is asked why service members
This is
can't
why I
bring
would
their
never
M16
survive in
and
Congress,
M4s
because there's
home,
no way I
it's
would lie and
because
say I
those are
have
fully
respect for that
automatic
woman.
weapons. They are not AR-15s. The gentlelady actually answers her own question. The M16 and the M4 platform are automatic. The AR-15 is not automatic. They're two different platforms. The gentlelady and the gentleman from Texas said words to the effect of, what are we doing? Why are Republicans not doing enough, or words to that effect? Well, let me remind my colleagues across the aisle that it was Republicans, not Democrats. It was Republicans in 2017 that had the Fix NICS Act. It's Republicans that are trying to get legislation passed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, not out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. And it was the last administration under President Trump that banned bump stocks when the Obama administration let that ban expire. So
And
there's
that
just a
was
few things that
absolutely
Republicans are
retarded
doing
to
in
do.
this arena. But I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida. I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. You know, Title 42 is a critical tool to manage the crisis at the southern border. And
these people are so
hard to believe, but the Biden
spineless.
administration claims that the termination of Title 42 would actually decrease the number of encounters at the border. This is not only grotesquely disingenuous, it's actually laughable. Does the administration not remember the caravans headed to the southern border when the administration just announced the end of Title 42? You know, the cartels actually use the end of 42 to promote, to advertise their human smuggling business. Has the administration even spoken to the our brave heroes, the patrol agents, who consistently say that without Title 42 authority, they would lose any semblance of operational control on the border? So let's be clear, the expected influx of border crossings if Title 42 were ended is not just a humanitarian crisis, which it is, it's a national security crisis as well. The cartels will once again use the increased flow as a distraction to continue to bring in records amount of narcotics such as fentanyl. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can bring up HR 471, the Pause Act, to help give our border agents the tools that they need in order to achieve operational control of the border. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the state of Georgia, 2 minutes to Mr. Heiss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. And I am amazed at how my radical friends on the left now are so concerned with the lives of children when they literally stand and cheer and celebrate the killing of 3,000 through abortion every single day. But Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this rule that allows consideration of the assault weapons ban. But what we have here going on right now is a complete disregard for regular order that started yesterday and it's continuing here today. The House floor is being run like a circus, quite frankly, and the American people deserve better than this. They continue, the Democrats do, to ram legislation through without proper notice and without even markup in committees. The floor should be run with at least a basic sense of decorum, and that is totally out of control right now. There's a complete lack of respect for the rules and the norms of this historic institution and how it should be run. Now, as for the legislation being considered, it's just another attempt by the radical left to once again take away the Second Amendment rights of the American people. Madam Speaker, time and time again, the left here has tried to disregard and trample the constitutional rights of the American people. This bill is full, among other things, of questionable definitions that show that the left don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to the issue of assault weapons. I implore my colleagues to vote against this rule, the previous question as well. Again, I thank my colleague for giving me a moment, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, very briefly, maybe the gentleman hasn't been paying attention to what's been going on around here, but this bill actually had a hearing, had a markup, 14 hours in the Judiciary Committee. The text has been available 72 hours in advance. The manager's amendment was made available on Tuesday night. I mean, I don't know what the heck he's talking about, but anyway, I reserve my time.
And reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Now, while we're here debating about an assault weapons ban so that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee can campaign when he goes back home, which is really odd because in that district, in that area of New York, they don't seem to be suffering from as much crime as the rest of New York, where people really do need guns to defend themselves, or maybe the rest of America, or like Atlanta in my home state of Georgia. And I will tell you something right now. I thank God for AR-15s because there have been a lot of people that have saved their own lives and defended others. And I'll remind you of a few. How about an 8-month pregnant woman who saved her husband and daughter's life from home invaders who were trying to kill them? Thank God she had an AR-15. Let me remind you of a man that had an AR-15 that was able to defend a church from a mass shooter who killed 26 people in the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. Thank God for his AR-15. Let me explain something to my Democrat colleagues. You can pass as many gun control laws as you like, but no one will stop a murderer. No one is going to hand over a gun who has murder in their heart. Do you think that your gun control laws are going to cause criminals to come running to hand over the AR-15s that they possess? No, I don't think so. So if you're concerned about protecting Americans and saving lives, stop voting to kill babies up until the day of birth. Care about those children and their body parts, and then do something about all the crime all over America that are affecting every single day Americans. How about our border? How about our border being overrun with drugs and fentanyl and human trafficking? Do you care about those people, those migrants who are dying on the way because of your policies of open borders? Oh, no, it's not the gun that is the problem. It's the policies. And it's the policies that you're pushing right now that are hurting Americans and causing our country to not be safe.
Expired.
Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Members are again asked to remember to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Massachusetts. My apologies.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it's Pennsylvania or Massachusetts, there's still two great commonwealths, right? Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time. I yield myself the balance of the time we have left for my closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly disappointed, but unfortunately not at all surprised that once again, we're considering legislation that will do nothing more than penalize law-abiding citizens while doing absolutely nothing about the root cause of gun violence. We know from history, we know from numerous studies that I've talked about today, that assault weapon bans do not work. So why is this bill coming before us today? It's just the latest in the House Democrats' never-ending attack on America's Second Amendment rights. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Oh, yeah.
recognized.
Madam Speaker,
We're working on the blue glowy.
I have great respect for my friend from Pennsylvania and all my colleagues on the Rules Committee. And I know they feel strongly about this issue. And I believe that many of the concerns that they have raised are unwarranted. And this bill deals with many of them. And as has been said repeatedly, this is not about taking away anybody's guns. It is dealing with the future. It is dealing with ways that we can better protect the people of this country. And so it's frustrating when we hear arguments about, you used the word, you said military style. This technically isn't a military weapon, or we have all these numbers that have been kind of manipulated and presented as reasons for us to do nothing. I find that really disconcerting. I mean, when you, and maybe it's because so many people are dying. Maybe it's because so many people are being murdered by these weapons. I mean, the sheer number is incomprehensible.
What's the number? Say the number.
Lost the human ability to feel what that
About
really
250 in a year.
I've talked
all
to
long
parents,
guns.
I've
That's
talked
rifles,
to brothers
shotguns,
and sisters, to grandparents
semi-auto,
who have
single
lost
shot,
loved ones
bolt,
in these massacres, who have lost loved ones to assault weapons. I mean, it is painful, and we can do something to make it possible that fewer people are victims of mass shootings, that fewer children die, the fewer churchgoers die, the fewer people shopping in their grocery stores or going to a concert, or just minding their own business. I mean, the gun violence in this country has reached epidemic proportions. It is unbelievable. And the American people are sick and tired of being scared. I mean, when my own kids
if
go
the
to
gun
the
violence
movies,
is so bad, why do you have
them.
to add suicides into
I'm
the
worried
numbers?
that there might be somebody with an AR-15 that will be in that movie theater, or if they go to a concert. I think my anxiety is similar to the anxiety of most parents when their kids go out. This doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. And I think all I'm pleading with my colleagues to do is to think long and hard on how they vote on this. We should all be sick to our stomachs about what's happening. And the idea
I'm
that
sick to my
somehow
stomach, all right.
we can't do anything about it, I don't think anybody buys. And I get it. The gun lobby plays a big role with many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. Follow the money. You'll see what I'm talking
Insert
about.
NRA boogeyman.
And I know they don't want you to do anything, but I'm pleading with my colleagues, especially on the Republican side of the aisle. I mean, this is the right thing to do. The previous assault weapons ban had an impact. Unfortunately, it was left to expire. I mean, we need to pass this. This is the right thing to do. Talk to the families. Talk to those who lost loved ones in one of these massacres. And as I said, I mean, to defend,
Americans over 64 are getting a stimulus this month. But you can get it only if you claim it.
Representatives.
What in the hell just happened?
Boundary waters and upending people's.
Back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Where'd my hearing go?
Thank you to the cable and satellite companies who provide C-SPAN to viewers as a public service.
All right, so I guess they broke for the vote.
So that's a procedural vote, a previous question vote on this rule about debate for the assault weapons ban of 2022. Then we expect a vote on the rule itself, then more debate on this assault weapons ban. Votes on final passage a bit later this afternoon on this bill, also that bill about big cats, lions and tigers, public safety, and a couple of other votes as well, including one about wildfire
Lions and
response
tigers and
drought,
bears. Oh my.
drought resiliency. All coming
This
up here
is
this
17.
afternoon on C-SPAN.
Yeah, when I bought it the other night, when during Dark Stream, when a lot of us went on to 1776 supply, I didn't even specify a size. I just pulled the trigger on one. So yeah, I'm carrying my 19. That's my new carry gun. So having another 17 works for me. I'm just going to have to see how exactly I want to build it. I kind of want to do a dark inspired build. So we'll see what all I get to finish it. So this is a rules vote, and then they'll go to more debate, I guess, after this. And there'll be more debate and more debate. Damn, those little shits ain't going to cut what I wanted to cut.
So again, this assault weapons ban would ban the import, sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons or large capacity ammunition feeding devices. This bill originally was supposed to be part of a package of public safety measures the House would consider before the August recess. And that planned package included this new assault weapons ban, a bill that would reinstate some civil liability for gun makers, and bills to establish new federal grant programs for local police. But some Democratic members objected to the lack of police accountability in the police funding bills. So House leaders pulled a larger package, and earlier an agreement was reached to move forward only on the assault weapons ban, leaving the other measures to be negotiated during this upcoming August recess.
It sounds like legal. I was watching Legally Armed America when I was gone earlier today, picking up my daughter. It sounds like he was pretty much right on that. The speaker pulled this bill because I think part of the Congressional Black Caucus wanted more restraints and monitoring of law enforcement, and it wasn't in the bill like they wanted it. So she pulled it. I guess they had more conversations about it. Now here we are. So we'll see how long this vote takes. And while they're voting on that, I'm going to keep working on my frame. Can't find some of my other cutters, so I'm having to do this a little different. But procedural vote, then I think they'll argue a little more. Of course, Republicans are going to be spineless little wimps, as always. And instead of just arguing on the facts and merits of the whole situation, they'll wuss out and argue about other crap that doesn't make any difference as far as this bill goes. As soon as he talks about all these people getting killed by assault weapons, why aren't Republicans smart enough to go, hey, Google, yada, yada. Oh, wow, there's 200 and something people killed by assault weapons. There were 1,400 and something people killed by knives. So, yeah, these mass shootings are horrible. And we should figure out ways to stop them. But ultimately, more people are killed by knives, hands, and feet than what you are calling assault weapons. And by the way, the American people should be able to have full autos without having to pay $200 fees, deal with a extremely controlled market for them, because you can get them. They're just highly expensive because it's a closed market. And yes, more machine guns are being manufactured now. You just have to have an SOT to be able to do it. I don't see why these idiots can't just argue on the factual basis of the conversation. And yeah, the NFA, the ban on machine guns, all that is completely unconstitutional. So I'm going to mute myself for a sec so you guys don't hear the Dremel in the background, but I'm going to go Dremel something real quick. Matter of fact, where was it at? Until they get back, let's do the rules here.
Similar in shape, color, general appearance to an actual assault weapon. Is that correct?
That is correct. I looked up what was the most popular selling rifle in 2019, 2020, 2021. It turns out it's a Ruger 1022, but the second most popular rifle is an AR-15 by a certain brand, and the third most popular is an AR-15 by another brand, and the fourth most popular is an AR-15 by another brand. And as it turns out, if you're just counting the platform and not the brand, the AR-15 is the most popular rifle being sold today and has been for several years in a row.
And what does the data tell us about the effectiveness of banning semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I think
Rifles.
I think you're going to hear a lot of falsehoods in the debate here today that the 94 to 2004 assault weapons ban was effective at reducing crime. The reality is I have the manufacturer's data for these types of weapons that this bill seeks to ban and that the 94 to 2004 ban sought to ban. And it turns out that there were hundreds of thousands of these weapons made every year from 94 to 2004. There were over 2 million of these so-called assault weapons style weapons. The Democrats call them assault weapons. I would maintain they are not assault weapons, but there were 2 million of these that came into circulation during the ban. So if the Democrats will argue today that crime went down from 94 to 2004, and it had anything to do with the types
For what purpose
of
does the
weapons they
gentlewoman
seek to
from
ban,
Michigan
they're
seek
going to have to
recognition?
concede
As
that
the member
the number of
designated
these
by
weapons
Mr.
doubled
Weave
during that
and Ms.
period of time.
Omar, I inform the
That
House
before
that these members will vote aye
1994,
on the previous
for instance, in
question.
1990, if you look at the types of AR and AK, that would be the AK-47 type weapon, not the fully automatic. But there were 74,000 of those either made or imported into the United States in 1990. But in 2003, there were 380,000 of those made or imported into the United States. Now, they want to renew this ban, but it's a cosmetic ban in large part. And what we found from 94 to 2004 is 2 million of these firearms
For what
came
purpose
into
does the gentleman
existence,
from
and none
Texas
of the
seek
old ones went out
recognition?
of existence.
Speaker, person.
And under current law, are states already
Mr.
able
Cornell,
to
and Ms.
ban
Kate Ranger text
semi-automatic
informed the House that they will all vote no on the previous question.
I think that is
Does the gentleman from
problematic.
North
if
Dakota
it's-
seek
if we use the
recognition?
test
Madam
Supreme
Speaker, as
Court
the member
used in
designated
Heller,
by Mr. Taylor
and,
from
based
Texas
on the
and Ms.
court
Maliotakis
case
from New York, I
that I
inform the House
stated
that they will
earlier, in Colorado, a judge has ruled that if it's in common use, which was the test that the Supreme Court uses, that they could not.
Okay, and last question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode
You've
Island
touched
seek
on this in your
recognition?
testimony, but in many ways, in my opinion, HR 1808 has more to do with the perception of safety than actual public safety. Can you speak to why policies that advance the perception of safety are damaging to the actual public safety efforts?
Well, I think it's dangerous because once this bill passes, people will think that they're safer. But the reality is that this bill, as written, unless it is greatly amended, bans firearms based on aesthetics and not based on their lethality. And a lot of the guns banned in here, it feels like they're banned because they're black plastic. They have black plastic accessories. Guns which are not banned in here, which, for instance, have been used in shootings. By the way, any gun can be used by somebody who wishes to commit harm. Even the most basic gun, a shotgun that fires multiple projectiles with a single pull of the trigger. One round, but multiple projectiles is in many ways more lethal than within 20 yards, which is where most of these shootings occur. They don't happen at long distances, is more lethal than the guns that are sought to be banned here. And that's why gun owners are suspicious. If this bill purports to make Americans safer by banning these guns, which have certain characteristics and lethality, then the American gun owners know that when this bill doesn't work, the Democrats will come back and seek to ban other guns that, in fact, in practice, have more lethality, like a 30-06 deer rifle or a 12-gauge shotgun, pump shotgun, which are not banned in here. And again, just to name a few of the actual military weapons, the quintessential Cold War Chinese Communist Party weapon, the SKS, is not banned in here. Why is that? Maybe because it's got
only
wood
banned
furnish.
if it has a
Maybe because it's
detachable
got
magazine.
got
If
black
it doesn't have a
plastic, it doesn't
detachable
look
magazine,
longer.
it's not banned.
But the issue is it shoots a caliber with a charge behind it.
That's Massey
that's
talking to
just
him right now.
As lethal, if not more lethal, than many of the guns banned.
Thank you. Chairman Nadler, I assume you believe in the right of self-defense. If so, under what conditions, what type of weapon would be appropriate?
Well, any self-defense where you perceive a threat from some individual, group of individuals, obviously you're entitled to defend, and any non-military weapon, unlike the military type weapons that we're talking about here.
Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I represent some parts of rural Oklahoma, and many of my constituents honestly live quite a distance away from the nearest police station. In the situation where dangerous animals or an intruder is threatening the life of people in that kind of situation, how would you recommend they respond?
Well, there are more than 2,000 guns to choose from that would not be banned by this bill.
You know, criminals don't follow the law, so if a criminal has a semi-automatic weapon and my law-abiding constituent doesn't, what happens in a scenario like that?
Well, you wouldn't advocate that since criminals don't follow the law, we shouldn't have any laws.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry that there's a technical.
I said you wouldn't advocate that since, I assume you wouldn't advocate that since criminals don't follow the law, we shouldn't have any laws.
That's not what I suggested. I just think in a situation like that, you've got an obvious mismatch. But anyway, one or two more. More than half the gun crimes committed in the country with a handgun are committed with a handgun, not a semi-automatic rifle. Would you support a handgun ban?
We only ban high-capacity clips if they're inserted into a handgun.
Yeah, but would you support that?
Handgun is not banned. A normal handgun is not banned by this bill.
I didn't suggest it was. I'm just curious, would you support a ban of handguns?
No.
Thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Torres.
You have to wait a little bit, baby. Go grab your pack crackers or something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for that delay. We're here today yet again to take up common sense gun violence legislation in response to multiple mass shootings across our country. Earlier this week, I held a telephone town hall for my constituents on this very important issue. I heard from my constituents on the need for additional action on gun violence prevention. Unfortunately, my constituents know all too well the devastation and heartbreak of gun violence in our community. In 2015, the Inland Empire in California was the victim of a mass shooting. 14 people were viciously murdered. 2 of them were my constituents. This happened at the Inland Regional Center. The Inland Regional Center is a place where people with disabilities go for care. Assault rifles and semi-automatic handguns were used in that mass shooting against very vulnerable people. Just this year, we saw the horror unfold in Uvalde, Texas, where 21 people, 19 of them children, and 2 teachers were brutally murdered while learning their ABCs. DNA samples had to be collected from their families in order to identify the bodies. That's the type of weapon that we are talking about today. It is deeply disturbing to recognize that this event was the second deadliest K-12 school shooting on record and the second mass shooting in just a 10-day span. After the shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, which killed 10 people, since Uvalde, there have been more than 30 mass shootings. Before I served the Inland Empire in Congress, I was a 911 dispatcher for 17 and a half years. I've been on the other end of the phone line, taking difficult calls. Many of them were situations of gun violence. Hearing gunfire while talking to a child is something that I will never forget. That horrific popping sound is usually followed by a desperate voice on the other end, screaming in pain or complete silence. I know exactly what the price is for congressional inaction on banning assault weapons. That inaction will cost us more dead children, more trauma to our families, first responders, and medical personnel who struggle to fix the wounds and stop the bleeding afterwards. I am disgusted that we cannot come together to help innocent people go about their daily lives without fearing that some crazy person will come after them while they're in church, shopping, at a concert, learning their ABCs. The Second Amendment gives citizens the right to own a firearm. Absolutely, it does. But it does not specify the type of weapon that could be allowed. That was left open purposely to give legislators an opportunity to make life-saving common sense accommodations. We live in a modern society where dangerous individuals are getting their hands on these dangerous weapons, where gun manufacturers have refused to adopt basic safety mechanisms that could prevent these weapons from being fired by anyone other than the owner. They have also continued to target the sales of these weapons to children and religious people. After nearly 3 decades, Congress finally passed bipartisan legislation last month, but it was too late, and more must be done for the families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. These bills before us today will help prevent more catastrophes from happening in our communities. When is enough going to be enough? More blood must be shed in our communities before Republicans provide some type of protection to our community. Stop hiding behind the Second Amendment and do your job. We can't sit by over and over again and make no changes while our children are being murdered. I urge everyone to take a sensible look at this. Put aside the profits of your major donors, because our communities need this. The American people are expecting you to protect them. I urge you to support this bill today, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I regret the fact that in the process by which we were brought here today, I do appreciate the fact that I was at least allowed to stand for the national anthem last night at the ballpark before having to sign on to our emergency hearing to allow the rules to proceed on the floor today. But Mr. Massey, so good to see you again. We always learn so much when you come to our Rules Committee. Now, the statement was made that this bill that we have in front of us today has in fact been in the Committee on Judiciary for some time and has been marked up in some form or other during its tenure. I guess I'm intrigued by the fact that starting on page 25, Appendix A, and then extending to page, 121, are the firearms exempted by the assault weapons ban of 2022. It seems like a pretty lengthy list. In committee, did you go through each one of those and render a decision?
No, and I find this list very curious because it includes rifles like bolt action rifles and pump rifles that if you just take the plain reading of the beginning of the bill, you would think you wouldn't need to exempt these rifles. I didn't think that any of these rifles listed in that long appendix that you showed would or should have been banned by the text of the beginning of the bill, which makes me wonder why such a long list.
Well, and I will admit, you piqued my curiosity about what makes gun owners suspicious about this activity. Is what is next? Is it merely an amendment to the bill to remove half of the exempted firearms from the appendix?
I think maybe they're trying to condition us for having a list of guns that you can own instead of a list of guns that you can't, which I think is very dangerous to go down that path.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I guess that's a potential proscriptive activity that, look,
By the way, I saw some conflicts, by the way, in the list
yes.
with the beginning list. So with and this came out, and maybe they seek to fix this in their bill before it gets debated today. But the Ruger Mini 14 in its a tactical form, right, is banned in the beginning of the bill. The receiver is banned in the beginning of the bill. And then in the exempted list is a different version of the Mini 14, which is not banned. And there's no, then that puts the receiver of the not banned gun in an ambiguous condition legally, because the receiver of the banned gun and the receiver of the not banned gun are identical receivers. And they have explicitly banned receivers of banned guns. So maybe, I mean, this thing was rushed through committee. I pointed that out to them in committee. Maybe they're going to try and fix that in a manager's amendment. I'm not sure, but that's just one example. I can't go through there's dozens of guns on here. It's hard to find all of the conflicts.
Yes.
I found in their list also a rifle. Actually, I asked my brother, I said, is your rifle banned? And he goes and he looks for it in the list. And he says, well, it looks like it's in the exempt list, but they call my 44 Magnum a rimfire rifle. And he's like, if somebody offers to let you shoot a rimfire 44 Magnum, you need to run. Like, that is not the right cartridge. That cartridge doesn't exist. So there were also some problems in this list that just by mere sampling by one person, like, check this gun, see if it's in there.
Yeah, we can look at the list. You'll see M1 Garands are fine. You'll see Mini 30s are fine.
And that the people
Mini
rushing it
14s are
through don't really
fine.
understand
They just can't have threaded
technical
barrels and
aspects
pistol
of the things
grips.
they're trying to ban.
Barrel
Appreciate you
shrouds.
sharing the in-depth polling and study that you did by consulting your brother.
Yeah. He knows more than me about guns. Yeah.
That's scary. Let me, we've talked about this before when you've been up here at other times. Look, we've done or attempted a number of things on gun, affecting gun ownership. From a previous Congress, from previous legislation, and I think it was the Fix Nix bill. One of my concerns was it was never a requirement for the Department of Justice to provide us a list of people who had falsified information on their application and they were never prosecuted. That the number of actual detected falsifications is large. The number of prosecutions is minuscule.
Bull Rush, you're right. It's a feature. It's a feature of the bill. It's not a flaw.
Yeah, to that point, the last
Just like
year
with
that we
some
had
of their
voted
other
for, there
shit,
were
it's a feature.
112,000 denials in the instant background check system.
That way
which a
they
lot of
can
people
say
put
that
a lot of
anybody
faith
at
in.
any time
But
selling
time and
any
time
gun
again, we
is
see
a
that
gun
they
trafficker.
keep
It's a
people from
feature.
purchasing firearms that then go on to commit crime. But the question is, if 112,000 people failed the test, how many of those were convicted? Because ostensibly, the way you fail that test is you're a prohibited person and you check all the boxes that say you are not a prohibited person. And then you attest with the signature that you are not a prohibited person, and you have perjured yourself on this form. And so 112,000 of those, if they're not overturned, a few of them got overturned and they did get their initially, but most of them weren't. There were only 12 prosecutions out of over 100,000.
Yeah, I figured Crump and Dark and everybody'd be going too.
Why do we not have the data? Why are
Matter of fact, I might open up
prosecutors
theirs
not
in another
prosecuting
tab
people
just so I can
for
keep
the
tabs on everybody.
crime of being a prohibited person, lying about it, and trying to purchase a firearm?
Which is to me what is so disturbing, the statement of administration policy, which I haven't had hasn't been provided, so I haven't read it. But you have an administration that is it's not just this administration; it was a previous administration, the one before that, where all of these non-prosecutions occurred. So when is the administration going to come to us with a commitment that we're actually going to follow through on this, and we're going to take these activities seriously? It doesn't seem like they're serious. We are almost being told we
Make
have
sure
to
everybody
legislate
else is
because the
getting some
problem is so
watch time.
severe, but they're never going to enforce the law. So as a practical matter, it doesn't matter, and we might as well leave people's Second Amendment rights alone.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think one of the reasons they don't want to go after convictions of those 112,000 denials
You
is
know what?
they know there's some false denials in there.
Let me do it
And
this way.
at the end of the day, they don't care if it's a law-abiding gun owner just trying to execute his or her constitutional rights. They just want fewer people to have guns. And so if we've got a system that's leaky, it misses people, but if it's biased in terms of like pre-convicting people and denying them their Second Amendment rights, if it's overly restrictive, oh, that's okay, don't worry about it. The problem is when you blur your eyes and don't care about accuracy, you're also missing some of the others. And we've seen that happen.
Yes, we have, haven't we? Well, thank you for your participation once again.
Jared's still
happy to yield
going
back to the
too.
chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
So I imagine all of us are going to be going.
I'll just make a quick statement. Mr. Massey, I got to tell you, your encyclopedic knowledge of this area of firearms is really impressive. But for me, it misses the mark clearly. Because I think as legislators, our first responsibility really comes in the preamble to the Constitution of a more perfect union, establishing justice, ensuring
Here we go with the greater good argument.
providing for the common defense and promoting the general welfare. And
The first Mel Brooks movie ever sold.
slaughters, as we've had in Buffalo, shoppers, Uvalde students, little kids, Highland Park, parade watchers, Aurora, Colorado, movie goers, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, people going to the synagogue, Littleton, Colorado, high schoolers. All of that stuff that you talk about, all of the different kinds of ramifications and details of each gun and what trigger and all that stuff, it completely misses the mark of the slaughter that is going on. And it is in my opinion, our number one responsibility. And as much as I appreciate how much you know about these types of weapons and the different triggers and barrels and what the recoil is and all of that stuff. And I honestly, it is impressive. It misses the mark.
If you don't have the facts, pound the table.
I'm going to support this bill. There have just been too many mass deaths. And so with that, I'll yield back to the chair.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Just to pick up where Mr. Perlmutter left off, I actually think your encyclopedic knowledge, I think that's spot on. The reason it's spot on is because it's reinforcing your point that this legislation is just aimed at reducing the amount of guns that citizens can own legally without regard to the specifications, the capability of different platforms. Would you like to expand upon that?
Well, I think it is, if we're going to legislate, and if you are going to try and balance restricting the rights of the individual and society, you need to be precise. And I think it does matter. And I do believe probably some of this language is going to get changed because I'm torn. I mean, I have lended what I know about guns to the debate, and it looks like they're getting better at writing gun banning legislation, but still making huge mistakes. And what the mistakes that happen is you end up accidentally banning things you didn't mean to, and increasing the constituency of people who will be opposed to this. Just as an example, and I don't mean this to try to show off or anything. It's a genuine concern of gun owners about this bill. There's a provision in here that I appreciate. It's very well intended. It's on page 3, line 4 through 8. It says the bill seeks to ban any part, combination of parts, component, device, attachment, or accessory that is designed or functions to accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm. Well, I think I know what you're trying to do. I think you want to ban bump stocks, okay? And maybe some other things that might be out there that people don't know about, but you're aware of. But the way it's written could
If you
cover
do a trigger job,
somebody who lightens the trigger of their firearm. I mean, there are some firearms which come with the device that makes it easier to pull the trigger to activate the firing of the gun. Now, these aren't used I don't think particularly by people who are indiscriminately shooting in shopping malls. These are used by competition shooters who would take 30 seconds or a minute to sit there and steady a rifle and acquire a target, or they may be used by women who
They're
seek to
used all
have
the
a
time by
lighter trigger pull because the
competition
action in the
shooters
factory with the
to
heavy
speed up
But
their
you can
shots,
imagine
to
how
aid
having
in
a
quicker
lighter trigger
follow-up
pull
shots.
might mean that a woman could fire a gun faster. It's not intended to make it simulate fully automatic fire, but people are asking me, can you offer an amendment to clarify that? And I did in Judiciary Committee, and it wouldn't have stopped you from banning bump stocks.
Yeah.
But it would have stopped you from accidentally banning a device or a combination of devices or
Dude, there
parts
are
or
a lot of
components
drop-in
that
triggers
were
out
put
there
in a
where you can
firearm to allow somebody to
adjust
be more
your
accurate, or a
take
woman
up,
to shoot the gun
the
without
trigger
having to be so hard
pull,
that-
reset, all that stuff.
On the topic of bump stocks, it's my understanding that the last administration actually banned bump stocks. Is that
Yeah, HBS, man.
There
Yeah.
is
Just be
a
careful out on the ride,
administrative
brother,
ban
and clear
on
your
bump
head and
stocks.
have a good time and be
you were
safe.
talking with Ranking Member Cole about the difference between the AR-15 and the M16 in the M4. When we're told that these are weapons of war, is that an accurate statement? And I'm referring to AR-15s as these.
I don't know. I don't believe it's an accurate statement to say that the AR-15 is a weapon of war. It's a sporter rifle. It does not have the selective switch that goes into fully automatic fire like the M4 or the M16 that the military uses. And they may have also 3-round burst, which is categorized as fully automatic. Those are also already illegal for civilians to own.
So it would be more accurate to describe weapons of war to be limited to the M16 and the M4, and then to describe AR-15 style rifles as sporting rifles, correct?
I would agree so. I mean, let's just take another example, the Browning 1911. I mean, that was, it's a handgun, a semi-automatic handgun. It was developed by Browning.
Looks like this.
Ostensibly for the military. I don't think we would call it.
That
a
one
weapon of
even
war
has
because it has
government
a
model
civilian
written
use, but
on
that's-
it.
That's maybe not appropriate analogy because the analogy you're making here, or the distinction you're making is, one is a machine gun. You pull the trigger and it keeps going. As long as you grab that thing, it keeps going until it's empty. And the other requires you to activate the trigger each time, the civilian firearm.
Thanks, Mr. Massey. Chairman Nadler, are you aware that a congressionally mandated study on the 1994 assault weapons ban found that found it ineffective in reducing violent crime?
No,
and I
it's
quote,
mine. It's all
Mr.
mine.
Nadler, if I can just get the quote out, and I'm quoting, as the banned guns
Just like
were
my
never
blue
used
glowy.
more than a modest fraction of all gun murders, end quote, before the ban. Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
Well, I have to say that I am aware of studies that show that during the assault weapons ban, mass shooting fatalities were 70% less likely to occur.
That wasn't the question.
70% less.
There were technical difficulties. It was breaking up a little bit, Mr. Nadler, but
But what I said, in case you didn't hear me, was that studies showed that during the period of the ban from 1994 to 2004, mass shooting fatalities went down by 70%.
okay, well, I just read you a quote that says something different, that the banned guns were never used in more than a modest fraction of all gun murders. Are you now saying that the study is inaccurate in some way, or are you just
Whatever you're quoting from is inaccurate because
it's the
mass
DOJ
shooting
statistics.
fatalities
You
went down by 70%.
Well, I believe the study is accurate, and I'll get your staff.
Oh,
a copy of
God,
the study
Republicans are
and
spineless.
point you to the finding that it found that the banned guns were never used in a modest fraction of all gun murders. Mr. Nadler, are you aware that a follow-up to the study that I just
Dude, these
referenced,
people are
that study coming out in
morons.
2004 found the bans, and I quote, effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best and perhaps too small for reliable measurement, end quote. Yes or no?
What do you got?
No, I just told you what I know to be the fact.
I will get you the follow-up study too and point you in the
Do not
direction
eat that whole thing.
where it says, and I quote, the
Where
effects of
was
gun
it? In the
violence are
cabinet?
likely to be small at
Why were
best
you
and
up in the
perhaps
cabinet?
too small for reliable measurement when we're talking about
If you want to have a battle of statistics, our staffs can they can talk to each other.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. I look forward to getting you the study from 1994.
That's
and
a baking bar.
Are you aware, Mr. Nadler, that
That's not
San
like a
Bernardino,
candy bar,
Newtown, and
candy
Buffalo,
bar.
Massachusetts
Get your
shootings
popsicle.
took place despite the fact that there was an existence of assault weapon bans in the respective states? Are you aware of that?
That's an unfortunate occurrence, but a few occasions does not prove the rule.
So you acknowledge that in all three of these states, there was already an assault weapons ban and shootings took place anyhow.
But we never said that an assault weapon ban would solve every case.
I just want you to acknowledge that these weapons were already banned in those three states when the shootings took place.
Yes, but we never said that that an assault weapons ban would solve every single case. You're citing three.
Mr. Nadler, you were having a back and forth with Ranking Member Cole in which you said that in a matter of self-defense, an individual that was under threat in using self-defense could not respond with a, I believe you said, not a military weapon. Was that what you were saying? I don't want to misquote you here.
No, but I didn't say that. It's not what I meant, sir.
Okay, then I'll ask you. So Mr. Cole asked you if somebody is under attack either by an intruder or some kind of dangerous animal, how do you think that person that's under attack can respond? And if they can respond in self-defense, what kind of weapons would be acceptable to you in that response?
They should respond with any weapon they're legally permitted to use.
Are you aware of how many times nationally there are defensive uses of weapons?
We have had this discussion, these debates, and we've repeatedly cited.
Would you agree that the CDC found that annually there are roughly 500,000 to 3 million uses of defensive firearms?
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay, I should have said use of firearms in defense. There's a Georgetown study that also said it's 1.67 million. Mr. Nadler, are you aware?
Our country is awash in guns, and that is the problem.
Well, I think that goes to Mr. Massey's point that the problem, that the issue is that this bill seeks to limit the amount of firearms and types of firearms, not to actually address the root cause of the problems. Mr. Massey, would you like to pick up on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a desire. I think there's two desires here. One we share and one we don't. One desire we share is to reduce the amount of violence that's committed by, Americans against Americans. And the other desire, which I don't share, is just to reduce the number of guns, like just a indiscriminate reduction in the number of firearms. The problem with that is, if that's your goal to end, is if you feel like we're awash in guns, to quote the other witness, then the bias, I think, is just to think that if we just reduce the number of guns, that'll solve the problem. Let me give another example of how this isn't going to solve the problem. In a previous hearing in front of this committee, Columbine, the shooting at Columbine and the shooting at Virginia Tech were offered as examples of where this 15-round magazine capacity ban would have stopped the shooting. The problem is, in both of those shootings, there wasn't a magazine that had more than 15 rounds. At Columbine, they used 10-round magazines. At Virginia Tech, they were almost all 10-round magazines, and there were a few 15-round magazines. And because this bill is offered and promised that it will stop or reduce the violence that we all want to stop, and it bans a certain capacity of magazines, we know what's coming next, because it won't stop. First of all, the promise is hollow. It's not going to stop that violence. Use 10-round magazines, 8-round magazines, 12-round magazines. And we'll be back here, probably while we're all still in Congress even. And there'll be another bite at the apple, and they'll say, well, we've just got too many guns. We got to reduce the number of guns. We got to reduce the capacity of magazines. And there'll be another hollow, empty promise, because people want something done. But I think people want more than do something. I think they want something that will work.
Thanks, Mr. Massey. Chairman Nadler, are you aware of the common use standard that has been established by the Supreme Court?
Yes.
Are you aware that just last week a district judge in Colorado?
This is where he's going to try to downplay the common
assault
use.
weapons ban based on the common use test?
Yes, one of your colleagues just said that. Otherwise, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I simply want to establish the fact that the common use test is being used by the court. Would you also agree that there are
Being used by one judge, whether it's being used by one judge, whether that stands up on appeal.
Yeah, one judge in the district court last week, and also by the Supreme Court in at least 3 or 4 different Second Amendment cases since Heller. But yes, the common use test. Would you agree that there are 20 million AR-15 style rifles in the United States currently?
That is a low ball number.
If you were to accept there are roughly 20 million AR-15 style rifles in the United States, would you not also have to admit that it seems that the AR-15 style rifle is in common use?
Well, I would have to admit that, and I would have to also admit that we have huge numbers of mass shootings in this country, unlike any other in the world.
So, Mr.
I think
Nadler,
there's a close connection.
Mr. Nadler, so by your own admission, this bill is on its face unconstitutional, because you've just admitted that AR-15 style rifles are in common use. You've also acknowledged the common use standard.
Come back first of all, come back and read Heller. But second of all, remember that this bill grandfathers all existing AR-15.
Mr. Massey, would you like to talk about the common?
Yeah, I saw it. I was bouncing in their chats too, Mike.
AR-15 style sporting rifles in the United States that would clearly fall under the definition of common use, thereby making this bill unconstitutional.
That is a test that's been applied. You know, at first they thought, well, maybe there was an argument that was made in Heller that the Second Amendment only covers firearms that were in use at the time of when the Constitution was written. But that's been clarified in multiple
on the adoption of the resolution.
Those
in favor say aye.
Common use at the time.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have. Purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
All right,
Yeas
so
and
they're back
nays
to
are
another vote.
requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Which means it's probably only going to take them a half
Gentleman
hour.
from North Carolina rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congresswoman Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Congresswoman Boebert will vote no.
There's no other rifle that's more commonly purchased than the AR-15 right now in the United States. It is like it's at the top of every
It's
list.
not just purchase. Think about how many of them we
Mr.
build
Nadler, this bill
constantly.
allows for the temporary transfer of weapons at, and I quote, an established range. Would you like to elaborate on how an established range is actually defined in the bill?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California and Ms. Slinger from
They federally licensed facility.
So in other words, my range, my backyard is not
I
a
did not hear
licensed
federally
range.
licensed.
Facility.
Mr. Massey, with a definition like that, wouldn't this legislation effectively ban
So
transfers?
that means if I handed you one of my guns to shoot on my own range, I just committed a felony and so did you.
Friend to an individual who is afraid of domestic violence. What is your thought on how this bill establishes?
These people are idiots on both sides.
So that is a concern that we had during the markup, and in fact, I
Massey,
offered
not so
amendment
much.
to, say that if you transfer it to a victim of domestic violence, that's not going to be outlawed, and that was shot down by a recorded vote. So it's pretty clear that if you wanted to try and transfer this to somebody who was, let's say, a victim of domestic violence, that you would run afoul of this law and probably infinite number of other situations we can't imagine. But I think you've hit on a few of them, like for hunting and transferring to a cousin, well, is your farmland and established range, I don't think it is under the definition of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Massey.
I must correct Mr. Massey. It has nothing to do with an established range, and farmland is obviously not an established range.
No, you little fat fuck. You literally said it has to be a licensed range to fall into your exemption. So in an unlicensed range, like my backyard where I go shoot, if I hand someone one of my guns to shoot, I just committed an illegal firearms transfer.
Definition of this bill. But if you read the bill, you'd find there is an express exception for transfers from between family members.
So that's his answer. No, you can do it with family members. Yeah, but if I do it to one of my friends that I'm closer with than any family member, I just committed a felony.
For what purposes does the gentleman from
Fucking people are insane.
I'm worried that, well, you know, then that would exempt Kentucky because we're pretty much all related, I guess. But
that's kind of a
to
funny
your
joke.
point, though, it only
Not
covers.
such extended families.
Yeah, it doesn't cover. Yes, I'm going to offer that first before somebody else does. But my point is, it's just immediate family members, you know, and we do have big families. Maybe that's where the myth came from. And you know, your second cousin might be like a brother to you, and because we value family, and your second cousin's not covered here.
Yeah, dude, I'm in Alabama. Yeah, I got
I
you.
want to go back to your
Louisiana's pretty
back
much
and
the
forth
same
with Ranking
too.
Member Cole. He asked you specifically if you wanted to ban handguns after giving you a statistic that said that handguns are used far more often in murders in the United States than sporting rifles, or what you would describe as assault weapons. Would you like to clarify that? Do you still believe that you don't want to ban handguns?
For what purposes does the gentleman North Dakota rise?
No, except for the limitation that you can't purchase a handgun until you're 21.
Okay, Mr. Naylor, do you, before you sign on to a bill to co-sponsor it, do you,
Mike, right now they're voting on one of the other rules for the bill, and then they're just going to keep going on debate from what it looks like. Democrats are going to try like hell to force this through the House tonight, is what it's really shaping up to be. So they're in the middle of another vote. We're back listening to the Rules Committee, which met earlier about the bill, and just trying to keep an eye on the votes as the votes come through.
I'm assuming you do your due diligence to make sure you actually agree with what's in the bill. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Then are you aware that in
Of course.
1993, you co-sponsored a bill to actually ban handguns? It's called the Health and Safety Act of 1993. You aware of that?
Might very well have, I don't remember.
Okay.
25.
So your position currently is different than your position in 93? Because you just told Mr.
I
Cole you
cannot say,
didn't
I
want to ban
cannot say,
handguns.
I don't, I cannot say, I don't remember anything about it.
Okay, I just find it interesting that in
Bills in
93,
1990.
you co-sponsored a bill to ban handguns, and you just told the ranking member that you don't want to ban handguns. So maybe you're moving to a center-right position on this. but
I'm
just-
sure I'm sure I never sponsored a bill to completely ban handguns.
Yeah, Bull Rush. It's a step at a time. We all know where this goes.
Thank you very much. I know we're all going through statistics here. I just like
This isn't a
to
slippery
record
slope.
that,
This is a fall off of a
30%
cliff.
of shootings, of mass shootings in recent history involve guns that were banned under the now expired 1994 federal assault weapons law. And I could go through every one of them here. I won't. I will ask that they be put in the record. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. First, I just want to clear something up about
this fucking sleazeball.
The in common use at the time language, which comes from the United States versus Miller decision, which upheld Congress's ban on sawed-off shotguns.
It upheld
and
the
Supreme Court in
34 NFA.
1939 said that the reason that it was upholding it was because that particular weapon had no reasonable relationship to a well-regulated militia.
what they said is that weapon, they found it not to be useful in military service. You fuck nuts. So in other words, if that person had been caught with an MG42, then it would have been fine because that would have been useful in military service.
Then Justice Scalia, in the District of Columbia versus Heller case, adopted that language. And Scalia, of course, is the great originalist of all time. So, of course,
what they're talking about, Chicago Mike, is the 1934 NFA, the Miller case that challenged it. It was about a short-barreled shotgun. I think Miller had died before it actually went in front of the Supreme Court. It still went in front of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court in 34, or whatever year it went through, said that they didn't think short-barreled shotguns were useful in military service, so it upheld the ban on shotguns having a barrel of less than 18 inches. They compared it to military service and said they didn't think that a barrel of under 18 inches really fit into military service. I've done another huge video on that one where we covered the 34 NFA and covered the Miller case.
of course, you would go back to the writing of the Second Amendment in 1791, and he said that he incorporated that vision of defending guns that were in common use at the time, which means muskets, not semi-automatic assault weapons. But let me ask you, Mr. Massey, and I certainly wish that we could put your encyclopedic knowledge of firearms and your essentially sweet and kind disposition to work for making our country safer, because I think you could be of major assistance to us. But in articulating the different factors at stake here, you seem to want to only act in defense of one of them. But I wanted to go back to your interesting colloquy with the ranking member about machine guns, and you explained very carefully why machine guns could be banned and how that is in fact constitutional. So I just want to get you straight on this point. You believe that the federal ban on traffic in machine guns is constitutional?
The ban exists, and I follow the law.
But let's not be clever here. Do you accept that as constitutional under the Second Amendment?
No. No, that's the only answer to that question.
If you went with the original reading of the Constitution, these laws should have been left up to the states. That it would be.
So it could be banned by the states, you're saying?
If this is in an alternate interpretation.
No, I'm just asking you simply.
Basis in case law, but let me, to your point, it's interesting you mentioned Miller. The argument in Miller was that these weren't military style weapons, so they could be banned, implying that if the sawed-off shotgun had been used by the military, that they couldn't have banned.
But Justice Scalia says the reverse in the Heller case, where he says even if bans that could be used for military purposes could be banned, that's all right because of the originalist
I say that the Heller decision was
right.
So but if we want to,
you can ban nuclear weapons, but you can't ban a musket because that's what was originally used.
But if we want to rely on Miller, I'm just saying it's an interesting juxtaposition.
All right. Well, look, the fact is, I would love to tease you out on this. It seems like you concede the constitutionality of a whole set of bans on different kinds of arms. Machine guns are banned. Sawed-off shotguns are banned.
No.
Bombs are banned. Hand grenades are banned. Nuclear weapons are banned. Switchblades are banned.
No, they're not.
I take it I'm not incorrect in saying that you accept the constitutionality of federal regulation of certain kinds of weapons.
Absolutely, nuclear weapons, not switchblades.
Okay, so, but some, you would agree, sawed-off shotguns and machine guns, you've got no problem with that. You're not fighting that.
Yeah, I am, actually. Yeah.
I don't understand why.
That should be the only answer to that question.
Technically, if you want me to engage you honestly.
I definitely want you to engage me honestly, because I'm just trying to make a point here, which is.
I don't understand why you can own a pistol that has a 6-inch barrel that will shoot a shotgun shell, but you can't own a shotgun that has a 14-inch barrel that will shoot a shotgun shell. No, there's.
But okay,
there's
so
not logic
let's get
in
at
some of
that.
those
Let's get
things.
at that, because I think that what you've advanced today is a standard of exceptional and narrow technical proficiency in detail. But what if, in a social sense, we see that certain kinds of weapons are being marketed to certain kinds of criminal forces or elements in the society. They're being marketed in a way that suddenly they gain huge popularity.
Then you
People are
arrest the
taking them into
criminals.
kindergartens, nursery schools, supermarkets, churches, synagogues, mosques, and assassinating people. And so if we were to say, let us ban that form of weapon, the best we can, or the sale of it, not the possession of it, by the way, we'll get into that, but the sale of it in order to save life. And then you say, well, wait, there's a weapon that hasn't been used for 50 years, which has more destructive power, or here's another one, which we think has more lethality, as you put it, but it's not being used. Why would that not be within the power of Congress as the representatives of the people to make that reasonable judgment that we can save life by
Because
banning
the
it? Because you've already conceded
Constitution.
that under the Second Amendment, we can ban certain categories of weapons.
Well, we're talking in the context of the existing case law and the framework of the Supreme Court decisions. And I do believe that this bill has constitutional issues in light of Heller and the more recent Supreme Court decision in McDonald.
Okay, just tell me, you said that you've been taking your kids hunting with the AR-15.
Yes.
What do you hunt?
Deer.
For? You hunt deer?
Anything I want
And
to.
this is a simple question.
And I
because
wouldn't hunt deer
the
with an AR,
reportage that
'cause
I
a
saw out of
223
Uvalde and
round
other
is a
places was
fucking varmint
horrifying in
round.
that the effect of the AR-15 is such that they couldn't even identify
Yeah,
the
Mike,
children.
it's
The
outrageous.
parents had to come in and identify them by DNA. What is left of the deer after you hunt deer with an AR-15?
Everything,
Depends
because
on
it's
where
going to
you
walk
strike it.
away.
Sometimes there's a hole, sometimes there's a lot worse. But what my children have learned from that experience is the finality of taking a life, and that it isn't pretty. It's not pretty when you shoot a deer. It's just not. And then they understand it's not a video game. And by that, I'm not blaming video games in any way, but I will tell you
I don't have a
this.
30-aught round
the-
handy.
The
but for
223
those
round
of
that's shot
you
by the AR-15 is just barely sufficient
who don't know,
for deer hunting. And
this
that-
is a
Well, why does it have
223
such an
or a
explosive
5.56
effect on
round.
human flesh?
It is a
such that
22
essentially
caliber round. It
disintegrates
just
the
has
body,
more
as
powder
has
behind
been
it.
described to us in numerous.
Well,
This is 7.62 by
Joe
39.
Biden said that the
This is a
9
much
millimeter blows the
larger
lungs out.
round. It releases
look,
much more energy on its
it
target.
has a lethal
If I pull a
effect. We're
30-06
not gonna- I
round in
won't,
here, it's going to be
dispute
much
that.
larger than
But
this.
it has a much less lethal effect than a 30-06 or 308. That's what has I mean, I know not all of people watch Rules Committee, but they'll be watching the floor debate. And the
Oh,
common
no,
gun
we're
owner
watching the
out there
Rules
is
Committee.
worried when you show videos of a 223 going through ballistic gelatin and say, this is what a 223 round does, and that's why we need to ban the AR-15. And their whole gun cabinet has guns that all shoot more powerful cartridges than that. And they're thinking, wow, if that ballistic gel and that demonstration is the basis for that gun ban, I've got to worry. So can
you think?
And I don't know how to tell them, well, don't worry, because if that's the rationale, if the lethality of the 223 is the rationale for this ban, then you can rationalize banning all deer rifles, every
Yeah,
single.
7.62 by
But of
39
course,
is
our
not a
legislation
long distance
allows
round. It's
for
a 300 meter
2,000
gun.
different kinds of hunting and
The amount of
sporting
energy,
firearms,
however, it
which
releases into a
the
target at
Congress would be
combat
judging
distances
are not equally
is
a
way
threat
better than a 5.56.
to the school children of America, to shoppers in Buffalo, to churchgoers in South Carolina, and so on. So the only, I think you've had a fair-minded articulation of your position today, and I think we've learned a lot from it. The one thing I take strong exception to is the totally hyperbolic rhetoric, which I'm afraid I've heard from other people on your side, that this is disarming the people of America or taking the firearms away. The vast majority of firearms, more than 99.9%, are left with people. This is an attempt to deal with one firearm, which has been used in the most horrific massacres of our people across the country. And even there, you're far better off attacking it as under-inclusive than over-inclusive, because it doesn't take a single assault weapon away from anybody. It says you can't sell them in the future, but
so what happens when you
the couple
die?
million
You can't
people who
transfer
own AR-15s today are not divested of them in any way. And I think we got to be honest with people about that, so not to promote hysteria in the country about it. It doesn't take a single person's
These people
firearms
are
away. This
such
is
fucking
not about possession.
sleazeballs.
It's about sale in the future. And so
If I may?
yeah, please.
That's the concern, that in one generation, all of these will be gone. And that the firearm that my son used to
Okay, let
kill
me
a
ask you,
deer,
I disagree with you, but let's say that's
he can't,
true.
he can't own it. if
Let's
it's
say
built.
that's true. Let's say that were to save the lives of 20 school children at a kindergarten in your district. Would it be worth it?
It's not going to.
No,
save
but let's
lives.
just,
The
just
person will use
don't
a
fight the
shotgun.
hypothetical, as we say in law school. Don't fight the hypothetical. I
It's an
agree, you view the.
impossible hypothetical.
No, but wait a second, Mr. Massey. I understand you believe that there's a civil liberty to own, if not every kind of weapon, the vast majority of weapons, although you've conceded certain categories can be banned. But
No, he
But
hasn't.
you're
conceded
saying-
it. He just hasn't.
But
been
you're
strong
saying in
enough about
defense
the
of
protection
liberty,
of
you're
it.
saying in defense of liberty, we have to be willing to sacrifice the people who are going to be killed. And we know that there will be another massacre because we have
Please take
hundreds
your
of.
conversations off the floor.
All right, so getting back to the hearing.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1302, I call up H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 346, H.R. 1808, a bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-448, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1808.
Objection. I'm going to ask my friends in the chamber to please take your conversations outside so that we can hear the debate on this matter. Gentleman's recognized.
Here we go,
Mr.
kids.
Speaker,
I'm listening.
I
I'll
yield
be back in a
myself as
second.
time
though.
as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we take another step to advance historic gun violence prevention legislation. H.R. 1808, the Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2022, restores and updates the prior assault weapons ban that kept weapons of war out of our communities for a decade before Republicans opposed its renewal. As we have learned all too well in recent years, assault weapons, especially when combined with high-capacity magazines, are the weapon of choice for mass shootings. These military-style weapons are designed to kill the most people in the shortest amount of time. Quite simply, there is no place for them in our streets. In 1994, we banned these killing machines, and countless lives were saved. But that ban was allowed to lapse 10 years later. And since then, we have seen the predictable results. Mass shootings have increased exponentially, and our public spaces, schools, movie theaters, supermarkets, houses of worship, parades, you name it, have all become vulnerable to attack. Uvalde, Parkland, Tree of Life Synagogue. How many more mass shootings must we endure? When will we learn? Well, I hope we're starting to learn today. I hope we're starting to learn today indeed. The assault weapons ban would prohibit the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons and large-capacity ammunition feeding devices. At the same time, it grandfathers existing semi-automatic assault weapons and contains numerous protections for law enforcement and responsible gun owners, including hunters, gun collectors, farmers, sport shooters, and those who use firearms for self-defense. It is important to consider today's debate in the context of our other efforts to address the violence plaguing our communities. Time and again, Democrats have advanced responsible gun safety legislation only to face Republican opposition. We have advanced legislation to conduct background checks for all gun sales, to close the Charleston loophole, to close the boyfriend loophole, and to keep guns away from those who are a danger to themselves or others. We advanced my bill, the Protecting Our Kids Act, and we sent the President the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was signed into law and will save lives. These proposals were opposed by all but a few of our Republican colleagues. Today, they have another chance to take the action needed to make our communities safer. Will they stand with us? Will they show that they have learned? Or will they stand with an industry that right now is promoting a weapon to civilians as powerful enough to shoot through bulletproof vests? Will our Republicans choose to defend the weapons of choice for mass murderers and those who seek to target law enforcement? Or will they choose to defend Americans who simply want to go to school, to go shopping, to march in a parade, or to go to a movie theater without the fear of having a target on their back? It's an easy choice for me. I want to thank Congressman Cicilline for his leadership on this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in
It's an
supporting it.
easy choice for
I
me. I
reserve
have
the balance
private
of my
security
time.
that follows my little short
Gentleman
fat
from New
ass
York
everywhere.
reserves,
And I'm
gentleman
talking
from
about him,
Ohio
not
is
me. I
recognized.
Thank you,
don't
Mr.
have
Speaker.
that.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, the Democrats told us we're not coming for your guns. Oh, yes, they are. Let's be clear. The Second Amendment is as clear as possible, and that's their beef. The Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but they don't care. In fact, the sponsor of this legislation said so in committee. He said, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." They don't care about that fundamental liberty law-abiding citizens in this country enjoy. And they're coming for your firearms. 6 weeks ago, it was the red flag law. You know, where someone who doesn't like you can report you to law enforcement or to a judge. There's a hearing that you can't be at, your counsel can't be present, you haven't been charged with the crime, but they can take your firearm. They can take your property, they can take away your Second Amendment liberties, and then you have to petition for a subsequent hearing to get that right back, and you have done nothing wrong and have not been charged with the crime. Then House Democrats passed the unconstitutional legislation that said 18 to 20-year-olds can't purchase a firearm. They can fight for our country, but they can't purchase a firearm. And today they're coming for your guns. 24 million of them. That's right, 24 million AR-style rifles are in the hands of law-abiding Americans today as we speak, and those individuals will not be able to sell or transfer that property. In the Heller case, the Supreme Court made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time. During the markup, Representative Bishop asked the chairman, quote, is it the point of the bill to ban weapons that are in common use in the United States today? And the chairman said, the problem is that they are in common use. Yes, so this is the goal, and this is why it's unconstitutional. It couldn't be any clearer. Democrats don't care what the Constitution says. Fortunately, courts are correctly applying the Constitution. Last week, a federal district court judge in Colorado, who was appointed by President Obama, issued a temporary restraining order against the town of Superior, Colorado, to prevent it from implementing an assault weapon ban. The judge wrote, plaintiffs have stated that semi-automatic weapons, as well as magazines that hold more than 10 rounds, are commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, and therefore cannot be banned. And guess what this bill will do? It won't make communities safer, won't make them safer at all. In fact, in the Heller case, the Supreme Court said, Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time, and also said this, quote, for lawful purposes like self-defense. 3 weeks ago, July 7th, 2022, a Florida homeowner used his AR-style rifle when individuals forcibly entered his home. After the homeowner opened fire, the individuals immediately fled. When asked if the homeowner would face charges, the Escambia County Sheriff Chip Simmons said, quote, absolutely not. The homeowner is protecting himself, and in Florida, you can do that. You can protect yourself. Democrats tried this ban before. It didn't work. It won't work now. And you know what it will do? It'll make communities, I think, less safe. What will make communities safer, though, is if Democrats stop defunding the police, stop cashless bail, start prosecuting criminals. They're taking away firearms used for self-defense by law-abiding Americans. This bill is wrong. It will make communities, I think, less safe, and it's unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi, is
Done.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his great leadership. Mr. Speaker, each year, more children die from gun violence than any other cause.
That's a damn
Cancer,
lie.
auto accidents, any other cause. Our nation has watched in unspeakable horror as assault weapons have been used in massacre after massacre in communities across the country. And disturbingly, so many of these mass shootings have targeted our precious children in their schools, at the movies, at the malls, and throughout our communities. That is why I rise today in strong support in reinstating the assault weapons ban, a long overdue step to get deadly weapons off our streets. Make no mistake, we know that an assault weapon ban can work because it has worked before. For 10
It
years, from
never
1994 to 2004,
The
our
Department of
families were
Justice,
protected
the
by strong
CDC,
assault
and a
weapon
bunch of other
ban,
government agencies had
strongly
to come out and
championed
say
in the
it had
Senate
no
by then
effect.
Senator, now President Joe Biden. Chuck Schumer led the way over here, Dianne Feinstein in the Senate. I was a relatively new member of Congress who was whipping for this legislation. It made us all very, very proud. More importantly, it saved many lives. During that time, we witnessed gun crime with assault weapons drop by up to 40%. Let me repeat, gun violence by assault weapons reduced by 40%. Meanwhile, since the ban expired, the number of mass shooting deaths has grown by nearly 500%. And it is particularly sickening to now see these same deadly weapons, are you ready for this, being marketed to children. Here's an advertisement for a JR-15 designed to be a so-called smaller, safer, lighter version of the horrific
It's a
AR-15,
22 caliber
which has been used to
semi-automatic
murder so
rifle
many
that you
of
can
their
teach your
players
children
and
firearm
friends. Look at
safety
this-
with. You
these little
slobbering
boys with
bitch.
ponytails and that. The manufacturer stated that their goal was to develop a shooting platform that was not only sized correctly, but also looks, feels, and operates just like mom and dad's gun. Mom and dad's gun, they use that expression. Indeed, gun maker We1 Tactical launched the Junior 15 and said, quote, "We are excited to start capturing the imagination of the next generation." Indeed, this callousness is disgusting. It's despicable, and it reminds us that the crisis of gun violence requires action. To the families who are survivors and have suffered from gun violence, we have said over and over again, we will not stop until the job is done. We thank them for turning their sorrow to help others, prevent others from suffering in that way. They've turned their agony into action. Now, whether we're saying we're going from Newtown to Uvalde, everything in between, and sins, there's so many deaths, so much sorrow, so much hope that we would get the job done. They are so responsible for our bringing this legislation to the floor. Their outside mobilization, their advocacy with great intellectual integrity has made all the difference.
No,
Today,
you're
House
taking a bunch
Democrats
of
will vote to
emotionally damaged people
reinstate
and
the
using them
assault
for your
weapons
own
ban with
purpose.
strong protections for children and families. The bill prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons, as well as high-capacity magazines. And contrary to what the gentleman on the other side of the aisle said, it requires safe storage for lawfully owned assault weapons already in our communities. It's not about taking guns away from people who should have them. It's about
No,
safe
it's about
storage.
gaining access to
You
your
got
home
a
and
problem
throwing
with
you
that?
in jail and
And
confiscating
it
your
strongly
property if
supports
you
our
don't
law
store it like the
enforcement who are
government says you
heroes,
should.
who should not have to confront weapons designed for the battlefield, instead in our communities. To be clear, this is a very special day in the Congress of the United States that history will record as one designed to save lives. For his passionate, persistent leadership on this legislation, let me salute Congressman David Cicilline, I don't know if he's on the floor, who has been fighting ferociously on this issue for years and years. To Lucy McBath, who has been, again, a member of the Committee of Jurisdiction, an intellectual resource, a strategic thinker, and inspiration to all of us who turned her personal grief into action and makes a difference. And thank you, Chairman Jerry Nadler, Chair of the Judiciary Committee, for steering this legislation through the Judiciary Committee and to the floor. And also, I want to recognize, once again, President Joe Biden's longtime leadership on this issue and the beautiful words he expressed about this when we were celebrating the bipartisan safety bill recently. Mr. Speaker, all those who have had the privilege of serving in this hallowed halls take a solemn oath to the American people. At the heart
There's
of our
nothing
oath is our
hallowed about
duty
those halls.
to protect
No more.
and defend. To protect and defend the Constitution, the American people. With
And
this
you shit on the
legislation,
Constitution every
we
chance you
honor
get.
this foremost responsibility. And when the House returns in August, we will bring to the floor a robust public safety package beyond this. Let me be clear. House Democrats are for people over politics. And say to our friends in this body and down the hall and wherever they are, your political survival is insignificant compared to the survival of children who are at the mercy of these guns. We believe that every American deserves to live in a safe community where they and their families can thrive. That's why Democrats are funding our police while making reforms for better law enforcement training and accountability as we give them the tools, the police, the tools they need to prevent crime. We are so proud of the work done by CBC Chair Joyce Beatty, working with Representatives Josh Gottheimer and Abigail Spanberger to make write historic legislation that has prioritizing meeting the needs of our law enforcement officers while at the same time having accountability. That is historic. We haven't passed that before. And I'm more confident than ever that we will pass a package rooted in two of the Democrats' most cherished values, justice and safety. I urge my colleagues to support the assault weapons ban, recognizing again that the survival of our children is more important than the political survival of any of us. And with that, I urge a strong and hopefully bipartisan vote to put people over politics by reinstating the assault weapon ban, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Here they go again. Once again, my colleagues across the aisle have rushed to exploit your fear and the pain of victims to rush out a gun control measure that will do nothing to save lives or address the root causes of violence. I say exploit your fear, and I point to the Speaker of the House just stood in this well with a poster that had a toy gun on it and wants you to feel scared about that. Well, I have a 6-year-old son, and he has toy guns. And he knows about muzzle discipline. He knows you don't put your finger on the trigger. He knows you don't point it at people. I'm able to teach my son gun safety and make him safer. You don't live through fear. This and other gun control measures like red flag laws, they make the other side feel better. But today's bill will do nothing but disarm law-abiding citizens. Congress has tried this before. 1994, a 10-year assault weapons ban was first enacted. This ban did not stop violent crime or prevent heart-wrenching tragedies like Columbine. Yes, Columbine happened while we had an assault weapons ban. In fact, after the ban ended, the Department of Justice issued a report that concluded, should it be renewed, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best, and perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. That's the Department of Justice. The results are in, folks. A so-called assault weapons ban does not work. But what it does is it takes away your rights and it leaves you vulnerable. Simple truth is criminals don't follow the law. If they did, think about this. If criminals followed the law, we wouldn't have any crime. But when you criminalize guns, only criminals are going to have guns. And so I urge you to vote
Gentleman's
no
time has
on this
expired.
legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman
Thank
yields
you.
back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of the
Why,
bill.
why
a
can't the
member of
Republicans
Judiciary
be
Committee,
smart
a
enough
distinguished
just
gentleman
to
from Rhode Island,
pound the facts?
Mr. Cicilline.
Go through the
Mr.
statistics.
Cicilline is recognized for 4
Show
minutes.
the shit's
Mr. Speaker, I
useless.
rise today in support of H.R. 1808, the
Because
assault
these
weapons
idiots are
ban,
just going to lie about it the
legislation
whole
that will
time.
help reduce the gun massacres being committed in our communities by weapons of war. These military-style weapons were designed for the battlefield, for maximum efficiency when a soldier is engaged in combat. And the military features banned by this bill are added to make these guns more accurate, more controllable, more concealable, and more deadly, enabling killers to murder as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. These weapons have no place in our communities. They turn our streets, our schools, our grocery stores, our movie theaters, and hospitals into bloody battlefield scenes. And they kill our children, our friends, and neighbors, and the police officers trying to protect them. In
All
2016
emotion.
and
What are the
2017
numbers?
alone, more than 24 officers were slain in the line of duty by an assault weapon.
How many
1 in
officers
5
were killed by
officers is
handguns?
Killed in the line of duty by these weapons, which is why the major city
How many
Police
officers were killed in
Association
traffic accidents?
endorses this legislation. Yet for nearly 18 years,
Give
it's
it
failed to take action to
context,
stop them
you
from flooding
prick.
into our communities and being used time and time and time again in mass shootings. It's unconscionable that anyone can walk into a store and legally purchase a weapon capable of inflicting the carnage we've seen in Highland Park, in Buffalo, in Uvalde, in Atlanta, in Sutherland Springs, Las Vegas, Orlando, Parkland, and the list goes on and on. Today, the House is finally taking a long overdue and necessary step to reinstitute a ban on these exceptionally dangerous weapons. We didn't just come up with this proposal out of thin air and propose it. The
No,
original assault
you've
weapons ban was
pushed
in
this
place
assault weapons
from
ban
1994
every
to
single
2004.
fucking year.
And we have clear evidence that it was effective in reducing these killings. Compared with the decade before its adoption, the 1994 assault weapons ban was associated with a 25% drop in gun massacres and a 40% drop in
All
fatalities.
crime went
And as soon
down
as the ban
because we were
expired,
locking people
fatalities
up.
and shootings skyrocketed again. And when an assault weapon is used
All
during a mass
crime
shooting,
went up.
6 times as many people are shot. So today I'm imploring my colleagues to take action to get these weapons of war designed for maximum destruction of human life off our streets. Let me be clear. I respect the Second Amendment, but it's not without limits. Imagine if
He
we
has
clung
zero
to
respect for
desire
the
to
Second
protect our
Amendment.
children and our communities as tightly as some of my colleagues cling to their rifles. There are more guns than people in this country, more mass shootings than days in the year. This is a uniquely American problem. This bill won't stop all gun violence, but it will effectively decrease it. Because they were designed for military combat, these weapons don't just kill, they decimate. The shots fired can tear a softball-sized wound into a victim. And we know how we can reduce the suffering. Researchers estimate that if we still had a federal assault weapons ban, we would see a 70% decline in mass shooting deaths. Let that sink in. If the ban had remained in effect, 70% of the families torn apart by these massacres would still have their loved ones. We can't bring back 70% of these victims to their families and friends, but we can work to prevent more carnage moving forward. Let me end by saying this. In my faith tradition, we are taught that whoever destroys a soul, it is considered as if they destroyed an entire world. And whoever saves a life, it is considered as if they saved an entire world. Let's come together to save lives. Pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's
Thank you, gentlemen.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have a gun violence problem. We have a human violence problem. But those across the aisle don't want to talk about that, because then you have to talk about the culture of death that we have created in this country. Killing
You
63
think?
million unborn children, denying the sanctity of life. That's the conversation that they don't want to have. Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I've encountered many dangerous people with guns. And we stopped them before they hurt themselves or others. We identified them. We identified the threats that they were making. And then we were able to intervene and stop those individuals before they became a shooter. That is what we should be focused on. In the wake of these recent tragedies,
How many of these shooters were known to federal authorities and local authorities before they committed the shooting?
to become violent.
Almost
That's
all
what we
of
should be
them.
focusing on, not defunding the police, not demoralizing the police, not delegitimizing the police. We should be focused on assisting the police in identifying these individuals who want to commit crime. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear from Zoe.
America doesn't have to be the only country where mass shootings occur sometimes daily. You know, sometimes I hear people say, well, it's a mental health problem. I'll tell you what, people have mental health problems in countries all over the world, but only one country has mass shootings the way America does. And we need to have a national answer to this. The killer that killed my constituents at the Gilroy Garlic Festival couldn't buy the assault weapon in California, so he just went over to Nevada and bought it there. We need a national answer. We know it works. When the last ban expired, the number
Here
of
we
mass
go,
shooting
beating that
deaths
drum.
increased by 483%. You know, Americans deserve to be safe and to be free of fear that when their kids go to school, they'll be obliterated. You know, we need to put the American people ahead of politics. We need to put American children ahead of politics. We need to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Is that 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, we do have a culture of human violence. Recently, a 16-year-old young man with 3 felony arrests in the past 4 months violently attacked and attempted to choke a New York subway police officer. He was released without bail. And that is what's happening where you have the left in charge of criminal justice systems. And why do I bring that up? Because that individual punched that police officer more than 20 times in his attempts to basically kill that officer. And personal weapons such as hands, fists, or feet account for 600 homicides in 2019, according to official reports. And 1,476 murders were committed with knives or cutting instruments, and 364 homicides were committed with rifles. You see the distinction here? But where the Democrats are going for, they want to take away someone's constitutional right.
Thank
instead
you.
of
Somebody
enforcing
actually
the
having a
law
coherent
for
thought
people who are
today.
violently and criminal violent. They're going to release those people back into your streets. The Supreme Court has held the Second Amendment protects arms in common use. But at markup, Chairman Nadler admitted that the purpose of the bill is to ban firearms that are in common use. Think about that. That does violence to the Constitution. They simply want to ban guns, and this is just another step along that path. At markup, it became very clear that Democrats don't even understand the guns that they are trying to ban. But they don't care, because when they say they want to put politics above people, or that we shouldn't, what they really mean is they're going to. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to
Later, Mike.
through
Be
the
careful, brother.
Judiciary Committee of the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Another intellectual powerhouse, I assure you.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we will spend most of our time here today where facts will be told and then rhetorical conversation will be told as well. Fact, the Constitution in the Second Amendment does not prohibit the ban on assault weapons.
Yeah, it prohibits the ban on
1808,
all weapons.
led by Mr. Cicilline, allows gun owners to hold their guns. This deals with the transfer of guns. Fact. As we can see, the lives of our children are lost through carnage, bloodshed, and murder. Fact. By the hands of an AR-15. An assault
I didn't know
style
AR-15s had
weapon.
hands. Do any of yours
Our
have
fellow
hands?
citizens, fact,
Mine don't have
are
hands.
killed by an AR-15, 14, an assault style weapon.
15, 14, 13,
Fact.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8.
That every
She count backwards?
weapon of mass carnage is not done by a knife, a BB gun. It is not done by throwing a water bomb or words. It is not done by taking a
Did she
bus
just say water
and
bomb?
running over citizens. It is done by assault style weapons. So I rise today to support H.R. 1808 because I am tired of a fact of doing nothing. Mayor Bowser has a right to complain about Governor Abbott generating individuals unfairly, unjustly, and wrongly to another jurisdiction. But fact is that these weapons have killed. And so without any concern,
There's not a
we are
single
now
weapon on
offering
this
facts.
planet that has not
And
killed.
anyone that suggests that we are taking guns from good
Gentlelady's time
gun
has
owners,
expired.
we are not. As unanimous consent to put in the record several articles dealing with the Washington Post, the CBS News, and KXAN. As unanimous consent, vote for H.R. 1808. That is
Without
a fact.
objection, gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here's the fact. This bill is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court made clear the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use. This bill has 8 pages of weapons, firearms that it bans, including 24 million firearms that American citizens, law-abiding American citizens possess today. That is the fact. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Mr. Gomer is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank my friend from Ohio. The previous assault weapons ban that was referenced by our speaker, I just want to make sure the record is actually correct. The FBI that kept the data had to admit, as sympathetic as they were to assault weapons ban, that actually it doesn't appear to have really made any difference. We want to talk about crime since then. We can talk about the big cities that have come under control of Democratic authority who have pushed for things like no bond. But John Adams had it exactly right. This Constitution is intended for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the governing of any other. So we're either going to have to get rid of all of our constitutional rights. We can't even allow freedom of assembly or speech, much less Second Amendment, if we're not going to teach moral right and wrong. And what are we finding? We're finding in our schools, of course, they're not teaching the 10 Commandments, and instead they're teaching to envy, look around, covet, See who has something more than you, and you should envy and covet it. And just keep in mind, under the big city laws now, look, if you get violent, we'll give you no bond. We'll let you right back out. You want to know what would do more right now than banning AR-15s would be to ban Democrat thinking in the big cities that's allowing the crime rates to just explode. We've always had guns in America. That's why there is an America, but we never had a time like this when we were teaching our children everything but the moral imperatives. That's why this bill needs to go down, and we need to go after the causes of our violence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Ms. Garcia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr.
When you look
Speaker.
at her face,
I
does
rise
it
in
not look like
support of
she's on heavy
reinstating the
doses of
assault weapons ban.
testosterone?
This bill would put military-grade assault weapons out of circulation for civilians. For me, the choice between banning assault weapons and protecting young, innocent children is a no-brainer. I put children above guns. It pains me deeply that our children and our communities live in fear of suddenly losing their lives or the lives of loved ones on a daily basis. I am a gun owner myself, Mr. Speaker. I was raised on a farm in South Texas, and I know how to use a gun, especially for hunting. But assault weapons are not for hunting. They are used to kill people quickly, efficiently, and as fast as they can. And that type of weapon is used solely for that, for killing people, and it has no place in our communities. One child's life is worth more than all the assault weapons in the world. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves.
So all the
Gentleman from
children
Ohio
that
is
have in
recognized.
fact been defended with assault weapons, kids who have defended themselves and their family with assault weapons, don't matter to you.
Speaker, my fellow Americans, the Democrats are coming for your guns. This assault weapons ban is unconstitutional because it would ban firearms that are currently in common use, making the scope of the bill's semi-automatic assault weapon ban overly broad by capturing millions of sporting rifles, shotguns, and pistols that simply have certain accessories and cosmetic features. In fact, the bill focuses mostly on appearance, which would arbitrarily ban some firearm models while exempting others with the same functionality. This bill would not reduce violent crime, as Democrats claim, since studies have shown that the effect of the last assault weapons ban from 1994 on violent crime was perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Instead, what this bill and all other legislation from Democrats aimed at gun control will do is directly infringe on the rights of law-abiding Americans. And they're not going to stop here. There'll always be another scary-looking gun that they think looks scary that needs to be banned. There'll always be another loophole that they have created out of thin air that they need to close with more bans. Mr. Speaker, this document says shall not be infringed. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Gentleman
That
yields back.
document
Mr.
says it
Jordan
is the
reserves.
right of the
Gentleman from
people
New York is
to keep
recognized.
and bear
Speaker, I now
arms.
yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary
And
Committee,
that
the
right
distinguished gentleman from
shall
Colorado,
not be
Mr.
infringed.
Neguse.
Mr. Neguse is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman for his leadership. I rise today in support of H.R. 1808. As the Speaker knows, a fellow Coloradan, just last year we mourned the loss of 10 individuals who were shot, murdered at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, in my district. Last week, we honored the 10-year anniversary of the Aurora, Colorado movie theater shooting. The people in our communities fear whether they are even
A
safe
shooter that,
to
by
walk
the
into a local
way,
grocery store and buy
bypassed
food
any
for their families
theater that would allow
without the threat
people
of
to
gun
carry
violence.
guns and went to
Since
the
the
one
federal
that was
assault
a
weapons ban
gun-free
expired
zone.
in 2004, the scourge of gun violence has only grown more pervasive across our country. We have come together in the past to protect our communities. In 1994, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle joined together to pass a similar piece of legislation to that we are voting on today. I'd humbly ask my colleagues that we do the same this evening. Let's pass this bill for our children and for safer communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Speaker.
Today, I'm voting against the erosion of constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. In the long history of
How
mankind,
about submitting an amendment
freedom
to
and
this
liberty are
bill
not
that
lost
completely
overnight, but it
repeals
comes
the NFA?
by way of a
Or
slow
how about
and gradual
submitting
burn.
standalone bills
We've
that
seen
do
an
that?
unprecedented assault on our First Amendment through the
How about
legacy media and
submitting
social
bills
media
that strip back the
giants,
interstate
censoring the
commerce
thoughts and
clause
opinions and
that all
individuals
gun
of
control
the
is
right
based
by
on?
propping up their
Because the
favorite
federal government has
candidates and
no
covering up
power
stories
to
that can be
regulate
detrimental to their
arms.
public personas.
So they use the interstate
Policies are then
commerce
implemented
clause
that
to
are
do that.
anti-religious freedom, anti-due process, anti-free assembly, and today, anti-Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. These rights shall not be infringed. Instead of making families and communities safer, this backward gun-grabbing attempt does nothing to harden school security, address our mental health crisis, or reverse the depreciation of our morals and values. No, it does nothing for that, but it tears at the fabric of our Constitution. I urge my colleagues to protect the Constitution and vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you,
No,
Mr.
that's
Speaker,
not
and thank you,
Paula
Mr.
Dean.
Chair. I have 4 grandchildren. The youngest, Scotty, was born just last year in 2021. In Scotty's world, guns kill more kids than cars do.
No,
in
they
Scotty's
don't.
world, there are
You're a liar.
692 mass
And you're
shootings
going to
every
raise
year.
a
And when she
hypochondriac.
goes off to school, Scotty will learn her active shooter drills as she learns to tie her shoes. We don't have to live like this. If we only had the courage, if we all only had the courage to pass the assault weapons ban to regulate semi-automatic guns. Our gun violence crisis demands this and other
And then when
solutions.
someone commits a
This
shooting
will
with a
save
revolver
lives.
or a bolt
Experts
action,
reveal
that
the
will just be
casualties of
another
mass
step
shootings
for
would have
them.
dropped by 70% if the last assault weapons ban had stayed in
That's
place.
a lie!
How will I explain to Scotty that the other side boasts of 24 million assault-style weapons in the hands of Americans and says not one word
It's
about
way
the
over 24
24,000
mil.
people dead in just 7 months of this year from guns? We must act. Join me.
And
Have
when
the
when
courage
your
to join me.
grandchildren
Pass
were
the assault
born,
weapons
did you
ban for
acknowledge them
Scotty's
as
future
babies
and for all of our children.
before they came out of the
back.
birth
Time has
canal?
expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Mr. Roy is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Fact, this assault weapon ban bill is unconstitutional. Chairman Nadler even recognized when he stated that, quote, the problem is that these weapons are in common use. And in Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Bill of Rights clearly protects firearms in common use. This is an unconstitutional piece of legislation. Fact, this assault weapons bill will ban the weapons in common use, and my colleagues will most assuredly target citizens to take their guns. In the words of Democratic perpetual candidate Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. That's the truth.
Joe
And
Biden
everyone
said
knows
that
it.
very thing.
Don't hide behind it. Everybody knows precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing. Fact, less than 2% of all prisoners had a firearm obtained from a retail source at the time they committed their crimes. Only 13% of the offenders in state
Can we
prison
talk about some
population
of those
obtained
people,
their
their
firearms from a
only
retail
crime was
source.
having the firearm.
Criminals
They weren't
usually don't get
using
their
it
guns
for
at gun
anything.
stores through legal channels. That's the fact. Another fact, upwards of 80% are committed by people with prior arrest records, often by people with prior convictions for violent crimes or prior weapons offenses, and almost none of our gun control proposals, and particularly this one, are targeted at this group. That's the truth. Those are the facts. The fact, as Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government, the precise kind of tyranny that my colleagues are exercising today. Precisely when they're opening our borders up to lawless cartels and gangs, precisely when they're defunding the police, precisely when they're making our communities unsafe, they want to limit the ability of the American people to defend themselves and to exercise their Second Amendment rights to protect their families. That's what's happening on the floor, so my colleagues can appeal to their liberal white voters while they ignore the black men and women and brown men and women who are buying weapons to defend themselves in criminal hellholes in our country.
Gentleman's
I yield
time has
back.
expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Contrary to Mr. Roy, This bill takes away nobody's weapons because existing weapons are grandfathered in, if you'd only read the bill.
If those weapons are so
Speaker, I now
dangerous,
yield 1
why
minute
grandfather
to the
them?
distinguished gentlelady from Texas, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Ms. Escobar.
Because you
is
know they
recognized
can't
for
be
1 minute.
transferred.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the assault weapons ban, which will save lives. Mr. Speaker, El Paso is coming up on a terrible anniversary. On August 3rd, 2019, my district was the site of the deadliest targeted attack on Latinos in modern history. 3 years later, my constituents are still recovering from
Push
their
that race
injuries.
card.
And because Republicans have decided that unfettered access to assault weapons is worth the routine slaughter of Americans, the domestic terrorist who attacked my community was able to do so with a legally purchased assault weapon. What was once an unthinkable tragedy, the mass carnage we saw in El Paso, is now commonplace across America. Americans are fed up, and so am I. Republicans have done nothing meaningful and hide behind thoughts and prayers, a phrase so empty and devoid of action that Congress is routinely and deservedly mocked for it. So today, I'm proud to act, and I'm proud to vote on the assault weapon ban. For El Paso, for Uvalde, for countless communities, I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today,
Mr. Bishop had
the
some
Democrats gave new
good
meaning to
points
term
the other day in the hearing.
This is the first time in American history, I believe, that a chamber of the Congress will pass a bill openly defying the Supreme Court's explicit declaration of the constitutional rights of the American people. It represents the farthest ever reach of the Democrats' long pursued.
Oh no, it's not, brother. We
doctrine.
still got to talk about the
In markup,
34
I
NFA,
asked
the 86,
if any
the
Democrat
94.
disputed that
Yeah.
this bill bans guns and magazines in common use. Chairman Nadler candidly responded, quote, "That's the point of the bill." In other words, the essence of the bill is to stop commerce in weapons, as alternatively described by the court in Heller in 2008, as those, quote, "typically possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes," close quote. Heller explained the origins of the right to keep and bear arms in militia service. Ordinarily, when called for militia service, able-bodied men were expected to appear bearing arms supplied by themselves and of the kind in common use at the time. The Supreme Court further explained, we also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and bear and carry arms. Miller said, as we have explained, that the sort of weapons protected were those, quote, in common use at the time. This was explained and recapitulated in Bruin just a month ago on June 23. And we see repeatedly that this is being defied. In fact, 1 week after Bruin, the Supreme Court granted petitions for certiorari, vacated and remanded one state ban on MSRs and a state ban on magazines in common use to be reconsidered.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is defiance of the Supreme Court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York's
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, contrary to Mr. Roy, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from Third Way entitled "The Red State Murder Problem."
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the
Guarantee you it's a red state, but a blue city.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, here we
Thank
go
you,
with
Mr.
this
Speaker.
bullshit again.
I rise in strong support of this assault weapons ban to reclaim our streets, churches, schools, and synagogues. Assault weapons are killing machines and the weapon of choice for mass murderers. In my own county in Parkland, a lone teenager slaughtered 17 people by himself, all because he had an assault weapon.
With
This
10
deranged
round
individual
magazines.
Tragically, brutally killed and then overturned the lives of those families and forever changed our entire community. But this is no isolated case. Similar mass murders haunt Las Vegas, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, Orlando, Pittsburgh, and too many other communities for me to list here today. No parent should fear seeing a child off to a mall, movie theater, or school, knowing that a killer wielding a weapon designed to kill as many people as possible, as fast as possible, may lay in wait for them. We need a whole of government solution to this health epidemic, including enforced ammunition background checks. But let's take these killing machines off our
Notice the
streets
whole
and end
treated
this
as a
fear
health
that one
epidemic
person
thing.
with one assault weapon in one moment can tragically tear countless lives apart. Republicans take note. The Supreme Court clearly
That kid in
allows
Uvalde,
limitations on
you
weapons
could
in
have
their
left that
decisions.
little transvestite
Doesn't
alone in that school with a
make it true.
spoon
I yield back.
for
Gentlelady
77
yields
minutes,
back.
and he
Gentleman
could
from
have
New
killed all
York
those kids.
Reserve.
with it.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member. There is a motion to recommit that I would like to offer. If we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the House Committee on Judiciary consider the amendment to H.R. 1808, which excludes active duty and retired military from the ban on assault weapons. I therefore ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior
Well,
to the
hold
vote
on. Why do
on the
people that
motion to
work for the
recommit.
state get the
Without
exception?
objection.
And it's in the bill for
Mr.
retired
Speaker,
officers.
Just
Why do they
imagine
get
you're
the
a
exception?
17-year-old who makes a decision to enlist in the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and then that 17-year-old goes through 8 weeks of basic combat training, BCT, at one of the basic training centers in Fort Jackson or Fort Knox or Fort Benning. And then they're given a service weapon, an M16 typically, and taught to assemble, disassemble that weapon down to the bolt. They'll go through the training with the drill sergeant. They'll be on a range, on a live fire range with this service weapon. And then the 17-year-old to go to AIT to be taught their specialty.
And I know plenty of
continue to be on
civilians
active
like
duty or in
myself
the reserve
that are
or in the
better with
National Guard,
firearms
and then potentially
than most
deployed.
people who go through the
What this
military.
bill seeks to do is prevent this member of the military who comes home either to the reserve unit or National Guard unit or on active duty from purchasing a rifle that they can use on their own. My colleagues who support the bill are saying, we trusted you to join the service. We encouraged you to join the service. But then when it comes down to it, we really don't
This
trust
is when you
to
throw
go
out
and
ignorant
purchase that
arguments and you don't focus on the premise
It
of the
makes no
argument
sense.
itself.
If the majority is going to snub every veteran in this country
The fact
by saying
is,
we don't
the
trust
American
you,
people
how
should
can the
be
US
able to
government ask
own
someone to
any
enlist
arm
when
that
they
the
don't trust
government
them to have the
owns.
same
That's the way our
responsibility
founders thought about
with
this.
their own personal
They
weapon?
wrote many letters in support of this.
Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1808 to ensure that the nation's active duty members and veterans will be
Gentleman's
trusted.
time has expired.
3 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it's still amazing to me that the majority rejected this in the Judiciary Committee. They talk a good game when it comes to veterans, but when it comes right down to it, they don't trust them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
No,
Ohio.
the Democrats
Reserve.
call
Gentleman from New York's
veterans
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield
extremists
1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from
unless
Illinois,
they
Mr.
agree with the
Snyder.
Democrat
Mr.
line.
Schneider. Sorry. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Schneider is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in emphatic support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022.
You
For the
notice
past few
none
weeks,
of them
survivors
have
of
pulled out
the horrific
a
shooting in Highland Park,
sign
Illinois,
of the
came to
mass
DC
shooting that was
determined
stopped
to
by a
make
guy
change.
with a
They teamed up
concealed
with families
handgun.
from Uvalde, Parkland, and Newtown to demand an assault
Notice
weapons ban
none
to
of them have
reduce the chance
mentioned church shootings
other
where
communities experiencing
someone
the
with
trauma
a
they all
gun
tragically
stopped
bore.
the church shooting.
Today, thanks in no small part to their efforts, the American people will get that recorded vote. The world is watching. No other nation experiences a grotesque number of murders from deranged individuals turning weapons of war on kids in school, families at prayer, people watching a parade. The vote we are taking today will show the families of those murdered exactly who is on their side, who is protecting our children and putting people over politics, and conversely, who is on the other side voting for their own power. I thank Speaker Pelosi and Congressman Cicilline for working tirelessly to secure a timely vote, and I urge passage of this bill. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Nadler has 13 minutes. Mr. Jordan has 11 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Ohio. I rise in strong
Right turn,
opposition to
Clyde.
H.R. 1808, which is just the latest gun-grabbing bill Democrats are dangerously ramming through their unconstitutional crusade to disarm America. The ink is barely dry on this anti-gun bill from last month, and here they are pushing another anti-gun bill that proclaims to make us safer, but does the exact opposite. It puts citizens at greater risk by taking away the rights of the law-abiding. This legislation takes aim at our Constitution by banning what the Democrats call assault weapons, which is a vague political term used as a catchphrase to make the public think they are banning guns that assault people. But the truth is, the bill would ban the most popular semi-automatic rifle in America, the AR-15, and what the industry calls modern sporting rifles. The Democrats have consistently called them weapons of war and are trying to ban them from being purchased by law-abiding citizens. But who does this bill exempt? The federal government. Federal government agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and down the line. So if they're weapons of war, as the Democrats call them, what do these departments need with weapons of war? Is the Department of Education going to use them against the moms and dads who protest against woke local school board policies? Is the Department of Housing and Urban Development going to
Follow and engage with C-SPAN on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at C-SPAN.
proudly own and responsibly use? Now, I know the author of this legislation would prefer that I spare him both the prefatory clause and the supremacy clause of the Second Amendment, but it is quite clear, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed, period, is the supremacy clause. And banning an entire class of firearms, the most popular firearm in common use today, is clearly infringement. An armed America is a safe and free America. I urge all of my colleagues to stand firm in the fight to protect and preserve the Second Amendment by voting no on this unconstitutional and therefore illegal piece of legislation. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter of endorsement of the assault weapons ban from the Major Cities Chiefs Association, a professional organization of law enforcement executives representing the largest cities in the United States.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from the Violence Policy Center entitled Target Law Enforcement Assault Weapons in the News.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, no technology advances more quickly in our society than technology of killing. Every day, weapons of mass destruction are being made and manipulated to kill more people more quickly. Buffalo, New York, May 14th, one shooter, a racist shooter, went into a supermarket on Jefferson Avenue and shot 13 people, killing 10 of them. The shooting started and was completed in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. One shooter. I often heard it said that the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. There was a good guy with a gun in the store that day that was working security. A retired 30-year veteran of the Buffalo Police Department. But he was helpless because he was outgunned by the bad guy with the gun who had an assault rifle. I thank Mr. Cicilline for his leadership on this issue, for his thoughtful approach to this, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Ms. Chu is recognized for 1 minute.
We are the only country in the world where mass shootings continuously happen. They happen in schools, grocery stores, malls, hospitals, parades, you name it. In America, there has not been a single week in 2022 without a mass shooting. Weapons of war especially have no place in our streets or schools or our grocery stores. They have no place in nail
Why can't we
salons or
talk about the
churches
vast
or
majority of the
shopping
mass
malls.
shootings you're talking about
About their
happen with
horrific impact on
handguns?
children like this, a trauma surgeon said, the tissue
There are
destruction is
very
almost
few actual
unimaginable.
school
Bones are
shootings where children
exploded.
like this were
Soft tissue
killed.
is absolutely
The
destroyed.
vast
just like a
majority of
bomb
your
went
mass
off.
shootings where 4 or more
But
people
we
are
in Congress
shot
can
or
end this.
killed
We can end this
are all
uniquely
gang
American
violence.
plague of mass death
You
caused
hoe
by gun
bag.
violence. I
Quit
support
lying
the
to people
assault weapons ban
because you
because
know what
we
you're
cannot
doing.
wait to act until the next mass shooting. We must pass this bill today.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green is recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, this ought to be good.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to announce that I will vote for this legislation. And I will do so because I know that there are 19 babies who were murdered at Robb Elementary School in Texas who will never have the right to vote. I rise to vote for it because there are 2 teachers who were murdered who will never have the opportunity to seek the future that was theirs. I rise because we have a governor in the state of Texas who could have saved all of those lives if he had but
400
only,
cops were
after
there.
the shooting at Walmart that took 23 lives.
And they
passed
let those
legislation such
children
as what
get
we're
killed.
passing today. I rise
One
because
cop
I
had a
don't
shot
want
on the guy
blood
before he
of
entered the
next
building
person
and
murdered
didn't take it
with an AR-15
and let those
type
children get
weapon
killed.
on my hands.
So
I yield
failure
back the
after
balance of
failure
my
by the
time.
state, but
Gentleman
you want the
yields
state
back.
to be
Gentleman
the
from
only
New
one
York
to have
reserves.
a
Gentleman from
monopoly on
Ohio is
violence.
recognized.
We will continue to reserve, Mr.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York.
Sorry about shitting all over Al
Mr.
Green,
Speaker, I now
but he
yield 1
deserves
minute
to
to
get
the
shit on.
distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I've heard a lot of talk today about the Constitution. Well, when the founding fathers wrote the Second Amendment, these kind of weapons didn't even exist. They had muskets and flintlock
Okay.
pistols.
I'm going to pause this, and I haven't paused it yet, but I'm going to pause this for 2 reasons. One, Krabby Turtle, you're 100% right. These are people that believe that you can abort a baby all the way up into after it is born. You can sit it to the side, make it comfortable, and then decide whether or not the woman wants to keep that child or not. These are heartless, lying cocksuckers. Number 2, there were multi-shot firearms at the time the Second Amendment and before the Second Amendment was ratified. We just couldn't afford them. So kiss my ass, bitch. You have no idea about history or firearms technology for that matter.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 1 minute.
26 souls, including 20 babies, massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Parkland, Buffalo, Uvalde. The common denominator, an AR-15 style assault weapon, the weapon of choice. 8 of the 10 deadliest mass shootings involved an assault weapon. We cannot be numb to this needless violence. It is long past time for us to act. In Connecticut, the tragedy at Sandy Hook changed our lives forever. These are unspeakable tragedies. They are avoidable tragedies, and they're happening in our schools, our grocery stores, our places of worship. The legislation before us today will reduce the prevalence of assault weapons, ban the purchase of assault weapons, get them off of our streets, make our communities safer, protect our children, save their lives. Is that not the noblest of goals? To save lives. We have the opportunity to do that in this body today. Enough is enough. I yield
Gentlelady's
back.
time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 5 minutes to the chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank to the gentleman from Ohio. If facts are the ammunition of debate, I'd like to point out that the other side of the aisle entered this room unarmed. There's so many mischaracterizations or misfires, if you will, about this bill and what this bill does that I don't know where to start. But let me start here with the words of the author of this bill. He says it will ban weapons of war only suitable for soldiers in combat. Is that what it does? Does it ban an M16? It doesn't ban an M16 or an M4. It bans the most commonly sold rifle in the United States today and for the last several years. It doesn't ban weapons of war. It explicitly exempts the M1 Garand. General Patton said the M1 Garand is the finest implement of battle ever devised. Why is it exempted? It's a weapon of war. It exempts the M1 carbine. Look at the picture of the soldiers, the Marines at Iwo Jima. What were they carrying? The M1 carbine. It exempts the quintessential Cold War weapon, the pride of the Chinese and the communists, the SKS. It's exempted in this bill. These are literal weapons of war that are not in this bill. Now, they'll come back and ban those, but they don't want to ban them right now because they don't look scary enough. They have a wooden forestock and a wooden butt. They're not made of plastic. They don't look like the scary stuff on the news, so they have no interest in banning that. Literal, actual weapons of war are not banned, but the most common firearm sold today is banned. But let's take them at their word. Weapons of war, these are weapons of war. We got to ban weapons of war. Well, they exempt 80-some federal agencies from the ban. Literally every bureaucratic agency in the government can have a weapon of war under this bill. Weapons of war, as they call them. So we offered an amendment in the committee. We couldn't conceive of why the Department of Education would need a weapon of war to complete their mission of educating our children, coming up with curriculum. We couldn't conceive of why the USDA would need weapons of war. So we offered an amendment to exempt the USDA and the Department of Education from being able to have these weapons of war, so-called weapons of war. Every Democrat, even though they couldn't give us a good reason of why these agencies would need weapons of war or with whom they plan to go to war, are they bringing them to the school board? Where are they going to bring these things? Now, they couldn't give a good reason why these agencies would need weapons of war, but they all voted to allow these agencies to have weapons of war. Now, the reason we came to that conclusion is they aren't weapons of war. It's the most common firearm sold in the United States today. These are not weapons of war. There was one Democrat who did articulate a reason. He said, well, they're actually good for defense. You might need them to defend the Department of Education. Well, that's what the Second Amendment is about. It's not about making sure that the Department of Education, which by the way is unconstitutional, but it's not making sure that the Department of Education can have proper defense. It's for the people to have proper defense. So that's the first falsehood. Now here's another reason that gun owners should be concerned about this bill. Maybe you don't own one of these firearms, but if you own guns, you know about terminal ballistics. You know what are suitable calibers for hunting deer, for hunting coyotes. We've heard it said here today and in the committee, and they showed us a video. Oh, the terminal ballistics of a .223 round are so dangerous that we need to ban these AR-15s because they shoot .223 rounds. What they didn't show you was a video of a deer cartridge, like a 30-06 or a 7mm or a 308. If the purpose of this legislation is to ban these firearms because they shoot a cartridge with those terminal ballistics of a .223, then you plan
You absolutely plan to come after deer rifles because they have 2 and 3 times as much power.
I
2
said it
and 3
earlier,
times
in
as
case
much
anybody didn't catch
destruction
it.
and killing power.
Sooner or
as
later, it
the
will be
firearm- as
these
the
people don't
cartridge used in
need
the
these
firearm that you
high-powered
seek to
sniper
ban here
rifles.
today. Another falsehood. This bill will save lives. Let me get to this. We heard it here today. I was waiting for it. It was mentioned a couple times. Even the Speaker of the House mentioned it. They have said that the 94 to 2004 assault weapons ban, so-called assault weapons, reduced crime. That crime went down. Well, guess what? From 95 to 2004, there were 2 million of these firearms imported or manufactured and sold.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
The number of these rifles doubled in the United States during your last assault weapons ban. If you think crime went down because of the last assault weapons ban, then you've got some explaining to do because the number of those rifles increased. Maybe, just maybe, people became safer. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is reserved. Gentleman from New York is
They should have
recognized.
just given all the
Speaker, I
time to
now yield 1
Massey and
minute
let Massey
to
argue
distinguished
this
gentleman
point.
from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Mr. Connolly is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. We face 2 choices today in this body. One is to protect our children.
I've
to
said this
protect our houses
before.
of
I will
worship,
say it again.
to protect
It
where
is
we
not a
shop,
binary
protect
choice.
when we watch a movie.
It never has been.
From guns that exist for one purpose only, mass death inflicted efficiently.
I don't own
Or we can
mass
listen to
death
the other
machines.
argument, which you've
I
heard.
own firearms that are semi-automatic.
the gun
I wish they were fully
manufacturers
automatic, so that
protect
in the
them at any
case I had to
cost.
use them in
And
defense of my
you,
home,
as a
my
citizen,
property, my
are
family, my
collateral
loved ones,
damage at the altar
that it's
of the
not a
gun
fair fight.
manufacturers, and we will be bathed in blood forever. It is time to act. It is time to end the madness and disenthrall ourselves from automatic weapons that are mass killers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler reserves.
Reserve.
Mr. Jordan reserves. Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is, of course, an emotional debate. Some have talked about fear, and they instill fear in the process. As Mr. Nadler has pointed out, no weapons are taken away. A number of members on the other side of the aisle have gotten up and said this is an unconstitutional bill. Yet, from 1994 to 2004, that bill was tested in the courts. None of those courts found that unconstitutional.
By what justices?
In the Heller
Let's
case,
be honest, Stenny.
which has been quoted over and over again, a very simple statement was made by that super liberal, Antonin Scalia. He said, like most rights, the rights secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited.
Yes, I can't go shoot
From
someone whenever I
Blackstone
want to. That
to
is the limit on the
19th
Second
century
Amendment.
cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever for whatever purposes.
Yes, I can't carry that weapon with evil intent towards another. That's
One
the limit.
indication of that, of course, is that we have a ban on machine guns in America.
An unconstitutional ban on machine guns.
Now, one could answer, well, they're not.
And
in
it's not a
common use.
ban, it is merely a
That's correct,
restriction.
because they're banned. 67% of Americans support an assault weapon ban.
That's because
53%
67% of
overhand
Americans
strongly
don't
support,
understand
and
what
another
the
14%
fuck they're
somewhat
talking about.
support, for a total of 67%. That's in a poll by the Morning Consult on May 25th, 22.
My daughter's fronting me out
There
that
was
I use
another
bad language, so I got to
poll
calm
by
down a little
Pew
bit, apparently.
in September of 21 that said that 63% of Americans support. Both polls, over 60% of Americans, over 2/3 of Americans think this action makes sense. I'm sure the founders, as they were discussing the Second Amendment, debated whether we ought to have mass rapid fire weapons covered by the Second Amendment. They had no idea such
Dude,
weapons.
they had fully functional
Certainly didn't
warships with
exist.
cannons and mortars.
And they
Of
acted
course they
within the
knew.
framework of the times in which they lived. Mr. Speaker, Congress must take action today to protect all Americans from dangerous and deadly assault weapons. If we do so, we will still be the country who has the most weapons per capita in the world, more weapons than people, which would seem to think, therefore, we ought to be the least dangerous nation. If the premise that there are more people that are armed, the less crime we'll have. Seems a little counterintuitive to me. The weapons that we're talking about are able to kill large numbers rapidly. Used to kill 6 adults and 20 children at Sandy Hook. Used to kill 61 people in Las Vegas. Used to kill 19 students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, just a few weeks ago. From Aurora to Orlando, San Bernardino to Buffalo, El Paso, and Highland Park. They've been mentioned today, and we ought to mention them on a regular basis to remind us. We have watched assault weapons inflict mass destruction in our communities time and time and time again. Not only do these weapons claim the lives of innocent civilians, they frequently kill members of law enforcement who've worked to keep their communities safe. That's why law enforcement largely, not all of them, support this bill, because they see that as one of the greatest dangers to their lives. Indeed, one study by the Violence Policy Center found that nearly a quarter of all the police officers killed in the line of duty between 2016 and 2017 were killed by the same firearms that would be outlawed under this ban. Of those police officers killed by assault weapons, almost a quarter of them were wearing body armor that was nevertheless penetrated by a bullet.
So here's where you get the fact they're going to start coming after different types of ammunition along with this.
We know there's a better way. We know that because these attacks became far less common when an overwhelmingly bipartisan coalition, this was not some Democratic bill. It was a bipartisan bill. I'll speak more to that in just a second. Came together in '94 to pass a ban, including 46.
Before we get off here tonight, if I think about it, we'll look up the '94 crime bill and see how many Republicans signed on to it.
Including Ronald Reagan. After Republicans were in control of Congress, they allowed that ban to expire in 2004.
Yes, it sunsetted under George Bush, which is one of the only good things he really did.
Today, I'm pleased to bring Mr. Cicilline's bill to the floor to reinstate America's assault. Reinstate a bill that has been taken to the court already. This legislation would prohibit the possession and manufacture, sale, and transfer of semi-automatic assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. It does not take any of those away from any citizen. To be clear, we are not undermining the Second Amendment. I am for a person having the right to have a weapon, not only to hunt, but in his home, in his business, to protect himself and his
So
family.
apparently my stream got shot
And
down on
where
Facebook.
authorized to
Go
carry
figure.
upon his person where authorized. This bill will not lead to confiscation of firearms, notwithstanding the fear that has been
Yes, it
expressed.
will, because you can't transfer them. So when you die, guess who gets your
Weapons
guns?
that were legally
The
purchased
state.
before its enactment. However, it will set safety requirements. Doesn't that make sense? We have safety requirements for our cars. Doesn't it make sense to have safety requirements?
Safety
for weapons
requirements for
that can kill?
firearms are very simple. There's what
Additionally,
four
this
rules.
legislation will
Treat
provide
it
funding for
as
buyback
it is
programs
as
for
loaded.
those who would prefer
Never pointed anything you don't
be
want to
responsible
destroy.
neighbors and community members
Always
and
know your
relinquish
back
their
or your
assault
target.
weapons
What's behind it?
voluntarily.
Very simple rules.
But of course, our NRA friends have this slippery slope concept that anything we do, even banning cop killer bullets, goes
Define
too
a cop
far
killer
because the
bullet.
next step and the next step and the next
Define one.
These common sense reforms will save the lives of law enforcement officers and innocent Americans across the country. The speaker spoke that we're going to bring additional community safety legislation to the floor to support our police, because as much as the Republicans would like to say we Democrats are for defunding the police, it is absolutely incorrect and false. And they know it. Why do they know it? Because we bring appropriation bills to this floor which fund the police, not only at the national level, but at the state and local level as well.
First of all, the federal government
Which
has
gives lie
no
to the assertion that we
authority
are
to
for-
fund
some
state
people
level
use that comment.
police. Second of
look in the
all,
mirror, folks.
all you're doing is
There's
attaching
some people on your side
requirements
of the
to
aisle
them,
who say absurd things.
for things like red flag laws to be able to get that funding.
There are many people on both sides of the aisle who say, let's support and protect police. This is a way to do it. Today, we have an opportunity to put votes behind our words and show who is ready to do exactly that. Now, I will hope my Republican friends and Democratic friends
Has
my
it been an
fellow
hour
Americans
yet of him talking?
will listen
Because
to the
it
quote
damn
that I'm
sure
about
feels
to
like
give
it.
from a president that used to be revered on the Republican side of the aisle, but is now not looked at as such a reverential figure.
No, I love Reagan. Reagan did a lot of
Ronald
good stuff.
Reagan said this.
Reagan was shit on guns and gun rights.
Listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. A moment of silence is not enough. I'm not sure. I should have counted how many moments of silence we have had on this floor this year and lamented the loss of children and the elderly and everybody in between because of a weapon that is designed to kill a lot of people quickly.
It's not designed to kill a lot of people quickly.
No more moments of silence.
In fact, most military
act.
weapons are not designed to
Vote yes.
kill. They are
Pass this
meant
bill.
to take someone out of a fight.
Gentleman from Maryland yields
They are meant to
back.
make them
Gentleman
combat
from New
ineffective.
York
If they
reserves.
were
The
designed to
gentleman from
kill,
Ohio is
we would be
recognized.
using
Mr. Speaker,
rounds
we haven't said
like
the Second
ones that I
Amendment
have
was unlimited. We quoted
that are
the Second
meant for
Amendment.
better terminal
The Second
ballistics.
Amendment, which
We
the
wouldn't be
Supreme Court
using
has
full
said
metal
protects
jackets.
firearms in common use. 24 million Americans have these weapons out there. That is most certainly common use. And the fact that the chair of the Judiciary Committee says, I don't care, we're going to do it, even though we know it's unconstitutional, that is just wrong. With that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Erickson.
As for 1 minute.
Too often, Mr. Speaker, we skip over the fundamental principle and precept and driver of the Second Amendment. So let's reaffirm our faith here. Our founders were determined to fight against their own government for our freedom and independence. They stated unequivocally that when there were a train of abuses and usurpations and the citizens were reduced to absolute despotism, it was our right and our duty to throw off that government. We wouldn't have these United States. We wouldn't be here today without this sacred Second Amendment. Every law-abiding citizen in America must be able to meet evil with equal or greater force, whether it's a violent criminal, a crazed killer, or a coercive government. We should, Mr. Speaker, we must reject this attempt to trample the Constitution, violate the spirit of what those founders wrote into that sacred document, and to disarm our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Jordan has 1 minute. Mr. Nadler has 6 minutes. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker on the Republican side said that citizens must be able to meet the government with equal arms.
Yes, you
The United
fat.
States government has hydrogen bombs. Does he think that every citizen ought to have a hydrogen bomb?
Afghanistan,
Speaker, and now
Iraq,
1 minute to the distinguished gentleman
Vietnam,
from Nevada,
Korea,
Mr. Langevin.
and many
Mr.
other small
Langevin is
conflicts were
recognized for 1
stopped
minute.
by small arms.
Mr. Speaker, I know the damage that guns can cause firsthand. When I was 16, an accidental gunshot severed my spinal cord and left me paralyzed. Yet the damage caused by that gun pales in comparison to the destruction caused by assault weapons, whose sole purpose is to inflict maximum damage.
Would you
on
have
the
not
targets.
rather
No one needs
that
an
the
assault
person who
weapon to go
damaged
be a
you
hunter.
had
No
been
one needs an
trained in
assault weapon to
firearms
defend their
and
home.
knew
These weapons
how
of
to
war simply
handle
have no
them
place
so
on our
that you
streets.
weren't in a wheelchair?
After all, it's no coincidence.
And how
that
many
assault
people could
weapons
give
were the
that
firearms
same
of choice
speech that
for the
were
killers
damaged in
Uvalde,
car accidents?
Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Parkland, Orlando, Sandy Hook, and the list goes on. So I ask my colleagues, does this body have the courage to stop the next massacre from taking place? Or will we shirk from our responsibilities and our duty?
There was a guy in a mall just the other day who had the courage to stop a massacre from taking
mowed down
place.
in our schools, grocery stores, and places of worship. I know which side I'm on, and I hope my colleagues will join me. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his steadfast work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Strong support of the assault weapons ban. I live very close to Highland Park, Illinois, and I have heard from literally hundreds of people and met with hundreds of people, students, teachers, parents, and small business owners, and yes, even law enforcement officials who demand that we have and pass an assault weapons ban today.
Okay.
Today's vote.
It doesn't matter how
would
many
not
people
be
you
possible
hear from,
without the fearless,
lady,
and tireless
using the
work
term
of
loosely.
advocates and survivors. This day
Our
is
founders
for
wrote a
them.
constitution
And
to
I think
restrain
that there is
government,
no
not restrain
rational
the
reason
people.
that we would allow these
And they
weapons
wrote it in a
of
way
mass
so that the
destruction to
majority
be on
could
the
not
streets
take
of
rights
our
away
co-
from
of our
the
country
minority.
that
So it
ravages
doesn't matter
our
how many people you
families,
have call you.
our communities, and even our way of life. And I urge a yes vote to ban assault weapons. I yield back.
Ms. Schakowsky yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Ms. Capter is recognized
Dude,
for 1 minute.
Mustang, I'm about to drop probably about $800
Thank you, Mr.
to be able to
Speaker.
go train with
Americans
Warrior
want their
Poet
freedom
Society
back, and I would
in
say to my
September.
colleague from Ohio,
Pistol
Mr.
1,
Jordan,
Pistol 2 classes.
your freedom stops
Yeah, I
where
know,
mine
brother. It is
begins,
hard to
and
find
that of
places
my
to train.
constituents begin. Schools, shopping malls, grocery stores, Independence Day parades shouldn't be scenes of mass carnage and bloodshed. Weapons of war have no place on the streets of America. An experienced Ohio sheriff says it well. Assault weapons and large capacity magazines should only be utilized by the military and law enforcement. A proposal to ban their use is common sense, supported by a majority of Americans. Until such time that
No, it's
members
not.
of Congress start to care about the safety of children in our schools more than their next reelection, mass shootings will continue to occur and innocent people will die. One of the most experienced chiefs of police I represent says the following: the connection between guns and illicit drugs is 100%. So let's take the two most important steps.
So in
Remove
other words,
large
you're
capacity
admitting that
assault weapons
making
from our
drugs
streets
illegal
and arrest the
caused
drug dealers
crime,
who are
which
creating
caused
death and
people
destruction
to
across
use
our
guns to
country.
protect
Let's
their
give freedom
profits,
back to
much
the
like with
American people.
prohibition
And
with
I
Gentlelady,
yield
your time
alcohol.
has expired. Gentlelady, yields
But you
back.
want to do
The
the
chair
same
will
thing.
remind the members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York, reserves. Gentleman from Ohio, reserves.
Well, I would just say if the gentlelady from Ohio wants to come to the 4th District of Ohio and debate me on the Second Amendment, I'd welcome her to come anytime she wants to our district. She can stand here and lecture all she wants, but I'd welcome her to come to our district. I'd be happy to debate her. And my guess is the constituents I get the privilege of representing, most of them probably agree with me and agree with the United States Constitution. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr. Speaker.
this will be
Mr. Chairman,
beautiful too.
this has been an interesting debate. The cumulative debate from the Republican side have been members who've been wanting to show their knowledge of weapons, their intimate knowledge of weapons. They're almost a fetishism with weapons. Something that only
Yeah,
Floyd
Mustang,
would
I'm trying to
properly
get the wife to
understand
pick
be
up
able to
pizza on the
explain
way
to the
home.
American
Yeah,
people.
I understand. Been a
They've
long
talked
day.
about hands being dangerous and knives being dangerous, but hands and knives and other weapons that they discussed don't kill people in volume and number like AR-15s do.
So it
CIA
only
did a
matters if they
study
get killed at one
and said that
time,
even
not if
shots
they
to
get killed
extremities
separately.
all made fatal impacts on people. The AR-15 is an outgrowth of a military weapon that was designed for military use. The AR-15 is a weapon that destroys people's bodies, kills them quickly, and it should not be allowed in a civilized, safe society, particularly for children and for people in the general public. I urge passage of the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from
The
Ohio
AR-15 was
reserves.
originally,
Gentleman
the
from New
Armor
York
Light
is
15 was
recognized.
originally marketed to the public, not the
Speaker,
military.
How much time does each side have?
Next, the gentleman from Ohio has 45 seconds.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, red flag laws take all guns from some people. This bill makes illegal some guns for all people, and we know where they want to go. We know what they want to do. They want to take all guns from all people because they can't stand the Second Amendment. They hate the Second Amendment. In fact, during the markup, the sponsor of the legislation said this, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." Well, Republicans care about law-abiding citizens' constitutional liberties, their First Amendment rights, their Second Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment due process rights, and all of those have been attacked by the Democrats over the last several months. That's why we should vote no on this legislation and let law-abiding Americans have the respect for the Second Amendment they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is no surprise that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters and those who target law enforcement. They are designed for ruthless efficiency, killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. And the gentleman from Ohio was right. I did say in the committee,
All
spare us the BS.
focus
I
group
meant the
tested
Republican BS
terms.
about the Constitution, about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is designed not to allow people to fight the government. Do we want to take up arms against American troops? Is that what
That
they
would
say?
be news
That
to
is
the
what they say.
founders who
Saw what
wrote the
that did
Second
with the
Amendment.
insurrection we had recently, and that was a mild case. No, the assault weapons, but the Second Amendment is designed to allow for a well-regulated militia, which is to say, in our day, the National Guard. The assault weapons ban would take the weapons of war off our streets and save countless lives, and that is why it is It is supported by all associations of police, by the American Federation of Teachers.
That
the
should tell
American
you
College of
something about your
Physicians,
police and your
American Public
teachers.
Health Association, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association. They know what they're doing. The assault weapons ban would take these weapons of war off our streets. It would prevent more of the Uvaldes, more of the Parklands, more of the Tree of Life synagogues. I urge all members to support this important legislation. Now yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no.
And
In
we're
the
going to go
opinion
to
of
a
the chair,
recorded
the
vote.
ayes have it. Third reading of the bill.
Bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1808 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor shall say aye. All those opposed shall say no.
No, and the noes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
In the nays.
Gentleman from Wisconsin requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote.
Okay. So now we see where that's going, and we'll bounce back and listen to more of the Rules Committee hearing while we're waiting on this vote to go through. Whilst I try to hit the right fucking buttons here.
Ms. I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
So we can go back and actually see what was
of
what was
mass
handled in
shootings
the
every
Rules
year,
Committee.
right? So would it be worth it to save all those people's liberty to use that particular weapon if we knew that a class of kindergartners was going to be assassinated in your district or someone else's district?
Putting aside my ideology and respect for liberty, I know that these shooters could do more damage with a shotgun and buckshot than they can with an AR-15. And because I have that technical knowledge, and I hope this isn't widely watched, or I wouldn't say that here. I mean, they use shotguns to blow doorknobs off. The carnage from a shotgun with buckshot is far worse than anything you're going to see with an AR-15.
Okay.
And that's why I can't engage in believing that if we banned an AR-15, it would.
So again, this is Massey, Thomas Massey, in front of the Rules Committee before they actually went to the hearing today. So Thomas Massey is doing his best to educate morons, and morons are going to completely blow off what Massey is saying, and they're just going to go with their original intent.
Save 20 lives.
Fair enough. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tiffany from
Thank you, Mr.
Wisconsin
Chair. And
from the
I
House,
just
Mr.
want to
Tiffany
say that
will
I
vote
really
aye
appreciate, I sat through
on the
judiciary
motion to recommit.
with Mr. Massey.
14
Move
hours.
the mic closer, you hag.
Really that long? You had to tell me. But I think it's very important that we use this knowledge and because I think he's pointing out some serious issues with the legislation. And I think it's very important that we be precise because first of all, we owe it to the American people to make this clear so that they can understand what's going on. But I find it unfortunate that he can point, and it happened in committee too, that you were pointing out issues and they just ignored it. As I recall, you pointed it out and they went on to some other topic, just completely ignoring a very valid point that you pointed out. And I know that you did already mention some, I think, in response to Dr. Burgess's questions about some of the inaccuracies in the bill, and you've been talking a little bit about them, so I won't go into detail on that. But I do want to you also mentioned in committee that there's some carve-outs for Department of Education and Department of Agriculture, and I know you raised it during committee. So did you ever get a good reason why those were there, and if they were going to, why are there no other carve-outs?
No, and I appreciate this committee has not used the term weapons of war yet, as far as I can tell. But that was used a lot in Judiciary Committee, and I anticipate it will be used in the floor debate. And it's just not appropriate. And one way to demonstrate this is that the bill exempts every, I think there are like 80 federal agencies. Every federal agency is exempt from possessing these weapons. And so I offered an amendment in Judiciary that would have taken the Department of Education and the USDA out of the list of agencies that were exempted from owning what those in that committee were calling weapons of war. And I appreciate you haven't called them that here today. And asked them to make the argument, and I will ask that if this rule passes and we debate this on the floor, for them to tell us why these are characterized as weapons of war and why the Department of Education or the USDA would need that for their mission. With whom are they going to war?
And I appreciate that we have no reason why those two are allowed, these weapons of war, as they were called in committee.
There were some good faith efforts to describe why these firearms might be needed by the Department of Education and the USDA from the other side of the aisle. But all of those boiled down to sort of defensive arguments, not offenses of where you're going to wage war, but where you might need to protect something or somebody, and which seemed to make the argument for why the American people might need these weapons if they are useful in defending people and materials.
Yep. And I do appreciate your expertise also, but I'm going to move on to Chairman Nadler. And Chairman Nadler and the Judiciary Committee, and I know that Mr. Massey will remember this, I offered an amendment that would remove the ban on stabilizing braces in the bill. And during committee, one of the members of the committee said that the ban on stabilizing braces was included because the stabilizing braces could function as a bump stock and increase the rate of fire of certain weapons. You and your colleagues have had some time to look into this, and do you still believe that those stabilizing braces would function as bump stocks?
Yes, they would.
And I want to read you a little bit.
And we're not going to create another loophole in the bill.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We're not going to create another loophole in the bill.
Well, stabilizing braces, and I wish I had brought my picture along with again today, but the braces are often used by hunters with disabilities, and I mentioned this in committee, and including disabled veterans who served our country selflessly. And these disabled hunters use these braces to help them safely hunt with pistols. And this this unnecessary ban on stabilizing braces disrespects those disabled hunters and sports shooting community throughout the country. Adding the accessory to an otherwise lawful pistol does not make the firearm more deadly. And so it's disappointing that we would create a more difficult time for disabled hunters to take part in that. But I just wanted to, since you do still believe that they function as bump stocks, in the rule, the ATF said in recent years.
I just want to say that a manager's amendment will address the last concern you voiced.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Manager's amendment will address the last concern you voiced.
So
But we're not going to go further and create a loophole.
Well, maybe Mr. Nadler, Chairman Nadler, you could explain to me a little bit about that, because my understanding of the manager's amendment is it doesn't address it directly, and it does make it a little more. There's very vague language in the manager's amendment, and there's some very difficult issues that have to be dealt with for the hunter. But maybe you can explain that a little bit to me.
For purposes, the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member.
We are addressing this through
Texas and Ms. Maliotakis from New York, I inform the House that
stabilizing braces that do not address firearms that are banned under the bill.
And I'm sorry, I'm having such a hard time hearing you. Is everybody else? Because it's kind of cutting out. Could you repeat that?
We are addressing stabilizing braces that are not used in firearms that are prohibited under the bill. And that's what you have a picture of.
So you are stabilizing braces, and I'm trying to understand, stabilizing braces would be allowed or would not be allowed, or I understand that there's
Would be, the stabilizing braces would be allowed on unprohibited weapons.
but it looks like you're just codifying the ATF rule, and the rule that I see that you've got, or that you're codifying, is in recent and under their rule, in the rule, the ATF said, in recent years, some manufacturers have produced and sold devices, stabilizing braces, designed to be attached to large or heavy pistols and that are marketed to help a shooter stabilize his or her arm to support single-handed firing. The ATF goes on to highlight the importance of these devices, saying the brace.
That's exactly, excuse me, that's what's okay under the bill because it's a non-prohibited weapon.
But nowhere in the rule, nowhere in
We're
the
not
proposed
trying
rules,
to create a short-barreled shotgun, a short-barreled pistol.
but nowhere in the rule about, the proposed rules about stabilizing braces, does the ATF mention anything about stabilizing braces impacting a weapon's rate of fire?
Excuse
Nowhere
me,
in the
I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned with what the ATF says in the rule. I'm concerned about, I've been
But that's
talking about
what you're
what's in the bill.
codifying, sir.
No, it is not. We are doing what I said we're doing.
And I'm going to turn to Mr.
You just said, you little fat fuck, that a pistol brace operates as a bump stock, thus increasing its rate of fire. Now you're saying that's not what you're saying because you have no idea what a damn pistol brace is in the first place. But hey, what do I know? I just build the damn things.
Massey, because he had a lot to say
Yeah.
during committee, and I appreciate his expertise in this matter. I'm going to ask him and I apologize, I'm just hearing about half of what Mr. Nadler says, and so, Mr. Massey, do you have something to add?
Yeah, it is kind of hard to hear you, Mr. Nadler. But I think I get what you're saying. I see the manager's amendment, which we haven't had a lot of time to review, but it seems to try and clarify a misconception that everybody on the Democrat side of the aisle had during the debate over this bill. They thought that a stabilizing brace was a bump stock, and they claimed, seems the chairman isn't willing to concede that it does not. So it does not facilitate rapid fire like a bump stock might. I do find it interesting that the manager's amendment might in fact countermand the new ATF rule. The manager's amendment says that basically you could have a stabilizing brace as long as it wasn't designed to be fired from the shoulder.
Mr. Massey, bump stocks were designed to be disability accommodating. And that's why we're being so careful so that the industry doesn't use this to exploit another illegal loophole.
I think they're trying to contemplate something that doesn't exist maybe, and in the process, overly zealous ban the stabilizing brace, and it looks like they're walking that. I'll yield to the chairman.
It will certainly happen because it's already happened.
But I will just say this, I do find a little bit of comfort in the manager's amendment that he says, as long as it's not designed to be fired from the shoulder, that it would be legal. And this is a distinction we've been seeking from the ATF, actually. So if the chairman will provide this distinction that these stabilizing braces are in fact legal, that would mean a lot to millions. There are probably 10 million, or maybe there are at least over 1 million of these stabilizing braces out there.
That's why we're clarifying it in the manager's amendment.
Okay. There are probably 30 million pistol braces out there at this time. SB TAC and other companies who sell pistol braces have made millions upon millions off of pistol braces. And yes, the ATF has said in the past pistol braces are legal. And then they turn around and say, well, they're a workaround for short barreled rifles. And there are millions of these out there that are functioning as short barreled rifles, but short barrel rifles aren't being used in a lot of crimes, but they still want to throw people in jail for pistol braces. There is no arguing logic with illogical people. If you guys haven't noticed that yet, you should be seeing it by now.
Well, I don't really have anything to add other than it is not a bump stock. And maybe this manager's amendment goes further than the manager wants it to, because it looks like he's.
Would the gentlelady yield for a second? I have a question of the gentleman.
Mr. Perlmutter,
So
yeah.
the stabilizing brace, that was what was used in the shooting in Boulder, Colorado, right? That killed 10 people. The guy used it took one hand and was able to kill the 10.
I'm not familiar with what was used there.
Okay, I yield back.
I'm not familiar. But and I guess I'm kind of curious because I'm looking at this, that at the ATF worksheet that determines, and it is my understanding that the manager's amendment makes this worksheet what will be, determines if a stabilizing brace is legal or not. And there are things like if it has a strap or doesn't have a strap, and it's very confusing and vague, and so I don't know, and how it.
I think the only way to solve this is just to let the chairman tell us what the manager's amendment does.
Yeah, if you would tell us exactly what is legal and what isn't under the manager's amendment, that would be helpful.
It's designed to accommodate a legitimate accommodation without opening a loophole, exactly in the way I said.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I don't hear him.
He said it does what it says.
It does what it says. Okay. So you won't explain it?
I did explain it about 4 times at this point.
Well, it would be helpful. I mean, I know that that people are amused now at this point, but I sincerely would appreciate understanding better what would be legal and what would not be legal under the manager's amendment.
Well,
Because this is a concern
all I can say
to
is
people
this-
who use stabilizing braces.
All I can say is, since I've explained it 4 times, maybe it would be better if your staff talked to mine and they could go into it in greater detail.
Mr. Chair, out of complete exasperation, because I'm not getting an answer to my question, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I just want to point out for the record that the manager's amendment was made available on Tuesday. It was on the Rules Committee, on the Rules Committee webpage. And I think Mr. Nella's suggestion might be a good one right now, that at this moment, it might be preferable for your staff to reach out to his staff to see whether or not you can get some clarity to you.
And Mr. Chair, sincerely, I see that the way that I read it is, it sounds differently than what he's describing it. So that's why I was trying to find
No, I'm
clarification.
not, yeah.
And it's
Appreciate
frustrating
it.
where I get flippant answers.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Over the past decade, gun manufacturers have reaped billions in profits as they've flooded our communities with assault-style weapons, inflicting death and horror on our schools, churches, grocery stores, malls, and even Independence Day parades. So it's about time that we reinstate the assault weapons ban. Our communities and our kids should not be held hostage to an extremist theory of the Second Amendment that is divorced from responsible gun ownership and defies the express purposes of the Constitution to promote the general welfare, to ensure the common defense and domestic tranquility. We've seen that doing nothing has allowed the murder of children, neighbors, teachers, doctors, and seniors, and it's become routine. Americans don't want to live in fear, and they shouldn't have to. Americans are demanding that Congress reinstate the assault weapon ban, and they shouldn't have to wait any longer. Now is the time to crack down on this flood of assault-style weapons that are endangering all of our communities. We all know that one bill won't stop every single instance of gun violence, but think of all the lives we can save with this bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Chairman Nadler and Mr. Massey for coming before the Rules Committee this afternoon. Gun violence, has been said, has truly become epidemic across America. It seems a week doesn't go by that we're not grieving a heartbreaking massacre like those in Buffalo, Uvalde, and Tulsa, and Highland Park. My own community of Rochester, New York, has had over 40 homicides so far this year, on pace to break the record number set just last year. So nothing else we do matters very much if families don't have a basic sense of safety, if they can't go to the grocery store shopping, if they can't go to a movie, can't send their kids to school or attend a 4th of July parade without fearing it might be the last thing they ever do. This is too important to not try to do everything we can to not pursue every legislative option available to us to prevent the slaughter that has become all too common. During the 10 years, and I think I'm repeating something you said earlier, Mr. Chairman, but bears repeating, during the 10 years Congress had a ban on assault weapons, the risk of a person in the U.S. dying in a mass shooting was lowered by 70%. Since the ban's ended, however, mass shooting deaths are up over 300%. That's why I support strongly reinstating a ban on assault weapons and look forward to voting for the bill on the floor later today. I have colleagues that I know want to work on this issue, but they're afraid of the power of the NRA and other groups like them and the consequences they'll face if they step out of line. And we saw what happened with my friend, fellow Republican colleague, Congressman Chris Jacobs from my neighboring community of Buffalo, when he dared to suggest that banning assault weapons was something he could support after one was used to open fire on his community, killing 10 people in the Tops Market. 48 hours later, he was forced to abandon his run for re-election. It's the kind of chokehold that's keeping us at a standstill and preventing meaningful action that will save lives. So no law-abiding citizen should fear these reforms. Those who are beholden to groups like the NRA often parrot the argument that gun laws infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens. But what about the right of everyone else to live free of violence? What about their right to safely put their children?
No,
on a bus
I was actually
to go to a
ordering
crowded festival, or
pizza
simply
and
walk
trying to
down
get the
the
wife to
street
pick it up.
without
So
fear of being
a little
struck
bit of a
down by
battle
gunfire.
right there.
Each of us took an oath to defend the Constitution.
Little
of the
Caesar
United
sounds
States
good tonight.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and in doing so, to protect the American people from clear and present danger. So I'm pleased we're taking this critical step today towards those things that we were elected to do and doing our duty. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSaulnier. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because I too spent 14 hours in the Judiciary Committee on this issue, and I do plan to speak on the rule. But I just want to share this one thing from my district. I'm from North Carolina. It's a purple state, very pro Second Amendment. The folks I hear the most from on this issue are law enforcement. I have a great relationship with the chiefs of police in the 10 municipalities that I represent, and their number one issue is getting more guns off the street, in particular assault-style weapons. And I just, we haven't talked about that, but my law enforcement community wants me to vote for this bill. I support the rule and the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neguse. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Please leave with our stenographer. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I would
Rushing.
just, thank you, I appreciate it. I'd like to just ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the 3 studies that I referenced during my exchange.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And please leave with our stenographer or submit electronically anything that you'd like inserted in the record. I want to thank Chairman Nadler. I want to thank Mr. Massey for being here. And I hope we won't see you again today. But you are now free to go. Yeah. Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 1808? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on HR 1808.
Okay, so this was the Rules Committee hearing that actually got us to the vote today.
Motion from the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I
On
ordered
behalf
pizza and Mom was
of
bringing it
the
home.
people of Aurora, Colorado, of
Yeah, I
Boulder,
know.
Colorado, of Littleton, Colorado, I move the committee report a closed rule for consideration of HR 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate on the bill, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that
So understand this, when she mentions like the Major Police Association and a couple other law enforcement agencies that actually support this assault weapons ban, realize those are the same police officers that would arrest you for not wearing a mask. Do you think those people give a damn about constitutional rights or their own constitutional authority?
amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. And finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
You've heard the motion from the gentleman from Colorado. Is there any amendment or discussion, Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much. Just have one amendment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Massey asked for an open rule. I think, quite honestly, while he disagrees with the thrust of the legislation, he's probably more knowledgeable than most members of Congress on the issues. My good friend from Maryland suggested, I think he would probably have some interesting ideas that could be taken into account. The majority still have the votes to make a decision whether they thought they were wise or not. But I do think there are a lot of people in this body, with all due respect, that probably know more about these certainly than I do, but I think that many members who wrote the legislation do, and we ought to have the benefit of their participation in the debate. So with that, I would urge an open rule, Mr. Chairman.
You heard the amendment from the gentleman from Oklahoma. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. No. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross. No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushathaler.
I could ask a
Mr. Rushathaler,
question.
Aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Yes.
Mrs.
Yeah,
Fishbach, aye.
so
Mr.
how are you with
No.
changing
Chairman,
direction?
no.
Can I ask how Mrs. Torres is recorded?
Mrs. Torres is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how do you show Torres?
You're not recorded yet. Yeah.
Did you say it's a yes or no?
You're not recorded as no yet.
Torres, aye.
No.
You want to be a no?
This is an amendment.
Come on, guys, come on. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Torres is a no.
No. Okay. All right. Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Matters not agreed to. Further amendments? Seeing none, the vote is now on the motion of the gentleman of Colorado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres.
Aye.
Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter.
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Aye.
Mr. Desaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross. Aye. Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Neguse votes aye.
And how is Mr. Neguse voted, recorded?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye.
All right. Accordingly, can you clerk report the total?
9 yeas, 1 nay.
And the motion is agreed to, and I will carry it for Democrats.
Democratic members on those other bills.
I'm so lucky.
15 minutes.
And so we'll probably be ready in 15 minutes. Okay?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just an invitation, especially to my hallmates, Ms. Scanlon, Ms. Fishbach. We've got a ton of cake in my office that the hall has paid for with those crazy Christmas decorations. So the second floor of Longworth has Christmas decorations back up as kind of a way to say goodbye to me. It's Christmas in July. And we've got a ton of cake, and everybody, staff members are welcome, but particularly my hallmates.
How do you take it that people on your floor are celebrating your departure?
I thought we would wait till he's actually gone.
Maybe a rolling party for months.
I thank everybody. Without objections, the committee is adjourned.
Okay, so that was a rules committee hearing that we watched during a couple of votes. So now we're back to the actual vote on the assault weapons ban itself. Man, you can't make this shit up. It just, I didn't think there's any way it could, but I think it just gets more and more painful as we go. You know, you tend to get desensitized to things, but I swear to God, this just keeps getting worse. I don't get it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
I'm gonna have to stop my screen share for a second if I can get my fucking cart to work. Can I see my cart? I'm hitting the button. Can I see my cart? Oh, this is like dealing with government websites. Can I check out? Can I? Move the page. Oh, holy fuck. It's going to be one of those days. It's already one of those days. All I want to do is I can't move down to my cart.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from
I can see my cart. I can't move down to my cart. Let's look at this again. So we want to do September, Dalton, Georgia, And
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan?
no, we want to do September, not October, jackass.
Designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko, and Mr. Katko of New York.
Pistol 1, 19th and 20th.
Yay on the motion to recommit.
Why will you not let me do my cart? Fuck me running. I'm going to have a stroke. I'm going to have a stroke. I'm gonna. I'm going to crank this back up. Apparently Firefox is having serious issues, and I want to get to my cart so I can pay for the classes I want to take. All right, let's do this. Let's clear out our entire history. And just because I'm going to kill that tab, we're going to go back here. We're going to go to C-SPAN. We're going to open this back up. I don't give a shit what he's talking about. Let's open this back up. It's just one of those days. Everything is trying to be fucking annoying. Because, of course, Democrats are a thing. All right, so they're back. Let's see. Now, if I can just type. See if we can go in this through a back door. In other words, not right through the front. We're going to take our time. EDC, which I really need a better carry belt.
Oh, So what,
Body armor,
for what purpose does the
okay.
gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the
Get out of
member
the way.
designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas and Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Maybe this deleted my history. Okay, I don't have a cart popping up now. Maybe I can get to it.
House,
July,
Mr. Wilson, we be voting yea
September.
on the motion to recommit.
Pistol 1, Dalton. Excuse me. Let's add that to cart. Oh, shit. Did I miss a date? Dates and places. There's no way that filled up already. All right, well, I guess it did. All right, we'll go for October.
This is a gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart, Bletlow, Ms. Kathleen Boris Rogers, Mr. Owens, Conway.
Can I get to my
Butler,
cart?
Reno, Curtis. I inform the House that they will all vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from
That's
California
pistol
seek
1.
recognition?
That's
Mr. Speaker, as
October
the member designated by Representatives
24th.
Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Hold
For
on.
what purpose?
Because
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek
let's
recognition?
do this again.
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Because I was going to do, there it is, September. Pistol 1. Hell, I guess it is out of stock now.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek
So
recognition?
we're going to have to go with
As the
October.
member designated by Mr. Waltz and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Oop, I want this for you, card.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
And no, I don't want any of
For
that.
what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
All right, I'm going to kill a screen share real quick. And I'm going to do what I got to do here. So I'll open that back up in just a second. Okay, where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? Okay, now we're back. So we're still listening to the hearing, and you guys will see I am registered in October, which I wanted to be there in September, but I'm registered in October to take the Pistol 1 class with Warrior Poet Society. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to do Pistol 2 after I get one or two other things squared away. I've got a couple things to take care of, but yeah, that's going to be my dude. I don't know if I can shoot some video on it, I will. Because obviously, if you look at my last videos of me on the range, I don't have a problem with me looking like a moron shooting. But I don't know whether they'll let me. If they let me shoot some video, I'm gonna. So let's see something real quick. Let's go back to their training, because that is October. And see, their Pistol 2 is the following day. What days does that fall on? August, September, October. That's the 24th, 25th. So that's still a Monday and Tuesday, which is cool with me. I'll take the time off from work. That's not an issue. Oh yeah, man. It's just I told people on some of the last videos I did, I'm learning this stuff. I can build guns. I can shoot guns. I'm effective with guns, but I'm learning this stuff. It's not that I'm the short, fat, bearded John Wick. That's not who I am. See, the plan is after I take their Pistol 1, Pistol 2 courses is to take some medical courses with them. I want to do a bunch of TCCC stuff. And then, because you basically have to take their Pistol 1 course before you can take their rifle courses and all the other stuff, then I want to start building on some training from there. So maybe I will get to do a bunch of video on some training. That would be really cool if I could. If I can work that out, there's no doubt I'm going to do it. So, and I was going to do it the September courses. I had them sitting in my cart and then got started watching this hearing. Now their September stuff is filled up. So apparently I'm going to have to wait till October. And let me see something. I'm going to stop a screen share and check something out real quick again. Therefore, you can't see any of the naughty stuff I'm doing. Oh, fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Hey,
Send me the QR code.
I just sent you the number code to it.
It didn't work. Send me the QR code.
Let me see what I can find it. Let's see where they even sent. Get off me, cat! Jesus. Oh, fucking Christ. Little Caesars. All right, they didn't send me a QR code. They gave me an authorization code, which is 016 or 061095.
It's not working.
Order status. I'm looking at everything right now. Transaction reference. Terms and conditions. Track your order. In the oven, says it's ready. You're typing in 061095.
It's a 3-digit number.
Manchester Expressway, Columbus, Georgia. Order number 842. Okay, it was the order number, not the authorization code then. So you should have a deep dish pizza, you should have a regular round pizza, and have garlic bread or Italian cheese bread.
Yes.
Okay.
Banana bread.
Daddy didn't order banana bread, Mom.
Will both vote nay on HR 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yay on HR 1808.
For what purpose does Mr. Weber from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Perlmutter, how did I miss your birthday? Happy birthday. And as the member designated by Mr. John Carter, Kay Granger, Troy Nails of Texas, Paul Goes to Arizona, I informed the House.
Yeah, they might allow me to film some things, and I'm going to try to film as much as I can.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
So
Speaker, as the
I'm
member
down for
designated,
Pistol 1, Pistol
by
2 in October.
Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar.
I was hoping to be in
September,
September, but now I'm in October,
yes
so
on
that'll
HR
work.
1808.
That'll do the deal.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Babin will vote no on 1808.
And that'll give me a little bit more time to prep for some stuff.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on HR 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany in Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on HR 1808.
For what purpose does my colleague from Colorado seek recognition.
So, of course, this is going to go right down party lines again on this vote.
Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, Ms. Strickland.
Yeah, it's going to be
I
better
inform the
than
House
doing
that
this
those
shit
members will vote
in
yes on
freaking
HR
August.
1808.
For
It's
what
not gonna
purpose
be
does
near
the
as
gentleman
hot.
from Tennessee seek recognition?
Knowing my
Mr.
luck, it's going to
Speaker,
be pissing down
as the
rain.
member
but
designated by
it'll
Mr.
be okay.
Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. I inform the House that all of the above will vote nay on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Presley, Ms. Tlaib, and Ms. Stansbury, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Is he from North Dakota? What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smith, Ms. C. Maloney of New York, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Christ of Florida, Ms. Rice of New York, Mr. Deutsch of Florida.
Well, this is
inform
going to
the House
be,
that
since
these
I'm in
members will
Dalton,
vote yea
Georgia, so
on
this
H.R.
will be
1808.
North Georgia, which is
For what purpose does the
a
gentleman
couple
from
hours
West
away from
Virginia
me.
seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the
September,
member
if I catch it on a
designated
good
by
day,
Mrs.
or
Miller of West
October,
Virginia,
will be
I
some
inform
pretty
the House
decent
that
weather.
Mrs. Miller will vote nay.
If I don't catch it on a good
HR
day, it's
1808.
probably going to be rough. But either
For
way,
what purpose
I'm going to
does
be
the
fucking
gentleman from
training.
Maryland seek
So-
recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Rupersberger, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Jones, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Newman, I inform the House those members will vote yea on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana. I inform
So I'm
the
going to
House Representative
spend
Johnson
2 days
to vote
up there
no
with
on
him.
HR
I think it's a
1808.
Monday and a Tuesday. I'm
what
just going to have to
purpose
take
does
time
the
off from
gentlelady
work. I'm
from
going to
New
spend a
Hampshire
Monday and a
rise?
Tuesday up there
Mr.
with him.
Speaker, as a member
going
designated
through
by
pistol
Ms.
training.
Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R.
So
1808.
that'll be,
For
I
what
think,
purpose does the
1,000
gentleman from
rounds of
Florida
9
seek
mil.
recognition?
I'm
Mr.
going to
Speaker,
bring up my
member
war belt with
designated
me.
by Mr. Wilson of
Um,
South Carolina. informed
And
us
I've
that
got
Mr. Wilson be
a
voting
buddy of mine who's a
nay
gunsmith
on,
that they do
HR
ammunition. I'm going to work out a deal with
For
him
what purpose does the
to
gentleman from Rhode Island seek
basically cut me a
recognition?
little bit of a break on 1,000 rounds of 9 mil
Alabama, Ms.
to run
Schakowsky
while
of
I'm up there.
Illinois. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vehemently vote no on 1808.
No, AR, this is on vote of the assault
For
weapons
what
ban.
purpose does the gentleman
So
from Indiana seek recognition?
this is where we're at right now.
Designated by Mr.
What's up,
Gibbs
Bud?
of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman rise?
So I'm
Mr.
getting
Speaker,
emails from
members-
War
member
Poet Society
designated for
confirming my
Stewart, Letlow,
orders.
McMorris,
So-
Rogers, Owens, Conway, Herrera, Butler, Garber,
Will
Reno,
be
and
set
Curtis.
for October.
I inform the House that they will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Maybe that'll give me a little time to lose a
What purpose
little
does the
bit of
gentleman from
fucking weight
Indiana rise?
and actually
Designated
get
by
back to
Ms.
moving a
Walorski
little
and
bit
Ms.
before I
Sparks,
go up
both of
there.
Indiana. I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on H.R. 1808.
What's up, Custom
What purpose
Builds?
does the gentleman from
Hey,
Colorado
nice.
rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a
Hold
member
on.
designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark
I think I
Desanya
have
of
it right
California,
here.
Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Mr. Tom Swazi of New York, and Mr. David Scott of Georgia. I inform the House that
Fucking
these
figure out how to
members
plug my
will
flash
vote
drive
yes
in.
on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on H.R. 1808.
Spartan, how are you?
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Which one is it?
Hi, Mr. Speaker,
No,
as
it's
the
not
member
that.
designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Mr.
Safety
Jimenez
Doc,
of
Knights
Florida, I
Customs.
inform the House that
All
these
right,
members
Knights,
will
if you
vote
can
no
see this,
on H.R. 1808.
you should be able to see it on my screen. This is the design I came up
What
with for
purpose does
you.
the gentleman from South
I
Carolina
took one of my
seek
other
recognition?
designs and made this one.
Designated Mr. Donalds of Florida. I inform that's Mr. Donalds vote nay on H.R. 1808.
So let me know in chat if you can see this. This is the knight on the horse carrying the axe.
What purpose does the gentleman from
and
Utah
says
seek
Knights Custom
recognition?
Builds.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
And then it's just a matter of how you want to do it. If you want to do a single round like that,
So this final passage, on
or
this
if you
assault
want to do
weapons
some
ban,
lighting
after this,
behind
we
it.
expect a couple of amendment votes.
That's
and
all
then
up to
a
you how you
procedural
want to do
vote
it.
and final passage.
And then
on
we'll
that
figure out
wildfire and
prices
drought
after that.
bill. Then a final passage vote on
And
the
then, of course,
Big Catch,
how big you want
Public Safety Act. Then a couple of suspension bills, and that should be it for the evening, for the week. And we'll lead the House into their August recess.
So Knight, you just have to let me know about that design. It's basically the same design as my Six Semper Tyrannus one that I did. But I figured Knight Custom Builds, Knight on horse. You should get the picture by now. And if you don't like that one, I can always work up another one. It's completely up to you. But yeah, guys, which guys have been in here for a little bit. I just showed them I paid for 2 training classes with Warrior Poet Society up in October in Dalton, Georgia. I have to check the 21st, 22nd, 24th, 25th, whatever it is. Yeah, this one's for Knight Custom Builds. So if this is a sign that he wants or he likes this one, then we'll cut it and see how he wants to do it. It's completely up to him. This is just the design that I came up with. Dude, War Poet Society is up in North Georgia, so I'm thinking October it's going to be a lot cooler. It's not going to be as die-hard humid as it is right now. And like I said, I'm going to do is Pistol 1, Pistol 2 classes, because you have to do the Pistol 1 classes pretty much before you can move up to anything else firearms related. You don't have to do it with him. You just have to do it with a reputable trainer. And since they're back-to-back, I'm just going to go ahead and roll them back-to-back. Yeah, Fudd, dude, let me know, man. Send me some ideas for what you want, and I can come up with about any damn thing. And this is just, the outline will be smoother than what you see in all the lines and everything on here. The design, once you do a screenshot of it and pull it over, the lines look a lot rougher. But yeah, it should be pretty slick. It should be. Hold on. So since it's Knight Custom Builds, I cut it pretty similar to this design, and just added his name into it because to me, it's a cool ass damn design. So
On this vote, the yeas are 207.
oh, Knights, man. Like I said, look on the screen. The design's done. If you like this design, if you don't like this design, I'll come up with something else. But if you like this design, then I need to know what size you want it and whether we want it 2-dimensional with lights behind it or something like that. And yes, they just passed the assault weapons ban.
Now what? What do you got?
So the assault weapons ban has now passed the House.
How do we do it?
Oh yeah, dude, there's all sorts of classes I want to take. My next classes after the pistol classes are probably all going to be medical classes. And I'm using Warrior Poet Society because they're one of the places that's kind of closest to me.
And Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5118. With the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, kindly take the chair.
So now they're moving back to another bill. But yeah, Knights, that's where I'm going, is up to War Poet Society with John Lovell. I just paid for both classes, the pistol class or pistol 1 and pistol 2.
Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union.
And eventually I want to do the force on force training with them. That's one of my ultimate goals.
Report by title.
Union Calendar number 326, HR 5118. A bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to prioritize the completion of the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report 117-432, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Yeah, Knights, like I said, brother, we just have to go and see whether you want to do it as a single dimension design or whether you want to do it with lights behind it, and then how big you want it, and we'll work out the price. I've got all the stuff to do the lighting. I've got the steel sitting in the shop. It's just a matter of size and all that right now.
Amendment number 2 by Ms. Schreier.
That's why I said email me CNT Designs
number 3.
Or CNT Designs 2022 at gmail.com. I've sent you my email address a couple of times. Just
the chair will
email me like how big you're thinking about the design, and then we'll work out the price and everything from there. Even if we did a 24-inch diameter, paint, lights, all the other shit, we're probably talking 250, 300, somewhere around there. Just depends. So, yeah, brother, just email me. That way we can communicate and then we can get it worked out.
Prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-432, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted.
That's where we're at, kids. The assault weapons ban has passed out of the House and will now go to the Senate. So we'll see what the Senate does, because they're moving on to the next.
A gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition.
As the member designated
Mute them,
by
not
Ms.
yourself,
Rochester
dumbass.
of Delaware, Mr. Beasley of Texas, I inform the House
that they will vote.
But yeah, the assault weapons ban is passed out of the House, and now they're moving on to the next bill. So we'll see how this bill does in the Senate. I'm still thinking before the midterm elections that they will pass the bill to pack the Supreme Court. And when they pass this assault weapons ban, it's going to stick because they're going to have enough people on the court to actually support it. No, bro, I didn't see your text. Hey, Knights, which hell, I'll send it to you. Knights, that's my cell phone number. That's how you can get me directly. And if anybody's sending me dick pics, just realize I'm going to go write your name and number down on the nearest stall in a men's bathroom. So you will probably get some calls. But yeah, the 706-580-1139, that's my number. That's my direct cell phone number. So hit me up on that. And we'll get back and forth. We'll figure out the size, all that shit. Because I want to make sure that it's not something that becomes so small you can't see the definition, but I don't want it to be so overpowering that we're talking about way too much money. I want it to be, right in there where it's going to make the most sense for you. Yeah, well, you got to realize, AR, these people, these Democrats, one, they have been beat down so hard in the courts right now. They don't care anymore. They're like taking a predator and putting it on its last leg and putting it in a corner. It's going to come out fighting. That's all they can see right now. They have the long-term goal of banning all firearms. That's their ultimate goal. All firearms gone. That's their ultimate goal. But right now, all they can see past is the blood dripping out of their nose. And they're going to do anything to get past that. No, John Doe, no, it's right. None of my guns, shit, well, I dropped shit off my table. None of my guns have hurt a single living person. None of them. I'm not responsible for what a mass shooter does. The same way I am a guy, I have a dick, I'm not responsible for a rapist. I'm not responsible for someone else's actions. My guns aren't responsible for someone else's actions. So when you find a mass shooter, you either put that person in the dirt when you find them, or you put them in prison for the rest of their life, or you give them the death penalty and you put them to death after you arrest them. I'm not responsible for that. My guns aren't responsible for that. But this isn't about saving lives. This is about government control. AR, I'm in Alabama. I'm in Seal, Alabama. So from me to Dalton, Georgia, 2.5, 3 hours, somewhere around there. When I was in Columbus, Georgia, which is right across the river from where I'm at right now, it was a little less time. But I'm not some huge distance away from Dalton, Georgia, but I am in Alabama. If you took Columbus, Georgia, and put it on the map, look a little bit south of it and a little bit west, that's where Seal, Alabama's at. Well, the Democrat Party have been the Communist Party forever. They have just taken any pretense of them being anything else. If you pay attention to what they're saying, they've taken that off. There's no pretense anymore. They are the Communist Party of the United States.
Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. McCormick, Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Sablon. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany vote no on the Schreier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Chris Lawson and Deutsch of Florida, Ms. Maloney and Rice of New York, and Mr. Smith.
Yeah, John Doe, that's exactly the point. They don't care about the criminal. They care about you and they care about me. If I had 37 machine guns lined up behind me right now, they would never hurt another living innocent soul at all. There would be no crime committed other than the crime of having them. So when this framer receiver rule comes in, well, shit like this, an 80% receiver, all of a sudden becomes a gun. And if it's not serialized, well, then that becomes a felony. This AR ban is pretty much the same thing. If I went out on the backside of my property and I handed that gun to one of my buddies to let him shoot it, well, that is a firearms transfer. I just made both of us a felon at that point. Both of us could be arrested. The criminal out robbing people at the mall, they're not worried about that dude. They don't care about that. This is about control, not about saving lives. AR gun says it perfectly right there. More people killed with knives, hands, feet, all that shit than they are with any long gun. That's not just ARs. That's not just ARs and AKs. That's any long gun. That's any long gun kills less people than knives, hands, feet, blunt objects. But they want to focus on the gun that is, it's the whole story. If it bleeds, it leads. Well, it's out in the open right now. Well, hey, this person used an assault rifle to kill these kids. Never mind the fact that 400 officers out there that could have stopped them. Or that an officer could have stopped them before they entered the building. It's not about the gun itself. It's about the control that comes from government. Yeah, dude, AR, if you got a lot of relatives in Alabama, yeah, then you already know, brother. We pretty well live in a decently free state. I say decently because we are just now moving to constitutional carry, and it should have been that way all along, especially when you read the Alabama Constitution. The Alabama Constitution gives us the right to keep and bear arms, or protects our rights, not gives us, but protects our rights to keep and bear arms, period. Doesn't say anything about the government allowing us to do it. Doesn't say anything about the government approving us to do it. It says we have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of ourselves or the state, meaning in defense of Alabama itself. That's outside of the purview of the federal government. That is just a state constitution. But hey, what do I know? I'm just literate. I can actually read and understand what I'm reading. And I have some pretty decent research skills. Well, they've said it plenty of times, and our founders said it. You know, our laws were only meant for a moral and just people. So if I believe in the right of, or the personal responsibility, and you believe in personal responsibility, then me and you will get along. I don't have the right to use undue force against you. You don't have the right to use undue force against me. That's the same way I fall back to all the time. I don't care what you do. As long as you don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, I don't care what you do. If you want to build a missile silo in your backyard, I don't care. Just don't use that to wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property. That's how every law should be based. So that, yeah, if I do have 37 machine guns behind me, as long as I don't use those to wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government shouldn't even be involved in it. It's none of their business. But we live in a society where we have so many laws, so many criminal laws on the books, that no one can tell you how many laws there actually are. That is mind-blowing to me. And people get used to it because every time something bad happens, you have to make a law to stop it. There are sometimes things that happen that are bad where no law is going to stop it. It's already against the law to murder people. No matter what you use, it is against the law to murder people. Murder has a legal definition. That means I took someone's life without just cause. If I kill someone that was a threat to me, I kill them, that is what you call justifiable homicide. This is the reason Democrats play fucking word games with all of this every single time. Because they don't want to admit that firearms are used to save more lives than they are used to take every single day. They don't want to admit that. If they admitted that, they would have to admit things like this assault weapons ban are absolute bullshit. No, dude, AR, the Democrat Party, our government, hasn't been about common sense in a very, very long time. We're talking decades. Nothing with our government has to do with common sense anymore at all. It's the reason that they get us into the wars they get us into. It's the reason they pass the laws that they pass. None of it has to do anything with common sense. It's the reason there are books like 3 Felonies a Day. If you look up that book and I haven't read it, I've listened to it because I listen to that book as I'm going about my normal day, you will find out that your average person, law-abiding citizen, though they want to be, will break at least 3 laws in a day that they have no idea about. Because there are so many laws, no one can quantify them. It's the ridiculous society that we live in right now, where we've stripped away personal responsibility away from everything, and now we rely on the government to actually balance the scales. Government was never meant to balance the scales on any damn thing. Our federal government was meant to solve disputes in between states because each state was supposed to operate separately from one another, and they were supposed to provide for a common defense. That was our original federal government's mandate. Solve disputes, provide for a common defense. That was it. It's the reason that people who follow me or have followed me for a little while hear me rail against the Interstate Commerce Clause. Because the Interstate Commerce Clause is what they base all of their gun control on. Because they know they have no federal authority to manage guns inside of states or arms inside of states. So they use the Interstate Commerce Clause as, well, this is negatively affecting interstate commerce, so therefore the government can step in and we can manage these things. John Doe, look, I talked about it earlier on stream today. You got to realize we've been going for almost 10 hours on this stream today. Now, about an hour of that time, I was on the road picking up my daughter, doing other shit, but I let the stream run. Yes, there are gun channels, and we'll call them gun channels, who have millions and millions of followers who don't go into this because they are afraid of losing subscriptions. They want to say guns shouldn't be political. Well, guns shouldn't be political. That is a true statement. However, guns are absolutely political because we have a part of our society, namely statist Democrats, who want to ban guns and throw you in jail for having those guns. And those people, Demolition Ranch would be one of them, who has millions of subscribers, but won't come out and say that all of these gun laws are absolute bullshit. And if you believe in those gun laws, just go ahead and unsubscribe and go fuck yourself. But old boy's buying castles and so much land in Texas and making serious money off of YouTube. I like the dude. I've got some respect for him. I won't say all respect. I've got some respect for him. But he needs to be that person with millions of followers that will educate those who follow him on what the facts are when it comes to guns. But he will not do that. And yes, I will watch one of his videos tomorrow if it comes up and it looks cool. Am I going to donate to his channel? No. Am I going to buy from Bunker Branding at this point? No. Now, if he got up in Congress and told them to all eat a bag of dicks and gun control was unconstitutional, I would buy his shit tomorrow. Oh, dude, I told you earlier, if you didn't hear me, there were going to be some Republicans that would vote for this bill. It was going to happen. And I didn't even mention it because I already knew. Now, FUD, you're right. Most of the really, really big channels don't care about getting into the side of this where they actually discuss factual information on gun crimes and legislation. And a lot of them will use the excuse that they are not in that lane. I'm sorry, if you own firearms, you are in that lane, whether you want to be or not. Brandon Herrera, who, if you guys know me, know I love AKs, I think Brandon Herrera could say a lot more than what he does. Now, does he say more than other channels? Yes, he does. I will give him mad props when he does. But with millions of followers, could he spend more time actually putting this out there? The fact that Democrats want to strip you of any of your rights to own guns? Yes, he could. All right, I'm going to turn the sound back on this for a minute, and I'm going to disappear for just a second.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, member designated by Mr. John Carter, Ms. Kate Granger, Mr. Troy Nails of Texas, and Mr. Paul Gozer of Arizona. For they will all vote no on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens, Bustos, Craig, Frankel, and Dingle, and Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Ryan, are informed the House that these members will vote yes on the Velasquez amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Velasquez amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey and Mr. Guest of Mississippi, I inform the House that they will vote yay on amendment number 3. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, and Mr. Daisley of Tennessee, that they will all vote nay on amendment number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Velasquez amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin and pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Ms. Tiffany vote no on Velasquez amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as a member
Yeah,
designated
these
by
bills,
members
brother, are
Bush,
going to
Bowman,
continue to get
Khalid,
more and more
Presley,
radical.
Stansbury.
After
I
they
inform the House
ban
that these members
semi-automatic
will vote
firearms,
yes on the
when
Velasquez
someone is
amendment.
killed with
For what
revolvers,
purpose does the gentleman
they're
from
going to go
Florida
after
seek recognition?
revolvers.
Mr.
When someone
Chair,
is
as a
going
member designated by,
to
Mr. Joe Wilson of
murder
South Carolina,
people with
I
a
inform
bolt
the House
action
that he intends to
rifle,
vote
that
yea
rifle
on
is going
amendment
to
number
become
3.
a
For what purpose
sniper
does the
rifle.
gentlewoman from New York seek
Now,
recognition?
see, man gets the massa says it's meantime. So, yeah, I got to open up my Instagram, apparently.
He will vote yes on the Velasquez amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Velasquez.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. McCormick, Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Sablon, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Velasquez.
Designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana. I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member
Man against the masses, as usual. You are the meme lord.
For what purpose does the
Absolutely.
gentleman from Florida seek
Yeah,
recognition?
she is a
Mr. Speaker, as a
vile,
member
vile
designated by Mr.
person.
Stubbe of Florida, I inform the
Called
House
person,
that
I
Mr.
don't want to
Stubbe
assume
will
her
vote no on
sexuality.
Amendment 3.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
And that is
As the
about
member
perfect for Jamie
designated by
Raskin.
Mrs. Jennifer Gonzalez Colon of
Giant
Puerto Rico,
sack of
Mr.
shit.
Waltz of Florida, and Mr. Jimenez
I have
of
no
Florida,
idea how
I
tall the
inform
dude
House
is,
that Mr. Waltz
but I
will
didn't
vote
know
no
they
on
could
the
stack
amendment
shit that
in the
high.
House, and then inform the House that Mrs. Gonzalez Colon and Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado
Oh, and
seek
for you guys that
recognition?
didn't see this
Thank
one
you,
the other
Mr.
night,
Speaker, as the member designated by Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mark Desaulniers of California, Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Tom Swazi of New York, and David Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Velasquez amendment.
man
For what
against the
purpose does
masses,
the gentleman
brother,
from
you
Michigan seek
absolutely
recognition?
fucking
Mr. Chair, as the
rock.
member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, and from the
Absolutely.
House, Mr. Katko will vote yay on amendment number 3, and as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South.
So this is all about their wildfire stuff. They're back to that. They've done voted on the assault weapons ban. Now they're back to I don't know, burning the world down apparently. Man against the masses, brother. Take it easy. You are the freaking man. No matter what your wife says, you are the man. And if she wants to treat you any other way, mail her to Zimbabwe. Don't send her my way. Zimbabwe. And maybe a really cushy box, because she'll probably kick my ass. Ah, shit, fire. Crump and everybody else still going? Nah, I think they're out. So, anyway. Who's Bob? What about Bob? That was a good movie. Ah, son of a bitch, guys. Anyway, I'm going to hit it, guys. I'm going to check out for a little while. I'm going to go try to get a little bit of something to eat and then catch up with probably 2 ADU, and then catch up with Tactical Pineapple later. I'm out. It has been a long day full of absolute horse.
Lotion.
My daughter said lotions, but I don't think that's quite the word I was looking for. But yeah, it's been one of those days. So come here. You want to say bye to everybody?
Bye.
Say bye to everybody. Here,
Bye.
what the you? Hold on. Let's get rid of the screen share. Oop, you got to move your hands. I got to see what I'm saying. All right. So you can say bye to everybody.
Bye. I'm putting on lotion right now.
Say be cool, perps.
Be girl poop.
Perps.
Perps.
Say guns are not toys.
Those are not toys.
Say don't point them at anybody.
Hmm?
Don't point guns at anybody.
Don't point guns at anybody.
And watch your
Peace.
profanity.
Watch your profanity. Peace. I'm out.
All right. You guys.
There's 76 viewers.
Yeah, everybody's dropping out. We're ending it. So yeah, all you guys be cool.
Peace.
Keep that thing on you at all times. And we'll catch you in the next chats, guys. Later.
Peace.